Inform wrong
I
one.
don't think you're supposed to play
Will
with
do.
the stab wound.
Oh my god.
Does it feel good?
Wrong time.
He's still here.
You didn't
isn't
say
he?
like the peanut butter baby, and now I'm gonna walk away.
111 from 053.
Tony, you were
Give me the
so
fucking leaf blower.
Where do you want me to put that stuff?
The what?
I knew put her belongings directly in the storage.
I knew you were just holding it.
Bring them down to the private practice area with the officers,
will
please.
always remember that.
Why can't they hear me? I'm just a
On,
ghost.
floor 1 next to the pharmacy.
The cum crew will always remember what you did for us, man. Thank you.
Thanks,
Hey,
you guys
need to fucking figure it out, okay?
I don't understand.
Oh yeah, she's finally ready to fuck like the beast he is.
Back here, Lydia.
Anything to you.
Take me right here, Tony.
Hello, pet.
Who's the strange man in the bull
somebody-
mask?
Somebody's got a. That was the governor. He died, but he came back a zombie.
Tony, you alright?
I think this is your department.
Who's post saying it?
Alright, I'm getting out of here before
Anthony, I'm here. Where is he?
What?
Thinks that I'm the
I'm in the
mortician.
hospital. Someone just tried to make an attempt on my life.
Let's go.
I was
Dispatch
We may carry you.
005, 76 hospital.
Where's
Please be stationed
Right
downstairs.
here.
Oh my god, it is so
We have
loud.
to put a stake in his
They
heart.
planted a car bomb and they tried to take me.
Okay, let me get this last smidge of health and
Shut up, Nico. Play in the background. Shut up. There we go. Ooh, that smells nice. That smells really fucking nice. Are they salted? Go ahead and enjoy my breakfast. I finally shaved. Also cut myself, you know, it is what it is. He always knew what he was doing. Yeah. Well, we won't see him again, so ever. So you know, there's that. Because sadly, just being a good role player isn't all it takes, you know, to make it. You also could be a good person that, you know, doesn't cares about how other people feel. But yeah. Not me throwing shade, I would never. Beautiful. Yeah, so much butter. You want to ride me like a bull?
No, I'm not.
One of them will call tow service or mechanic shop.
On it.
Thank you, Marika.
Dispatch, TACMED 1 leader 76 to RPD.
TACMED 1 leader, when you are 23 to Eclipse, please meet me on 3rd floor by elevators.
Yes, ma'am. Great overseer.
Yes, they are not responding.
Perfect.
I will call again
Yeah,
until they do.
they often don't. I'll wait with you.
Hello?
Hello. We need help. Ambulance blown up outside hospital. Please help.
Oh God, on the way.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Repair for the ambulance on the way.
God damn that Polislav slap.
Hello, friend.
Jesus Christ, it's so good.
Do you need
Hello,
medical
how you doing?
assistance?
No. Do you?
Why are you here then?
Sorry. Bruno, you want a taxi call cab ride?
No.
All right, what are you doing?
Oh, there she goes.
Oh, shit, that's not right.
You seem like such a lovely young woman.
Thank you,
Why would I
ma'am.
stay away? She's just being nice.
There's blood on her chainsaw.
This is my name.
What did she just do? What she show you?
Maria's a lovely name.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Why
Thought
do
were
you
gonna
have
my
a
grandma.
chainsaw?
That's a nice
out?
briefcase.
Because I am not allowed to carry a gun, but all
You
medical
what?
personnel has to have weapons.
Oh, well, that's
Oh,
fair.
I see.
Okay.
79 to 53.
Well, never mind. I can respect that then. That's understandable. Also kind of
Oh.
badass.
Have fun.
Dispatch, TACMED 1, leader, 76 to Eclipse.
I was wondering where you went.
Just making sure nobody there needs help.
Okay.
There they are.
ED for EMS.
Perfect.
No one responding on radio.
Go for medics.
Thank you.
Can I get a medic down to RPD cells? I've got a 95 who's been tased and fell off a ladder.
Thank you.
And he is
Is that
alive,
person
yeah?
taken to,
Would you be available
Yes,
to
he's
help
alive.
out? Or do we have
No.
anybody else?
Do you still need us, or?
You want me to take it to get it repaired?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
if you
I
could
will
take
come
it
with
to
you.
RPD.
Alright, any available units
You
for
have to park. We gotta park
Band-Aid
it first.
at
though, 'cause it's
RPD.
blown up. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I'll hook it
Have
up.
you got this, Maria? Or you want me to come
Yes,
with
I
you?
do.
All right.
Oh, the early days.
Just let me know if you need
chaotic.
anything.
Been such a long way since then.
Alright,
Transport, we have units en route. We have units en route to RPD now.
Roger that, thank you.
Let's go to the parking. Right down the street. It's very big.
Oh yeah, perfect. Yep.
You know what I just realized? Nobody ran in the first election, and everybody is running in the second election. Like, all of the role players are like, oh yeah, it's fun. Let's run for governor.
16941.
Also, thank you for the hydrate. And this redeem is outdated, the no emotes one, because I do have emotes now. I finally made some emotes.
You can leave it on the bed.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Throw me in.
Got you.
Wee.
There you go.
How's it hanging? Yeah. If you say so.
It's 112, stupid asshole.
Instantly get hit by a local.
Back 1041. Out of jail.
Oh, I meant stupid asshole.
Hey, you can't park that there, ma'am.
Yes, it is not parked.
It's immobilized.
That's why it's getting towed.
Sorry, 036 is gonna be 76 Courthouse.
You're scaring off all my customers with that tow there, buddy.
They're
I got
scared of safety.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know. This is a business?
Yes, it is.
Cool. What do you do? Sell food?
I will, yes.
Right on. We'll stop by when you're open.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
See you, man.
We have to go. Mirror Park. Hayes is no longer open.
Oh, Mirror Park? No problem. Let's do a little U-turn on the grass here. The old Vatos, they're good. They're good people. They're cheaper than Hayes.
How much do I owe you, sir?
Just $250 for this. Normally it's $375, but you're EMS, so you get a deal. EMS PD, always give them a deal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Something is wrong with this game, like it didn't used to lag this much. Maybe I need to...
Oh my god! You talking to me? Don't stop at red lights, that's not right.
I don't see color.
Perfect, yeah, they all look green to me.
God damn it, it's pretty with the shaders, but I'm not sure. Well, no, it's not even the shaders that are lagging, it's just the fucking server is starting to chug more and more for me. Maybe I need to restart my PC, maybe clear cache, I don't know. Gotta do something, because it's getting hard to play. Especially since I'm EMS and I gotta drive through the city, that's very tough.
The color matches my truck perfectly.
I don't see color.
Well, they're very close to the same.
Oh god! Oh no!
Hello, sir.
Hello, how you doing?
I'll flip it.
I am upside down.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Vehicle blow up. We already parked it. Now we need a repair. Please and thank you.
I got you. Don't worry.
That's a rude one. It don't want to flip. I got this.
Try to unhook it first, and then get in your tow truck and hit it.
Yeah.
I know, right?
You might want to step back just in case it explodes again.
No, I am okay. I am stuck mad.
Oh, go. Okay.
Hi, Choka. I just finished breakfast. I got a devil eye for breakfast. Sweet ball, Lynn.
053 will be 10-7 momentarily.
She doesn't want to flip. What the heck? She's got a chainsaw.
Yep.
Look at this. Jennifer. Witcher 3 drink. Hell yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
How much for the repair, sir?
It's gonna be 375. Oh, is there a key still inside?
No.
Oh,
No,
shouldn't be.
no. I mean, we called each other.
Would you like the keys?
TACMED became official only
No, I'm good.
after we got the
I just need to go
uniform, so
grab
that
a
was,
cricket.
like,
I just
what,
forgot to
a
grab
month
a
ago or
cricket. My bad.
something? I'm terrible with. But yeah, we were still EMS at the time.
No chainsaws in the business.
At this point, we called
Yes.
each other TACMED.
Thank you.
How much are brakes, dude?
Oh, hey, sir, before you go, here's your
Yeah, buddy.
$50.
Appreciate that, man.
No problem.
I'll keep them coming.
But that's
We're
about
about to close here in a second.
Ah, wrong one. You fuck off. Boom. There we go. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Actually, no, let's play. Our good old trusted Soviet radio. It's good. Good music. Alright, it's time to get back onto the server. Surprisingly, didn't cut myself too much. I didn't do a perfect job. Oh well, good enough.
I'm all smooth again, baby.
I love my and I love having long ass fucking Viking beard. I have two modes, baby face and 30-year-old. Like, oop, that's not good. I slept extremely well. I feel so good. I don't know how, but I think most of me feeling bad and like, you know, unenergetic and shit stems from just having no need to wake up. I'll be honest, just laying in bed whenever not tired, because like I try to keep somewhat of a schedule, so I will go to bed before I actually get sleepy, and then I guess and then not sleeping long enough, but then laying in bed for longer than needed. It like all culminates with me feeling like absolute shit normally. So today I woke up and I'm like, wow, I feel fucking amazing. This is wow, I love this. Like, unironically, I'm having a great time with this subathon, being live 24/7. B, I'm feeling great, you know. Being live 24/7 also gives me that mentality that it's okay for me to walk away from my PC for like few minutes, you know, I can go ahead and cook something. I can go ahead and go on a short walk. I can do something, etc. Some chores. I don't have to be live 24/7. Like, I mean, I have to be live, but I don't have to be here on camera all around. Cannot relate. No kids here. Oh, my hands are so cold. Oh, feels so good. Oh, razor burns. Oh. My baby skin is too sensitive to be shaved. Oh well. Oh. Mm. Yeah. It's funny. It looks like the more I live, the more I'm live, the better I'm taking care of myself and the happier I become, which is not good. That's fucked up. Well, it is raining. I woke up when it was raining. That. So a little bit snack. Some pastry with spinach. Just snack on the side. Oh yeah, we're not doing. We're starting off with comfort character, which is funnily enough Underseer. Which one do we do? Do we do full one or Maria? Let's do Maria Eyes. I really love the outfit as well. The scarf and the full TACMED outfit with the mask. It really makes it look like it's winter, you know? Well, basically Maria is in love with the Overseer. Maria is a creepy, psychotic, murder doll lady. Girl, I should say. She's only 18 years old. Oh. Oh, that's sad. Lucy's girlfriend. Summers, Bridges, Sawyer, Ellis, Chloe. Oh yeah, I gotta go ahead and read that. Huh? What? What the fuck? What was that? What? Okay, that's weird. There we go. A little smile in Chloe's locker. Your best friend. Tazzy. Victoria. Oh, I miss Victoria. Vic. Dale. Bernd, Bogan, Tiffany. Skylar, Mark, Courtney, Ethan. Friend. Oh, okay. Back to the story. Basically, Marianette was just a random psychotic doll chick who just kept killing people until one day she just stumbled across the hospital and ran across Wrangler and Walkatov having a chat and just stood there being creepy, and they were like freaked out. But then Wrangler started talking about being friends, and if the doll likes police, and she said, of course, everyone's my friend. I love the police.
And then Overseer was like, well, hold on now. Do you like EMS as well? And after like 5 or 10 minute conversation, just following her around being creepy, I got the job. I didn't even ask for it. So that was how Maria got hired, and after that she started looking up to Overseer as her master. But also Maria's thing became that she's a doll, so she dresses up. But the thing is, she dresses up as other people and quote unquote mimics them to the best of her ability. So that slowly became into putting on outfits that are like the Overseers, and then starting to sound like the Overseer and more looking like the Overseer. Like this is the actual Overseer face. This is what we got after an actual sculpt for a mission we were doing, because we were actually playing Walked Off during Stim's interrogation. Like by that point, Jess liked the idea of the body double so much that she let Maria and just took an exact mold of her face. So this is 1-to-1 Walked Off's face, only with Maria's eyes. I also have the one with normal eyes. But yeah, during the interrogation, Walked Off dressed up as Maria. I dressed up as Walked Off, and played as Walked Off during that whole interview. You know what time it is? Monster time! Got my kidney, heart, and everything else was gonna have me. Because I cannot have energy drinks, but that won't let me,
That sign cannot stop me. I cannot read.
Is there no TACMed on duty right now? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's holiday or whatever. Barely anyone is on the server these days. We have, 4 police officers. Killer, Angel, Evans, and Gruber. So we have Germany, France, and I want to call them Australians. Okay, so Australians are currently winning, or they are tied with Europe. It's 2 Europeans to 1 little me. It's been a while since I've been quote-unquote first on shift, since like Australian shift is usually considered the end of day, and European is considered early shift. So technically, I'm first on shift today. She's still listed as a serial killer because I was the one who made the character, and she was a serial killer. Not the cool type, who plans and actually murders, but just a psycho. Because all of my characters are fucking psychos. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah. I really love it. And, the fact that a lot of people are struggling with differentiating, the Overseer. And my impression of the Overseer. It's cute.
Dispatch 131, radio check. 10-2. Good copy. Okay, we'll wait for Ronaldo to clean that up. Also, I'm addicted to having way too many characters, so Maria is kind of my cheat, because you can only have 8 characters on Purple, and, to some that's insane. That's not enough. I had like 20 fucking characters on Onyx. So Maria is kind of my cheat of having like 5 characters in one, because she plays Marionette. There's Human Maria, who doesn't remember being a doll. There's Wakatov, obviously. There's Lydia, and I also have outfits for multiple other. I have Leo Escobar's outfit. That was fun. I pretended to be Leo Escobar for a day. It's like, oh, I can't make any more characters. Fine. I'll just fucking Paris is Onyx. Why is there just random Paris is Onyx stuff here? Anyone could steal it. That works here, that is. I think. Ugh. Anything in here? I don't have access to this. Oh, wait, no, I do. No, I do not. What's here? More scuba gear, traffic cones, eyes only. We're on duty. We are on duty. All right, let's just, I guess, stock up on everything. I went from slurping to fucking mag dumping drinks, I guess now. Instead of doing the with tongue, I just fucking machine gun that shit. Going down. How is everyone doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you all slept alright. I hope you all slept just as good as me, if not better. Because holy shit, as I said, I had a great fucking night. Good! Glad to hear that. I slept for 5 hours, but that's, you know, my typical good time to sleep. I usually sleep for like 3 to 4 hours, so 5 is really good. Ah, fuck. Oh well. There we go, I'll just do it like this. Clucking huge combos. Oh my god, such big, so good. Ah, Auntie is up and doing housekeeping, actual housekeeping. Aww. Yeah, funnily enough, I had absolutely no concept of time. I'm not robbing the clock and bell, I'm moving it from the kitchen fridge that nobody knows about to here. Into the front kitchen, because we always say the food is in this kitchen. Nobody ever checks in the actual kitchen. So there we go. Salmon, tuna. Now that's where that's at. There we go. Yep. Filled to the brim. Did I lock the doors to the kitchen? Yes, I did. Good job, Maria. You're doing me proud.
What's up?
What's up? So I got spare tactical pants that I don't need. Marionette on it. Z Sledder, Rich Randy. Oh wait, hold on. Do this. Ow. Except 9 hours. Good, good. Oh, interesting. We'll see. We will see. Oh yeah, speaking of, now that I'm on the PC, I can finally do this. Thank you for reminding me, funnily enough. Where is my... Go. Information copy link. This link. Go. Ba-da-ba-bam-bam-bam.
Вы ждете развлечения, а я вдруг вспомнила любовь свою. Да, знаю, петь должна, но я прошу прощения. Я ничего сегодня не спою.
Right, Tomba, since you're here, what time zones do you normally play at? If you're still here, that is. That could be really useful to know right now. All three. No, I know. But like, you gotta choose something. Like, what would be your preferred time to be around, so that we know what to expect? All right. All right. All right. So you're pretty much like me, where your place does not indicate your time zone at all. All right. Time to invite you over. There we go. Send you that. And there's the message. Alright. Read it carefully as it says. You're gonna accept. You're gonna fill out the intake form. You gotta also accept the rules to see all the things necessary. So you fill out the intake form and the information. You do the. Actually, you don't have to do the tag request at all. I'll add the tags myself right now. So just fill out the intake form. I'll add you the tags, and then obviously change your name on the Discord server side to your character's name. We use, but we don't go that high. I think for medics we're like from 1 to 200 at the moment right now, I'm pretty sure. I've never seen a medic have more than a 200 tag. Yeah, no, and as you can imagine, most of well, not most, 069 and 169 are probably already taken. So also no, not tag. That's a call sign. If you read it, it's an actual tag on the Discord that, you know, just,
сказать вам правду, но как начать? Пожалуй, лучше мне промолчать, сказать вам сразу, что вас люблю, то нет, нельзя, удаю. Вчера вы рано ушли опять, о, как хотелось мне вас догнать, смело признаться, все сказать. Приходи, мой друг, жду тебя, горячо любя. Приходи, жду тебя.
You sure?
Как весной жду.
Yeah, you take your rest, take your time, but I'm sure you can change your name. Oh my god, okay. Could you at least post, like, you know, howdy in the general chat or something? I can go ahead and find it. Did you just go into the... I saw you pop in that fucking voice channel. That's fine. Let me just do this. I'll do this manually. Hold on. Why is Discord loading so slow? Come on. Thank you. I'm pretty sure. No. You. I guess you can't see the general yet. Let's go ahead and do this. Server settings. Roll. No, member. Okay. Right. And Sam. Recruit. Anything else? Nope. Nope, that's all. Alright, you should be able to see it all now. And also... Yep, there we go. You have access to all the correct thingamajigs now. Dislicker, Jesus. What a name. Oh yeah, re-education, which is our training that you have to go through until without this you cannot go on duty or get hired or anything. So there's going to be one session hosted for doctors today in 6 hours. You said you're from Norway, right? Is it 3 p.m. for you right now? 3:47? Or is it 2:47 for you? I always forget Norway time zone. It's 3:47, yeah? So we're in the same time zone. Well, then 11 p.m. today, there's going to be training happening on the dev server. Do you think you could attend it? It's going to be for doctors, so I'll just go ahead and snatch it to the side and do the TACnet side instead. Oh yeah, I was saying that today at 11 p.m. our time, there's going to be a training session happening for doctors. So I'll just go ahead and snatch it to the side and have you do the TACMA re-education instead. Yeah, perfect. Then I guess we'll see you 11 p.m. Don't worry, we'll post in the Discord how to get on the dev server, etc., etc. So don't worry. So after that, you'll be good to we'll get back on the lifesaver server, and get you hired on, and you'll be able to start working as initiate, which is our cadet phase. And yeah, we'll go from there. So in the meantime, enjoy your rest. You have, like I said, over 6 hours before it begins, so don't be worried. And if you cannot make it, that's also fine. I will not yell at you this time too much. Maria will yell at you if she's in walked off mode, because that's what walked off does. She yells. I'm excited to have you on board, and I'm sure Hentai Cannon will be excited as well. Why would Piper call me? Fuck off. Microman. Brittany Hilton. Alright, that's fine.
Hey! Oh yeah!
Aw, it's summer, but I prefer where it's snowing. Yep, this baby needs a repair. I wish there was a sound for dispatch, so you could notice it, even if you're like looking at something. Alright, I won't tell anyone. I'm a bit better at keeping secrets, I guess. Hello? Dispatch. Acme dancing. Uh-oh. Oh. It is the spoon guy. Yep.
Hold on to them for me, friend.
Out of the way! Hurry up! I'm starving!
This is not a good morning, is it? Ow. Ow, motherfucker. Ah, not hard. Dispatch 131, 76 Black Eclipse, 1 patient, critical. I don't think Brittany is actively on duty just yet. Just woke up, probably. Not the spoon guy. Yep. Don't worry, honey. I saw it. It'll be in the invoice. Hello.
Hello. You're not gonna be nasty to me now, are you, since we got right?
What?
Yeah, Cloud's got rights.
Yeah, and?
Yeah, you can't be nasty to us anymore.
Of course I can. I shot one of you in the face yesterday.
What the fuck?
Hello, King. How are you doing? Ah, no, oh well. Hello, Brittany.
Is it a homeless person?
Worse, it is Spoon King whose eyes have been ripped out of skull.
Ew.
Yep.
What do you want me to do? I can't reattach them. They're gone.
Oh, they're gone, but, I mean, you could put something else in.
Hello, are you alive?
Yeah, I was conscious for a 1.2 second.
Oh no. Okay, hold on.
Let me take a look at the ID. There we go. You know, I brought head of deer here recently. How about those?
Yeah, that works. Let's attach them to the eye socket.
Yeah, pretty brown deer eyes. Yeah, that works.
Do you have them?
There's somewhere in there with some ice. Cream. Chocolate fudge.
Have a look. Looks, okay.
I ironically love this fucking music.
Oh my god. Hello. Do you think that looks okay? Hmm.
I have no opinion. I have no eyes.
Can you hear me, homeless man? Wafts Bobby Burner flavored smelling salt over his face.
Accurate
Wafts.
reaction.
Oh my gosh, there we go. Works on every patient, I'm telling you. Hi, sweetie. Welcome back to the land of the living. Yeah, just let it all out. It's fine. The janitors will take care of it. Open your eyes. Can you see?
Yo, why did everything look different?
Because you have a set of deer eyes now.
Did you turn me into a furry?
No, of course not. I would never, ever, ever
Little
bestow
bit.
that upon anyone.
I put brain of that deer into an old man's skull. You get the eyes. Maybe you two can come together and be a deer pair.
Where's the nearest roof? I have to jump off. I'd do anything rather than be a furry.
Well, I suppose I could contact PD and you can have them find your eyes if someone stole them.
I got kidnapped from the courthouse and then someone used a melon bomber on my skull.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, can you see? Can you walk?
Yeah?
Have you been charged?
I
I'm
don't
working on
know, have
paperwork
I?
right now.
Oh, well,
don't worry.
perfect. You're trapped in here until it's done.
Now, don't
Oh
worry
my
about this
god.
one. He wouldn't run. He is a nobility, and I am his knight.
Yes, I'm also a paralegal. The first hobo paralegal.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm so
I
happy for you.
I encountered Callum earlier and I demoted him.
Good.
Yeah, he yaps too much.
Make sure you treat him like a clown because he
I
is the
always do.
spoon court jester.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he always tries and kills our tech man
He
with his
ran me
terrible
over
driving.
with the ambulance once when he was coming to rescue me.
Yeah, that sounds very accurate. Sounds
Yeah,
like
he almost
something
killed me
Callum would
multiple
do.
times.
Laser
Yeah, I
sentry
was here
gun.
for one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he tackled you on the ground, it was smashed head open, and then he also set you on fire. That wasn't Leo, that was Callum.
I think Callum shot me in head later. I'm pretty sure Leo can take blame
Oh,
for fire.
did he?
Yeah. Let me just go ahead and put that here.
How are your new eyes looking? Can you see everything?
Colors look weird.
You look weird.
Yeah, I agree. Weirdo.
What the fuck, Maria?
Don't insult their eyes. They're good eyes.
Hey,
What
at
do you
least don't
think
have
of my
snake eyes.
here? You know what, Maria? Here you go. I feel like you would like this.
No. Will I?
That's a first edition, the only one that will be ever made.
Alright, let me give you something in exchange. Follow
You
me,
now have
King.
the only ever autograph.
Yep. Would you like me to contact PD for you?
I'm gonna go back to City Hall. I'll call 911.
Are you sure?
I mean, you could call. I know there's not many around right now.
To be fair, the amount of police around does not indicate if they're going to pick up or not. If anything, they are more likely to pick up here than they are later.
Honestly, that's very true. Yeah.
Let me go ahead and give you something in exchange, I suppose.
Can I have one of these? Can I have one of your hats,
No.
please?
No. Fuck off.
Aww. What's this? Long live. Oh my god! Why would you memorialize this?
It is also in medical record as well.
Why are there broken spoons everywhere?
I fixed them. They're in your pocket. Check.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Do you need more spoons?
Negative. I have a lot.
Okay, wonderful. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Of course. Stay safe. You have a good night, Tomba. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I have to stay awake. 7
Do you?
hours.
Yeah, why don't you just go to sleep now and wake up in
No,
6
no,
hours?
no. My sleeping pattern is really bad.
What
So
is
tonight
sleeping
we
pattern?
fix it.
Don't do pattern, just go sleep when tired.
No. Must push through. Must push through. What do you think of
Finally, I will have my revenge.
revenge of what?
Oh, I'm going to training as well. I'm taking Clown with me. So maybe we will be disturbing you this time, instead of doctors.
No.
I am just joking.
No,
Just
I
stay
have no
out.
energy. No, I have no energy. You can't do it to me. I have no energy.
I don't know. What do I think about who? Or what?
Tiffany wants to be attacked, man.
Alright. Who's Tiffany?
What do you think?
I don't know who's Tiffany.
My sister.
Which one?
The not crazy one.
The new one.
Oh, she wants to be a tank mage. The doctor work is boring. I said I'm fine with her transferring, only because we have so many new doctors coming in. Plus, she just, you know.
Alright. Can she attend same re-education?
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. Then I'll get her and the Clown sorted.
Alright, cool. What do you think of this? Mom would never approve it, but I just get bored of wearing the scrubs sometime. Don't I look so professional? The doctor's ready to see you now.
What about rolled up sleeves? Hold on, let me try.
Побриться, не попить. Ни помыться, не поплыть. Человеку без воды. И не туды, и не суды. Нет, товарищи, не зря. Есть и реки, и моря. Потому что без воды и не туды, и не суды.
What do you think?
Yes. I like it. But I feel like the longer coat, I mean, I want lab coats. I really want lab coats for doctors. I don't know, I don't want to hassle the overseer, but I would really like some new uniform, at least for command at least. You know, TACMed got a whole new bunch of new stuff, and the doctors, we didn't get anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I got
Oh,
run
nice.
over and crushed by my ambulance.
Oh, okay. Are you okay?
No. I'm Maria. Marionette.
Oh, yes, of course, sweetie. I know who you are. Very well. Nahi. Thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know. It's a me espresso.
Let me charge myself.
I just really want lab coats for doctors. I want us to be able to wear lab coats and just lab coats and sexy lab coats and lab coats and lab coats and fucking lab coats and fucking lab coats and fuck yeah, lab coats. I got my face done. What do you think? Oh, thanks. I missed the overseer. Where is she?
Busy. She's currently it is fishing season in Virginia.
But I thought that was Whimsy.
Fishing?
I went go-karting last night. It was super fun. You should come next time.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm sure you'd love it. We all blew up.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds fun.
See, I told you. I want to wear heels on treatment floor. My I agree.
We all love Britney. Guess we're going. Rolls on the couch and falls asleep for 5 minutes. Yeah, let's get on Robocop and get that app in.
Oh, okay. All of that goes thrown away. Clothing store. Serve, towing. Scrapping. Casual. There we go. I love Rob. Greetings, citizen. How are you doing? Alright, good. Still got the voice. Yep, my phone was borked. Oh well.
How's it going? No doubt.
Morning, Dingus. How are you doing? We're quickly swinging on to Rob to apply for the PD dispatch because they didn't accept my application. Well, I'd never heard back after an interview. God, I love this car so much. I love metallic. And how it... Yes, dispatch is actually becoming a thing now. SACD, San Andreas Central Dispatch. My ops. Sorry. Oh my god, so fucking blurred. Well, we will see. Greetings, citizen. Ah. Oh no. Someone must fix that. I love running. Greetings, sir. I love running with the gags that whenever I misspeak on.
Hello.
Whenever I misspeak on Rob, I just roll with it.
Hello.
Beautiful. Sex? None. Look at that. Rob O'Cobb. Beautiful. Rock. Rock up. Question is, do we want to apply for dispatch? Yeah, I guess so. One, 2, 0, 0, 0. There's January. Color me surprised. 12 minutes after posting to come here for an interview, and already nobody here. What? Huh? Huh. Interesting. I'm tempted to take a look, but I should not. It's a nice car. I'm very tempted to just walk out. Father, I believe the PD has failed me. I should go back to the Department of Corrections. Oh, I didn't lock it. Oh well. Oh well. Maybe next time. How long did the dispatch last? Not even 12 minutes, I guess. Fine. Go ahead and park up and switch back to Mario. Especially since I don't really want to have Rob be dispatch. I don't want him to, like, I'll do it if it's going to be the only way for him to get into the PD, but I would prefer to just apply back to PD in a little bit and see if they accept me that time. There we go. Is this a new bit? I think it might be a new bit. God, if only everyone on the server could do this so easily, I would absolutely fucking be a bully that just goes around and shoves people into
That autism diagnosis, that was truly shocking. I'm so glad we got rid of her when we did.
I'm so glad I spotted it because I was looking through
trust me. I spotted it too. I spotted it. I spotted it too. Trust. That was terrible. I truly did not know what to say.
Yeah,
when
well.
I saw that.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Ew. Clown.
Gang.
Why are you shouting at me?
What? I said ew, clown.
I'm a platinum insurance member.
Alright. And you have rights as well. Congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I hope you
expect
don't run
excellent
over
service.
patients tomorrow, so I don't have to shoot you as well, as I had to do the clown yesterday.
Oh, I don't run over people.
Good. Well, unless you have wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't need no wheelchair no more.
Good. Don't get
Yeah.
hurt. You have platinum insurance.
No. It's actually opposite. Do
No.
get hurt because I got platinum.
No, I don't want you to get hurt because you have platinum insurance, which means I care about you.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I care
Sounds
about
like you
so
really
much.
wanted to shoot me.
No, why would I want to shoot you? You are just clown. Why would I want to shoot clown?
Fuck you!
Fuck you, clown.
Platinum insurance,
What
man,
the
clown.
fuck?
I see your model.
I love you, clown. I want to fuck you, clown.
Yeah, see, misspoke. Happens.
Yes,
oh,
I misspoke.
Tiffany, clown. Don't listen to them. You're beautiful just the way you are.
Yeah, we have rights now.
You are beautiful no matter what they say. Words
welcome, I'm
can bring you down.
Why are you wearing that?
Oh.
I thought you made this new uniform for us to wear, and
I
you're wearing that.
no, I didn't make it for us to wear. I said.
Right, it's fucking. This outfit's hideous.
No, I love it. Stop it.
Have fun.
Yeah.
What do you think, Benji?
Hello, Benji.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me take
Hey,
this
Maria.
off.
I like the outfit. I think it looks very professional.
I think it's it's a mock lab coat because we don't have actual
Definitely
lab
take
coats.
off the little tag. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
It said we are not in Liberty City.
Miss Paramedic. Just pretend it says Brittany. Hold on.
Miss Paramedic, like hello.
Ma'am, you are in charge of hospital. You are not Miss Paramedic.
Brittany Hilton Underseer. There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, it just fell off because the tag is non-stick.
Yeah, don't go like that, lol.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, if you do get uniform, I'm sure something like the name tag would be.
Tiffany, this woman behind me right here is the person who's going to
Hi, Gorge.
allow you to be a TAC med. So you better stop
Come to
being
re-education
goofy.
today in 5.5 hours. I will be expecting you. You will be
Perfect,
training
okay.
alongside Clown to be on your best behavior.
Clown.
Yep.
Wait.
5.5 hours? Wait, what?
Is it 6?
It's
I
in
thought it was
6 hours.
6.5 hours, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's in 6.5. Ah, detail.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Clown.
Yeah.
That means, Tiffany, you're going to be a TAC med tonight. Oh my god.
Ugh.
Well, unless you fail.
Yeah, unless I fail.
Well, she won't. I have faith in her.
I don't.
Oh, I have faith in her.
Good. I will
As
have
long-
faith in after the
Yeah,
education.
but like, to be fair, the last two employees you had faith in bought PDWs and shot you.
Okay, well, I didn't have faith in Lisa Garland, and I didn't hire Bunny Bottoms, okay?
Lisa.
You got shot by what?
Lisa Garland.
She hired a doctor called Lisa Garland.
The real
from
Lisa
Silent
Garland
Hill.
from Silent Hill.
Really?
She was
I
a
have no idea what Silent Hill is.
She was a doctor for 1 hour, bought a PDW, and tried to shoot me with it.
Why?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
I
she
thought
was
we were
bored,
done
innit?
with doctors being insane.
No, and then I shot her and
No.
I killed her.
I think she was
actually
hired. I
legitimately
think
killed
yeah,
her.
she's dead. But like, she was hired for like not even an hour.
Hello, Doig. Look at your new future
Hello.
attack, Matt.
Hey. Yeah. Bleach blonde. I'm gonna bleach blonde my hair. Okay.
Oh, I'm excited
Okay.
to see what you do with your hair to fit into
Okay.
initiate cap.
Perfect. Perfect.
Oh,
I
yeah.
am. I'm bleached blonde.
Get
away the initiate cap. Stop! That's my hair.
Oh, fucking hell! You're like a child. Stop it, please. Like, shut up.
She's still your boss.
True.
Which one of you is the older sibling?
Me.
She's
Are we
old as fuck.
twins? I thought we were Are we not twins?
Yeah,
That's kind of some
not
sort of information
twins,
you
we
kind
just
of
look the
work out
same.
beforehand. That's something you know from birth.
God, you look fucking
Nah,
awful.
she's like a year older than me. Why is my hair like this?
Why are you dyeing your hair in the middle? Oh my gosh. Guys, don't look.
Okay.
Callum, what do you think of my new uniform? I made it.
Oh, fuck off! I don't even want this
Honestly,
anyway.
like I said, I've enjoyed all the suit ones you've done. They actually do work.
Yeah, but the overseer just hates me. No, I'm kidding, she loves me.
Has she been around? Was she around last night?
No. I
Oh.
miss her. I think her dinner date with the overseer is very long overdue.
Oh my god, the overseer but old.
The
That
older
is-
seer?
The older seer.
Maria Nat,
Yes.
I have a question.
I have answer.
How much? What do I have to do for you to walk around in the overseer makeover edition?
Oh.
I mean,
What
do you
does
want
that
to give
mean?
me makeover?
I want you to walk. Were you there the night me and the former?
I saw
burn
picture from dinner.
Oh no, that was okay. Hold on, let me find you in my text messages.
Ugh, my scrubs are upstairs. Hang on.
Wait, no, not dinner. The one with all the famous people like
Yeah.
Jeffree Stars and who?
I saw that on PopCrave.
Well, Jeffree Star was really problematic. We're not hiring him again. Oh my god!
What did I do?
See?
This is
See? It all happens.
I'm having to clean my own
Doctor
blood for treatment.
Sam's doctor serve in latest selfie taken at Eclipse. Perfect. Liked post.
I'm trying to find a picture for Maria. Hold on.
I love PopCrave.
I hate PopCrave. They said I sounded bad.
What is name? Cannot find it.
It's
Hold on.
PopCrave, all one word.
Yeah, I know.
Really? Right.
I couldn't find the overseer one, but I know you'll like this one, Maria.
Here we go. Overseas
I
stands
saw
with
that,
hit
yes.
celebrities Britney Spears, Sharon Osbourne, and Jessie J.
I went straight to whatchamacallit. Him. And told him he looks great. He was really concerned.
He was really upset with me because I spread that picture around.
Good. Terrorist.
Okay, there you go, Maria.
Thank you. Oh, that doesn't look like Overseer at all.
I know, that was the point. We bimbified her.
Alright, yeah, sure.
She hated every second of it. But we
I'm
loved
sure she
it.
loved it deep down in heart, just like I will. Do you want me to put on contacts or?
Sorry.
What
Someone
the
took over me.
hell? I'm scared of you, honestly.
Oh, fuck off.
No, this
I'm
dress
in
is
it.
fucking hideous.
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm
that dress
dyeing
is
it.
hideous. Hang on. We'll give you makeover.
Okay, hold on. I'm dying.
What's with all the crates of
I
like
am-
beer outside there in the waiting
What?
room?
We
What?
had. Well, maybe it's the same person who dropped all the snakes yesterday.
There?
Andrew Fisher.
I hear PW.
I have a flashlight, a switchblade, and a ceramic pistol.
Well, I would love to, absolutely would love to wear the stethoscope with this outfit, but my coat just really doesn't want to go with it. She's got her tits out in there.
Hey.
Why are you looking?
Sorry.
Who the fuck did that?
There we go.
Okay, so when we did the overseer makeover, she was very. So we gave her lip fillers. We gave her contact. We gave her contact lenses. So she
Contact
ditched
lens.
the glasses.
Oh yeah, those kind of funny. I was like same color eyes, but yeah.
Yeah, we gave her some cunty, like brown, blackish eyeshadow with some like. Chanel ruined it. Oh, I'm gonna send you another one. Oh, this makes me so happy. I wish she would. I'm gonna give her a makeover. Something tells me that if she gets married to Smod, she's gonna send you in there as her doppelganger.
I mean, probably to avoid getting murdered.
Yeah, Chanel ruined it. Look what she did to her after. She was our doll for the day, our Barbie. I sent you a picture.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh no, no.
It's
not
horrible,
doing that.
right? The first one's good, right? That was majority me. I did that. I slayed.
Hi.
Who is this?
It's Paris.
What are you doing here?
I thought I'd come say hello. I woke up
Oh.
here.
Hi, Paris.
Do you like my outfit?
Are you going through your Suicide Squad phase?
Yeah,
Harley Quinn?
yeah, Pav.
Oh, I think it looks great on you.
Thank you.
How's life treating? Oh, you know you're being sued, right?
Yeah.
No, you're being sued by someone else.
By who?
I don't know, some guy you punched dressed as the prison overseer.
Who?
I don't know. He asked if it was me, and I said no.
Good. There you go then. Good luck proving it was me.
Oh, they kind of already know it's you.
Nah.
Oh.
I didn't punch anyone.
I'm sure you didn't.
Yeah,
I believe
see?
you.
Right, yeah.
But I have to tell you something.
Hey.
Now he
Think about me every night. Oh, isn't that
Isn't
sweet? I
sweet?
guess so. I look fabulous, darling.
Yeah. Bonjour.
Slay.
Can you come over here?
Hang on, there's like an influx of text messages I've just been ignoring. Like, no, I don't care, don't care, don't. Fuck off, Bobby. Hey, Bobby! Queen! Why have I been fired from Uwu? What did I do?
You all got fired from Uwu.
What did I do? I've not even been away.
Oh my gosh, this makes me so happy to see. I think we did her eyebrows a little differently. We did them kind of seductively.
Is that Overseer? Oh, it's Cunty Overseer.
I know, I miss Cunty Overseer. She loves her short hair though.
I mean, I was a bit confused because I threw hair growth serum at her when she took it off, so I kind of expected her to wake up the next day looking the same, but she didn't.
Yay, I'm so happy! And she walked very cuntily, like me. Like, you come over here.
How do you walk?
Why is...
Actually, keep walking like that. I think it looks good.
Yeah, it's how I walk normally.
Overseer
Hello.
that dude walked like she was in heels 2 times.
You look nice? Question mark?
Where'd she go?
You have to sacrifice yourself for the greater good sometimes.
Hell,
Hello, Callum.
I've not seen this one before.
I think this was just Brittany
You
playing
have
dress
not-
up with
yeah, you
Marionette.
have not seen others.
Bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye.
Get-
I'm going
yeah,
now.
go away.
That's horrible.
Oh my god, Hot Overseer's back.
Well, no. I find myself always attractive. If anything, my uniform shows off my strength a lot more.
The bimbification of the overseer. We
No.
love to see it.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Throws bimbification wand over her.
Ah! Ah! Gets
Oh my gosh.
gets bimbified.
She's bimbified. Her legs are in the air. It's a
Jesus.
stick up.
Jesus.
Hello.
She's been bimbified. Her hair's
Hey.
turning blonde, but a really ugly shade of blonde throws toner over her hair.
Baby, that's yellow.
Quickly
I feel
scrub
like
her.
we should step away before we get caught in the crossfire, Cal.
Scrub her hair with. Oh my god, it's still a hideous shade of blonde. Quickly scrub her hair with toner. Scrub her hair with purple shampoo.
Now, hey, think about my every night. Oh, isn't that sweet or yes?
Her hair. No, now it's too white. Oh gosh,
A mini Camille.
it's too white now. But you know what? We need to add some color back into this. Now it's brown.
Guys, what's that noise? Do y'all hear that?
Now it's red. Oh,
Oh my god,
gosh.
do you guys hear that?
It's Eva Marie. Eva Marie, no, your wrestling career
Hear what?
flopped.
God.
It's
Eva Marie
Serenity
had
Vixen.
so much potential. Then she wrestled one match and it was so shit.
Oh my gosh, do you remember when Eva Marie came back and she had pink hair? And then she got fired like the next day. It was
Yeah.
so funny. They
What's
hyped
that
up.
noise? Do you guys hear that?
No.
What noise?
No.
I think it's Britney's pussy. Wash me.
What the fuck? Tiffany, we need to find a way for you to fit your hair into the TACMED cap. Come on.
Where's the TACMED? What's the TACMED cap?
I don't know. I'll find one in storage.
Help.
Yeah, it's probably not the best thing to mention the fact that I literally had like several texts because of Tiffany making a lot of loud noises during a meeting with PD,
Oh.
disrupting a meeting.
Oh, alright.
So, yeah, we'll see how long this lasts.
I'm very excited to hire her and then fire her. I don't look that
How long do you
bad,
think
do
she'll
I?
last?
One day.
Like I said, we'll give it a fair shot.
24 hours.
Mm,
22.
3 days.
Oh, no.
a week.
Callum? Oh, no. How much? 10k?
Sure, why not?
Alright.
10k, right? 10k. So what's the bets? You're saying
3 days.
You're saying
1 day.
Right.
Let's ignore the fact that I can totally rig it and just fire her.
Well, I'd hope you at least give her a fair shot before making.
Yeah, we're
before-
putting trust in you.
To be fair.
Better pray you
Let's.
get out that
How about we
initiate
don't
phase
do
fast.
gambling anymore?
Alright, we're
Oh,
gonna see what fits into his hat. Okay.
I don't know. I made quite a
Have
bit
you
of
thought
money
about-
gambling with
you
the
do know you
doctors
can
the
just do
other
a hair
day.
tie, right?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
but
but then she's gonna look like Kaylin
yeah,
Haffel.
yeah, I'm gonna look like
let
Kaylin
her,
Haffel.
yeah,
Do you want
let
to
her
see
look
what?
ugly for the initiate phase. Perfect.
Ah!
This is what I'm gonna look like. Oh.
Perfect.
Jesus, that looks. You look like Lucy Webb.
I look
oh
like
my
Lucy.
God.
Oh my god!
What?
Don't say that. What? Oh, don't say that. I'm missing cat
Hospital
ears.
drama.
No cat is in hospital.
No cat ears in hospital.
There's hospital
Hey
drama.
guys,
Maybe I
the
could- do you think I
doctor's
could fit it in this?
The doctor's
Oh,
ready to
Hospital
see
drama.
you.
no. Almost.
When I bend down, he can see
You can
my
see my underwear.
When I turn around,
Hospital
I see boys
drama.
everywhere. Ooh. Read
I'm
my lips is a
curious.
pretty girl party.
Yeah, sure.
I love it. I love it.
Oh.
You know, it kind of works. Why don't you try the slick back pony?
This
Slick all this
one?
hair. Yeah, try to slick. Let's slick all that hair back.
Okay.
That works. Gosh, you look kind of. Your hair looks kind of ratty without those extensions. Push me.
Yeah, now you look
Shut
like
up, Britney's
ADHD
pussy.
machine.
True. I don't know. Wait, what's that mean?
We have one.
Right. What?
Operator
Perfect. Okay.
with a lot of
Perfect. Let's
energy.
go. Oh, perfect. This is perfect.
Oh yeah, I'm having a National Kitty Hilliard Day. Bobby would I'm so sorry, Benji. Benji, would
Did
you
you
like
just
to
call me Bobby?
B? It's the B. It's the B.
Nah, that's horrible.
No, I'm sorry.
Nah, that's not.
You are
That's,
so
that's,
sorry. No,
Nah,
No, it's
honestly.
not fine. It's horrible.
Dispatch 036.
That's not right. Yeah. Yeah.
That was about that.
Dispatch 036 going 1041.
Do you guys want to see my impression of Bobby?
No.
What's this hair like? Ugh.
Terrible.
Can you do your impression of Bobby when she feels bullied by her co-workers and goes 42 for the last time?
Okay, hold on. What's her call sign?
092.
How do you know that off by heart, you freak?
I don't know actually.
092 going 1042. I'm not gonna be sit here and disrespected by my coworkers.
Perfect.
I'm not gonna sit here and be bullied by my colleagues. Perfect! Get the fuck out of my hospital! Oh, that was a moment when she said that on radio and the overseer literally replied, perfect, get the fuck out of my hospital.
How's this look? Oh.
Audible.
Terrible.
Horrible. I look fucking hideous. That's it. Now I'm shaving all my hair off for it.
I'm sorry. Can you
Right,
guys
perfect.
keep a secret? Holds all
No.
4 of their hands.
Yes.
Okay. I hate Lucy Webb.
Oh, so do I.
I mean, that was obvious.
I'm sorry for my little moment.
Are you
during
going
the
to
meeting
elaborate?
Yesterday.
She's just annoying, but it's fine. It's probably how a lot of tech men feel
Nah,
about
I'm
me.
sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
She was sitting on the treatment floor like for 3 hours, not clocked and duty. Like, what were you doing? Just sitting there, watching patients come through.
Why did no one kick her out?
I don't know. Actually, why didn't anyone kick her out?
Yeah, sounds like you're complicit.
Well, I can't control her, so it's just. The
Of course
scrub
you can.
cries on the floor.
She's patient.
If she's
You
not,
work
if she's not
here.
on duty.
Of course you can.
Yeah, if she's not
Oh
on duty,
yeah,
well,
no, that
yeah.
is true. Yeah,
Well,
that is
hold
true.
on.
sounds like
She
you
was
don't
also
know.
doing it. Well, no, she was doing the same thing last night, clocked on duty, and I had to tell her like, "Hey, Lucy, this person's requesting an additional badge. You gonna go? Or you just gonna sit here?" I
No,
kind of
that's-
gagged her. I kind of gagged her a little bit, right?
You gaggled.
Well, I didn't tell her to go. I asked if she was going to go.
No worry, we do notice that Lucy spends a lot of time not being active. Not news.
Yes, that's why I just can't stand her. I can't stand
I
lazy
think it's just
bitches.
that-
Get
I
up
just
and
think it's-
work.
I
Get
think
your
it's just so
ass
she
up
can wear
and
that
work.
outfit, that the towel thing that she has.
Oh. Don't get me started on that, please. The stench when they took that butt plug out. Her breath smelled like absolute shit. It smelled like, oh my god, is that back shots? Back shots.
What a whore! Fucking heard you.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you did. Because I said what I said and I stand on business.
What did you do your hair? Okay, look at my face. Does it look bothered? Do I look bothered? Am I bothered? Face bothered.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You got something right there.
Face bothered.
You got something right there.
I missed. I bothered. I bothered for soon.
Look, I'm not pointing at your face.
Alright,
I'm
secret.
It's right under
Alright,
right
secret
under
message
You got something
sent.
right there. Where you will put a necklace.
Now we can actually talk instead of texting one another.
Yep. Yeah.
Talking about that. I'm saying you got something on your chest.
I mean, I can
Yeah.
fuck off if you two need to talk
No,
privately.
it's fine,
no,
it's
it's just
fine.
it's just Callum is cute and sending me text messages when I'm standing next because he wants to say something
Because
and
they
doesn't want anyone
because
to hear.
yeah, because that's why. Because it causes hospital drama.
Hospital drama. Don't tackle me
Hospital
again,
drama.
bitch.
I'm not gonna do a fucking thing. You kidding me right now?
What?
Are those two okay?
I feel as though I made a very horrendous idea of my bet structure. I feel I have overshot this badly.
Oh, yeah.
Again,
Someone
bet
shoot him with
cancelled.
a
No
PGW.
gambling at hospital.
I can't.
Hospital drama.
Point still stands though.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
What the fuck?
No, I
Wait, are you
hate
serious?
it.
No
I
more
can- I
betting
can-
at the hospital?
Yes.
I can only hope that no one
Yesterday
gets
was
hurt.
already stretch.
It looks horrible.
How much money did you
I
make?
made like
Listen,
2,000.
I'm
Yeah,
still
no.
growing on me.
No more gambling at hospital.
Ooh, someone said gambling?
No. No gambling
Well,
at
do you want
hospital.
anything? Do you want anything?
Oh my god.
Do you need treatment?
No. Oh my
Get the fuck
god.
out.
Now he
Get
needs.
out.
Oh, okay. I was just coming to get some food from the vending machine.
Get
do we
the
look like,
fuck
a
out! This is
cafeteria?
our vending machine.
No, get out.
I'm VIP. I paid
I
for my
don't
insurance.
care.
All right.
Oh, okay.
We were just checking. Good job.
Also,
We appreciate
that was
you.
a test.
Technically, I
That
kind
was
of
a
work
test.
here too, but
Oh, what do you mean you kind of work here?
You do not work here. You were literally arrested the
Wait,
other
you want to be
day.
a tech med, right?
yeah, but I'm probably gonna just become a ranger.
Oh.
Yeah, I hear
How does
there are
that
like
correlate
criminals in
anything?
there.
Is this
I mean, you
you
guys
don't-
did hire me, and I am technically right now a criminal.
Yeah, I know, because you shot that poor fat
Alright,
lady.
what are-
No. Listen, and you know that was baloney as well. You know that.
That was not baloney. You shot a fat lady because you thought she was a ghost.
Well, yeah.
That's not.
And it-
No.
And it made you ugly. Gosh, I never want to see you again.
Yeah. What was her name?
I don't even know what her name was, to be honest with you.
Brittany
You're gonna
knows.
be a
Some life
ranger,
invader,
So you're
Karen?
not being so you're betraying us.
Karen Gupta. Yeah, you shot Karen Gupta.
You're betraying us. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I don't know when y'all's
Girl,
academy
you're
is
the only
gonna
one that
be.
wants him here.
It's tonight.
You have Attack Med Academy tonight, and no one told me.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't plan it. It just so happened.
So you coming?
Who is this, Callum?
Or not?
What time?
The one.
He's a
that's
crazy
the
guy
back
who has
shots.
bad shoots. Last week he shot someone and lost his license. This week he got his license back and then
Okay,
shot a
that
fat
wasn't
lady
my
5
fault.
minutes
It was
later.
a misdemeanor. That was a cleric.
She came up the
Oh.
elevator and you just shot her in the chest immediately.
Yeah, and you managed to
Oh.
somehow get away with it by arguing that you thought she was a ghost.
No, I didn't argue that at all. I could
Well,
have took that to
hold
court.
on. Actually, listen.
Yeah, and you would have lost.
You
What
I
kind of
would've
fucking
won.
defense
You
is?
shot.
I thought
my,
she was a ghost.
You shot my fat receptionist. She's already
Look at that.
broken 4
Listen, you know what?
chairs.
Listen, if we did take that to court, my defense was, why did TACMED and the Rangers let me take lead and not tell me to stand down? I was
Because you
scared.
shot her, she
chance,
came out.
you
You shot her. The elevator door opened, babe.
Okay, she scared the shit out of me. I just got
That's
shot
not
by
a
the
good
M16
defense,
and a
babe.
flamethrower. You think
Why
I'm not
should
on
they
edge?
put a PDW in your hands? You can't even wait to see their face before you shoot them.
Well, you should have told me to stand down, civilian.
Me when I shot Jake the other day.
You are civilian.
What?
You should know you're supposed to stand down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why
Yeah.
why was I even allowed to?
Yeah, so why do you need to be said that?
One.
Hey, I'm not the one that pulled a class 3 out and didn't get in trouble. That's all I'm gonna say.
What?
So are you being attacked, man, or not?
Well, honestly, I can't do anything until I get. They actually want to pursue this in court. My other thing, it was just so stupid. We're gonna make the DA office look
Oh my
so
god, there's like
stupid.
a boob implant.
All right. Well, have fun
Y'all
with
should come to
at
the
Rangers, I guess.
when we take it to court. Y'all should definitely come because it's gonna be hilarious. Officers
Yeah,
are
I'll
gonna
be on the
get
other
their
side,
ass
Bob.
Yeah,
handed
we'll
to
all be
her.
at Karen's side, probably.
No, this is no. I'm not going to. No. That's fine. That's settled. I'm talking about this other
Oh,
charge
you
because I
paid.
can't do anything until it gets settled and the DA wants to pursue it.
Why
which
did
is,
you shoot Karen Gupta in the
I
face?
apologize. I said I'm sorry. I paid
No, you
her
didn't,
$8,000, man. I'm broke now.
Karen Gupta.
It's okay. Y'all wouldn't care anyway if I get shot. It's okay.
I
I
would
wouldn't,
care if you looked how you looked the other day.
I don't understand. You don't like long hair?
Hi, Ace. How are
I
you
just think
doing?
it
You
was
look
better
homeless.
before.
Good
How do
morning,
I
good
look
afternoon.
homeless?
Oh, well, that didn't last long. Amendments have been made to the Time Rights Order tonight.
Hey, Callum.
Hello.
You who, Callum?
Hello.
Oh, you're so nice. All right, well, I gotta head out. I got my new convertible car just bought, so I'm broke. Gotta go make some money.
Sits.
Nope.
Oh, go.
Alright, oh, alright. Bye.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
But yeah, that didn't last fucking long.
That did not last long now.
Yeah, I got. But one of the text messages I got from Chloe was about the clowns kind of taking the complete piss. That is a banana.
What?
That car.
I was looking backwards. I'm driving.
Tag Team 176, Police 47 over in Rufford Hills.
You know what? I was thinking, reminiscing of the old EMS days. My first day after getting hired, and we've come a long way. I'm very proud of
I don't think I
us.
ever interacted with you before.
There we go.
TACMed. Oh.
Hello. What's going on
What
here?
calamity occurred here?
I fell.
Oh no, why did you fall?
Because I did.
The roof?
How far did you fall? Boring. Boring. Boring.
Ow.
Regardless.
Boring.
Very far.
Really far.
Are
Were
you
you
on
on
the
the
roof?
rooftop?
Yeah.
Why were you on the rooftop, idiot?
Why not?
Well, because you fall and hurt yourself. If you're not on the rooftop, you don't have where to fall from, You trip on the sidewalk and go, ow, and stand up and keep walking. Instead, you're like, ah, I cannot walk. Oh no, everything hurts. So many scrapes and burns. Cleans with saline. Alright. I have a good question.
Ow.
Can you
Yeah.
wiggle your toes?
Let me try.
I'm letting you try. Why would I not let you try? I'm asking so you can try. It's not that complicated. You just wiggle them. I'm looking at your toes. You can just wiggle them. You don't have to thank me for permission.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright.
Wait, when did I grow 10?
Yeah. Don't ask. Alright. How about
I had
this?
9 toes.
How about this?
Where'd that toe come from?
Ah, don't worry about it. It's complimentary. Ah, you know what? I don't care. We're taking you to Eclipse. We're close anyway. Onto the silent board you go. Yep. What is his name?
Charlie.
Didn't ask. Rolls into ambulance.
Wait, you did ask.
Yeah, I did. What's his name?
You said Charlie.
And then
Full
you said
name.
you didn't ask.
Full name.
You didn't specify the full name.
Yeah, now I do.
Can you flash us your ID or is it in your wallet?
It's in my wallet.
Why would you keep ID and wallet? Who keeps ID and wallet? People who walk
That's where
on
they go.
rooftops. No.
Yeah.
Money goes in wallet. The driver's license go in wallet. A hotel card go in wallet. Ticket go in wallet. Not ID. You keep ID in ID pocket for emergency use. You don't have time to
It's an
open
ID
wallet and
pocket?
fish ID out of it. Everyone should wear ID on their ID pocket.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
You can put... Come here.
No.
Toss this patient up on the shoulder. What? I'm good at it. Can you juggle patient like that, Callum? You should
I've
learn.
never pile drivered them.
That wasn't a pile drive.
suplex.
You toss patient up and grab onto shoulder.
That sounds so wrong.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it? Why did you do it? You ruined everything, Callum. I had it, but then you had to press the
Bloody
button
Callum.
and mess everything up.
I don't mess everything up.
Yes, you do. Who owns idiot who fall off roof?
Someone's medical record, right? They have to get permission from the person.
Going once.
No. Sorry,
Going
one
twice.
second.
There you go.
Give me I want the ginger.
There you go.
No.
Hi, Ginger. What happened to you?
I fell.
You'd be really hot if you weren't Ginger.
What? What's wrong with
You
being
had
ginger?
A lot.
Everything.
I don't know. Callum, what is wrong with being ginger?
Look over there. Prime example.
Yeah, but look at him, then look at me.
Now look back to him. Now back to me.
Yeah.
Right, darling. What happened to you?
I fell.
Alright, well, what's hurting?
Everything.
Everything.
He just has little bruises and scrapes. He can wiggle all toes. I don't think anything is broken, but he can double check.
Oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
let me have a look.
Apparently I grew a toe, so maybe that's what's hurting.
Alright, sweetie, well, let me go ahead and clean up these scrapes with some saline and some... Okay?
Yeah.
Cleans them really good. Scrubs.
Patient, do your arms hurt?
No.
Then pull that IOD out of the fucking wallet and keep it and show it to us and keep it in your normal pocket from now on.
Show the Virginia woman your bloody ID.
Yeah, you heard the one. You heard the
ID.
beautiful doctor, head of hospital staff, the boss bitch.
Head
Look at
honcho.
Wow, that's even worse.
God, Charlie Kingsman, you're fucking hot.
What do you mean that's worse?
Don't listen. Well, actually, yeah, listen to her. God, you're fucking hideous. Throw a sponge at his face. There you go.
I have a specific taste in men.
Wait, is that
face?
expired?
Yeah, we don't care.
I think you're really hot.
No, I am.
The bar's on the floor, though. Don't worry. I think everyone's hot.
There's a bar.
Yeah, I'm just really
I thought it was
horny
a cafe.
24/7. Alright, darlings. Now I'm gonna just throw an ice pack on you. That's gonna heal you. There you go. Here, take the ice pack.
Why is it so cold?
Because it's an ice pack, you idiot. God. What, you want me to throw a fire pack on you instead?
You know what? A heat pack would be really nice in this weather.
It's Los
just wear more.
Santos. It's sunny.
It's not
No, it's
sunny. Look outside.
True.
Does it look sunny?
Right, we're gonna bandage you. They're not even that bad. God, such a wimp.
Consider if you're going to be climbing rooftops like idiot, acquiring insurance so you don't have to pay a lot next time you fall off.
Alright, sweetie, you're all done.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you
I don't know.
should thank the beautiful lady. Now get up and get out of hospital and don't fall again.
I'm gonna fall now.
Maybe fall onto a box of hair dye.
Oh, sorry.
You heard me.
You want me to be blonde?
I didn't say you can't dye your hair blonde.
Yeah.
You can
She
dye
said
your hair
dye,
blonde.
not
It's called
no. You have to
bleaching.
bleach it. Yeah, it's not dye.
Yeah, dyeing,
It's
dyeing and
It's
bleaching
two different
is two
things.
different things. Right?
Ah, it's the
Get
same thing.
it.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
like
not.
calling ripping and sewing is the same thing. No, it's the opposite.
But
you
it is the
idiot.
same thing.
No, it's the opposite. You take pigment out of hair instead of putting it in.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure blonde would work in my hair.
Yeah, I'm sure it would. Oh, you're getting it. Oh.
Huh?
Why are you standing
too
like you're
close.
drunk? Leave hospital now.
Okay.
Go back when you're more attractive and can cook.
Oh.
I can cook.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, you're pretty hot.
Yeah. No, I'm a pretty good chef. I'm
Oh,
quite a good
really?
cook.
Okay. Can you do fish?
Can I fish? No, I
No,
can't
can you
fish.
cook fish? I'm the one that fishes. I am the woman.
Oh yeah, I can cook fish.
Yeah. Women catch food, men cook it in home.
Yeah, I can.
You platinum insurance holder.
No, he's no insurance
No.
holder.
Broke. Everyone
Silly
laugh
cunt.
at the brokey. You kind of look like Chucky.
You kind of look stupid.
Yeah.
LOLs.
You know, a nice box of L'Oreal Paris black box dye would look real good on you.
I'm just leaving.
Falling off the roof would also help you.
Bye, sexy. God, he's hot.
Put San Andreas Medical Services in your will.
Oh, girl, we get nothing. Can't even afford insurance, the bum. Puts heels back on.
She wears heels, because I know that she wears heels.
I'm so horny.
Wow,
Okay.
Bishop Memorial Clinic treatment fee keeps going up.
Guys, I can't believe they do
I've
gender
never been
confirming
up
surgery
there.
for $2,000. What a bargain.
Why don't we send Bobby Tables up there? It'd probably be cheaper.
Oh, I love Bobby Tables. I'm so happy for her. That made me so happy.
I'm so happy. I love K-pop.
I told her to come back in like 6 months. No, I told her to come back in like when she's on estrogen for 6 months, we'll start her on progesterone. And her boobies will really grow.
You got that right, Doja.
Maria, you probably know the answer to this. With releasing medical records, that's only if A, it's a subpoena, B, if the person gives permission, right? You don't release them to emergency contacts.
I'd say maybe if
That's
it's their ADA. If it's their, not ADA, what's it? Power of attorney.
That's a very good question. I can't believe we never came across it before.
Yeah, Kaylin Hathor's asking me to release one of Judy's medical records to her, so I'm checking in before I even think about doing that.
Ugh. Ugh.
Oh yeah, because she wouldn't give you a neon. Yeah, fuck that bitch.
She would sell me her neon.
Fucking bitch.
Oh, you just reminded me.
Because it's like, it's a case of that she is Judy's mum, but you would still need Judy's permission to get access to her records because Judy is an adult.
Yeah. Have you read the SOPs?
Yes.
Alright.
Both the old and the new.
Yeah. Emergency contacts are allowed to ask for medical information about patients with valid ID. So yes, emergency contacts have access to medical records.
Okay.
Upon request.
I guess I'll drag her
But does
down
that
here
count
to
if it,
flash
does
her
that,
ID.
Does that count if it's for her clinic?
Well, we don't care what it's for. Right?
Okay.
We care that she's an emergency contact and that's all.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'll keep that in mind in the future.
Subpoena, power of attorney, ongoing investigation, and the personal request or emergency contact. Yeah, that's all the options there are to get there.
No shade to Jonathan Stone, but why is his medical reports like so bad?
I tried to read it once and I got headache and left.
Let's have a look. See.
It's just wall of text.
There's no
I feel like I'm in
formatting or
Berlin
anything.
again.
Wasn't he old administration?
Paragraphs now.
Really?
Yeah, there's 3 paragraphs in Judy's medical report. It's not just one wall of text.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm getting lost staring at this, but yeah, it is 3 paragraphs. Jake's one's pretty good.
I sorry, Captain. I'm not sure I understand. Is it records or only if they are in ICU? No. It's like it's
Who's he
generally
calling
about
an
all the
assistant?
information. Emergency contacts get all of the information as to what happened to patients, so there's no reason they shouldn't be allowed to get the documents.
Patient severe
While
trauma.
finishing
question
the
mark zombie.
procedure, I slipped on an eye and knocked myself unconscious.
Wait, sorry, where? Where am I looking?
Jesus Christ, even I wouldn't make that mistake. And I'm as dumb
Wait,
as
where am I
Last
looking?
night, really good RP, I think, letting someone who's supposed to actually be a prison staff doctor. Oh yeah, I would love to be a prison doctor.
I want to eat my hair.
Wait, surgery report. Preoperative diagnosis, elective surgery, indications for surgery, obese and overweight.
Aww.
Procedure, liposuction.
Let me read it again. Like double. Yeah, no, because it's like it is for record because it states that.
See, but
police
in the
officer can get
SOPs, it says that ICE contacts are allowed to request medical information, but it doesn't say anything about releasing medical reports.
Yeah, I guess,
and
like-
do you see what it says above? Lawyers may acquire
yeah, I see it.
information with, permission from patient, police. It is just how it is written. It's just not saying records, it's saying information, but record is information. There is no specific mention of record anywhere. It is just how it is written. So police, lawyers, and ICE contacts can get medical records the same way.
That makes sense.
I know what you mean, but yeah, there's just...
It feels like there's a loophole someone will exploit at some point.
Yeah, well, don't make random people your emergency contacts. They're that for a reason, They have a lot of power. They can literally just, unplug you.
Yeah, how many emergency contacts do you have now, Brittany?
Well, I actually cleared them out, so I have Rich Randy.
Well, it happens.
Bobby.
Why is Bobby
Stims
Burner on
is
there?
not.
You cleared them out,
Stims
but
is,
added
not
more.
and never will be on the server again. So
I have
Stims is
so
out of the
many.
question. Maria killed him.
How do you clear them out but add more?
I have so many.
Ooh, I want to
Brought
make
Boom
a.
back to my
I want to
emergency
make it.
contacts because I want him to fuck me.
Whoa.
Why does he gotta know?
Alex
I
the
can't
Gay
believe
God,
Rockshow
thank you so much
ghosted
for the
me. It
follow.
makes me really sad.
Now
He's
that's
got
a
my
name I can
contacts
relate
forever,
to.
so he at least knows I exist still.
Yep.
So I've got.
Box
Are
is
you ready?
banned.
Rich Randy, Bobby Burner, Bertha Darling, Tiffany Hilton, Jacob Hilton, Chanel Money, Brock Boom, Jade Hiara, Jess Walkatov, Gary Smod, Courtney West, Callum Doig, Paris Onyx, Bianca Fox, Maria Nat. That's my
I only
emergency
have two
contacts.
contacts.
Who's yours?
Jess Walkatov and Leo Escobar.
So I have Brittany, Walkatov, Marinette, Chloe.
Aww. Am I on Chloe's? I better be.
Oh, it always makes me
I'm
so
not.
giddy.
Alright, good to know.
Who does she have?
You?
Sorry, I was thinking about myself. Did anyone say anything to me?
No.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh, PDW.
What?
PDW stolen. PDW stolen. Retrieved. Stolen.
Oh yeah,
PDW.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
He has
the-
a rendered lot.
Yeah.
The picture of her. So cute. My picture doesn't work.
Where do you
I
have
did
picture?
put.
Her picture doesn't work as well. I don't see it.
No, there is. No, you
scroll
scroll down.
down. Scroll down on her little
Oh,
thing.
that. Yeah.
How do I get mine on there?
You
No,
have
I
to
don't.
copy picture. Not link, just literally copy picture.
Okay, I'm
Put
gonna
it in
copy a
there.
picture of Lady Gaga on there.
Sonny. Huh. Well. Huh. I could have seen that coming.
You know what I'm gonna say? I actually don't mind this hat.
Can you go look at my
take it off.
medical pro? Can you
Put
go
it
look
back
at my
in storage.
medical
Goes downstairs and puts it back.
Can you go, everyone go look at my medical profile,
You what?
please?
Yeah, okay, let me look quickly.
What am I? Oh,
What the fuck?
you look great.
Thanks. That was me wearing real meat at the MTV Music Awards.
Just noticed things.
Yeah, it was really bad. No one was sitting near me that night.
Ooh, others. I wonder who else would make sense to be on there. I do not mind this hairstyle.
I really like it.
Undercovered girl, Kiki, thank you so much for the follow.
Unless you are trying to be like a doppelganger, in a sense. If you need to be a double, it looks nice. I wish she kept it. I really do. But I get it, personal preference. I mean, I love long hair myself. I would never have hair that short at all.
Oh my god, I would
maybe
love
like
it.
a bob, but not.
I'll go
as
for it. I'll go
overseers.
for you know what? I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna be a criminal. You wanna give me a medical license and let me be a let me be just get myself forever in This is
Okay.
even worse than being furry. Scalies are even worse.
True. I got it up for a cheeky price of $10 at the mask store, and we got her a pug one as well.
Oh, I thought that was extra lip filler.
I just need to reset my phone, so I'm gonna 10-100.
Okay, sorry, I was in Haley. Delayed
What
response.
a dirty habit.
Yeah, you know. Puts
Yeah,
vape back in bra.
You shouldn't be smoking.
I'm not. I'm vaping. It's healthier. It's really not.
I prefer
Yeah,
nicotine
no,
personally.
smoking is so bad for you.
Vaping has nicotine in it.
Oh, good.
Just a
Fairy.
little bit. Oh, excuse me. Did you hear my heart skip a beat? Did you guys know that I'm...
Yes.
That's it. That's what I had to say. You guys actually know that I'm on Jess Walkie Talkie's emergency contacts. She loves me so much.
Alright, good. Why is Lydia there?
Shiver my fucking timbers.
Oh, because the doors were unlocked. Like if
I
you're
don't know, maybe
actually
we're her
sentenced, you get
favourites.
teleported.
Oh my
if you
gosh,
walk out the
hi.
prison.
Hi.
This is so weird.
Where's Maria?
What?
Huh.
Yeah, we
Hello,
gave her
can we
hair
help you?
extensions.
Nice hair. I'm looking for Benji, please.
Alright.
Oh, he's
good luck.
just taking. Yeah, he's just taking a quick 10-100.
No, she's looking. Don't ruin playtime.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Gosh,
there's
my
no
bad.
fun in finding someone if someone tells you where they are.
Yes, it
Sure,
is. I
actually.
don't really want to stay longer than I need to. So.
Ah, good.
Oh.
I'm sure you're
Is
very
this something
busy.
I can? Is this something I can help with?
Yeah, I need
What's
Judy's
up?
medical report, please.
Okay. See, obviously I know who you are. Okay. Is it the bilateral eye transplant? Bilateral eye transplant?
Bilateral eye. Yes.
Is that how you pronounce it?
That is actually how you pronounce it. That's not what the procedure's called. But that's okay.
Oh.
One second.
Why are you wearing a paramedic?
Don't ask.
Okay. All right.
She tried to write on it with Sharpie, but you know, it's non-stick. So it
I'm
just smudges
trying.
off.
I want a lab coat. I just
Alright.
want a lab coat.
Alright.
You're wearing a lab coat.
No.
But it's not a very
She's
good
wearing
one.
ugly jacket from Lost and
Oh,
Found.
you know
she wants an
what?
actual lab coat.
I'll just wear
Oh.
nothing then.
Really no
the
different
coat-
to normal then.
Coat was fine, but
No, it was not.
Everyone's
It was not
picking on
uniform.
me.
No,
I like how
we're,
she took
I'm
off the-
just
I-
driving
I
home
like how she
point that
took
I'm going
everything
to
off.
push for uniform for doctors very hard. You deserve it. We'll
I
get you
like how she
something
took
nice.
everything off, but then
Aw.
clipped the badges back onto a bikini top.
Can you stop?
But that was the
bullying
main
me?
issue, yeah.
I'm a victim of you guys picking on me and my clothes. You constantly do it, Tiffany.
It's more the lack thereof.
Okay, and so what if I want to dress like a slut?
Perfect. Now look how gorgeous she looks.
Hospital drama.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Caitlin.
Benji.
Was it just that one report, or was it multiple?
Oh, I've already got the one over to her.
Okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
did
waiting.
you need any more?
I'm waiting. Hi, Pocket. Hi, B. Hi,
Can I
Requiem.
have the one from November 21st too? Where she was in the
No,
ICU?
she has scrubs because she's working at Bishop Memorial Clinic. She's still a doctor. She's just not a doctor here. Ugh.
Is Judy okay?
That's what I'm trying to determine.
You cannot just ask daughter?
I am a doctor, thank you.
Oh. Oh.
There you go. Alright, I just sent you the same one. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Oh. Okay, no big deal. No big deal.
Tiffany, calm down.
It's not funny.
There's nothing funny here.
What's so funny?
Excuse me.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, there's one before that?
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you're feeling better?
How many reports
Yeah.
has she had?
A lot.
Yeah, we've had 3
You're asking recently, or?
since- Yeah. This one. Okay, so medical reports. There's the 2 I sent you,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a third one from the 19th, but it's a tank med report. So, oh no, this is a doctor report. Wow, this is terrible.
It was her. I think that was her first
I think this is her first.
report.
Yeah,
So,
I
you
mean,
know.
my first one was awful.
Yeah,
Bruises.
sure.
Your first one wasn't awful. I saw it.
Do you want me to send you this one too?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Field treatment.
And I mean, that's just the medical reports. That's not
Sorto.
counting the invoices.
I'm not worried about the invoices. Unless they're tied together. Are they tied together?
They are. Medical reports are for doctors to make if they were no need for extensive treatment or there were no doctors and stuff. All the information would be an invoice.
Oh, I remember that surgery.
So that is just film. I suppose you're
I
not
remember
worried about
that.
your daughter having stubbed toe?
No.
Alright.
No, they can have a stub too. That's fine.
I
What about
remember-
getting shot in neck?
And that's a problem.
Ah, well. She survived, so. What about drowning?
She drowned too?
And refused treatment.
Is this the lady that came in and hit Callum with a sledgehammer?
Oh,
Yes.
she did what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, do we shoot
Oh,
her next
okay.
time she comes back?
No, please do not shoot her.
She attacked me with sledgehammer. I will protect my employees.
Oh, she did get shot because she then drew a gun.
Good,
and tried
good.
aiming it at
No,
Callum.
that's not good. That's
Of course it is.
escalation of
You
force.
do not
No.
attack Takmed with sledgehammer unless you want to get shot. It is common
Oh,
knowledge.
she left and then she came back 10 minutes later with a gun and
Oh,
then
yeah,
aimed
good.
it at Callum, so she had to get
Alright,
shot.
Callum, let's save someone from murder, kitties.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Perfect.
I hate
Good
this
luck.
hair. This
You wanna fly?
hospital drama. What was question? I was laughing in head. And did not hear you.
Do you want to fly?
Yeah, I always want to fly. Oh,
Yeah,
why is it?
sounds
Oh,
good.
that's good. No, it's just unlocked. Fine.
Well, before you start flying, you might want to check your emails. You went to the wrong side.
Yeah. Dispatch 131 plus 120, transitioning Valkyrie 176, latest 47. Sandy. Yeah, that's the person. Gary Tithlicker. How are you doing, Callum?
I'm doing alright. You know, woke up nice, a little bit earlier than I usually would on a Tuesday, but hey, gotta do it.
You know, thanks to Summers, I finally figured out how to use spotlight on camera. No one had any idea.
I just need another. For me, we crashed there.
What?
Had a shocking vision of us crashing there. Anyway, camera. Are you already using it? Alright.
Ah, there.
Yep. There we go.
Alright, I'll look out for kitties.
Freaking murder kitties.
Yeah,
there's
where
the
did
worst,
it
aren't
run
they?
off to?
Look out. They're probably over the hill. Oh,
Which hill? There is deer.
all of the hills. Oh, God. You know,
Your directions are very not useful.
no.
Alright, buddy. Did it get anything else or just the chest?
Just clawed up my chest a
Yeah,
bit.
it's fine,
maybe
Colin,
my
it's fine, Colin.
left
I
arm
got
a
it.
little, you know.
Kitties are loud. I will hear it. Alright.
Oh, okay. Valkyrie 1, send me back to medical with 1 patient, non-critical. I'm so sick of these murder kitties, man.
Just shoot them.
Oh, I did. I took out 2, the third one got me.
Hell. Just shoot 3 of them next time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
farmer just wants me to pick up some pumpkins. Say, hey, easy $800, he says. Come on now.
Doesn't look
Didn't
like
tell me the
pumpkin
place is
patch.
crawling with friggin' ill-tempered cats.
Are you sure it's not just his way of feeding his cats?
Yeah, I don't know. Could be.
Why would you plant pumpkins where murder kitties are?
I don't know. He wanted to make some of Mama's good stew or something, and he was like,
Yeah, for stew you need something good like turtle, not pumpkin. I guess turtle with pumpkin does go well.
Just
And
trying to
some
make
cabbage
$1, you know
and
how it is.
garlic. Yeah, now I'm getting hungry.
Oh god, it hurts. It hurts.
Well, wait until you hear the price tag for this little ride.
Yep. Oh, come on now. Come on.
Oh no, do you have insurance?
No.
Well, you'll
Well-
learn why it's important to have it.
Can I buy it before you charge me? What's that? No. Yep.
Yeah, before I get any treatment, you sure you can't hook me up with
Yeah,
some
no.
That's not how it works, huh?
In this case, the amount of insurance is of the time of injury, the time of treatment.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense, you know. Can't blame me for trying, you know.
But
I get that.
unrelated.
By chance, buddy, is your
which
ID in
insurance
your
level would
wallet
you be
or is it in
interested
your?
Yeah, it's all in my wallet.
Unrelated, which insurance level would you be interested in?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Full price?
I
10,000
happen
and a
to-
half?
Oh my god.
Well, no
Let's
payment.
cover 100% of all your medical bills. Alright, want to do us a favor here now that you're on the bed?
Do you want
flash us your badge.
to take this one? It's up to you. I don't mind.
Flash us your ID.
He
I
got
just don't want
eaten.
to. I don't want to hoggle.
Either
the
by
patient.
pumpkin or murder kitty.
Yeah, he's been called by murder, Kitty.
Yeah, well.
Ugh,
You see that
How you
ID?
feeling? Yeah, I see it.
That's sweet.
Ah, come on, I'll do it.
Is he conscious?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Crashing
murder
now
kitty.
that he realized he doesn't have insurance.
Yeah.
Would you like some painkillers?
Yeah, well, I guess since I'm paying the bill anyways, right? Yeah. Is it going to cost me extra?
No.
As if though I'll put up with the pain.
It will not.
Well, if around the house, yeah, give him.
Alright, I'm gonna feel a small pinch. Yeah, and then start getting this clean.
It's not my first needle.
Looks like this cat's done a number on you, though.
Is it last
Oh.
needle?
I've been this between the wild packs of dogs and the murder kitties. You know, I even had the gun out too. You know, I was ready. They're just so damn sneaky.
They always are. They always wait till the most inopportune moment.
Sir, you shot 2 out of 3 kitties. Just say you're bad shot. And be honest.
No. Come on now.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a little bit of lidocaine on here and just numb it down so I can get some of these sutured up, just to make sure they stay closed. Shouldn't
Yeah.
take too long, and is all covered with your paint.
Stitch me up, Doc. Stitch me up. It also didn't help that I ate 3 bad tacos before that. It kind of had me stomach sick, you know.
Are you excited for tonight, Ted?
That's not smart.
No, I was vomiting all
paperwork,
morning,
hold
so I
on.
was kind of weak.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so
Jumps up and
funny.
down.
Some weird farmer there.
Oh,
You know?
wow,
He's like, hey, I
jumps
want to
up
make
and down
mama
so much.
stew or something. He's like, gather me some pumpkins down by the bank. So
You
know, I
are
head
so
on down by
shady,
the bank.
Maria.
Get attacked by a murder kitty. Take it out with a pistol. You know. Then a minute later, another murder kitty. Take it out. Third one, I turn my back for a split second.
Truly, truly was holding in my laughter at the best of my abilities.
Oh my god.
At the end of the day, I am the face of the hospital staff, and we have to be professional. I had to be
Bro,
professional.
you actually walked
No,
off
I'm
you were
sorry.
like queefs and farting.
That was
in front of
so
her.
fun. I'm sorry.
I've got to be really professional as she queefs in front of her.
That was
Like,
so funny. Ugh,
Okay,
I
next time I'm
hate
taking
this
the
hair.
friggin' vehicle right up to the pumpkin, hopping out, grabbing the pumpkin, getting
Huh.
back in.
Do you really hate the hair though?
Do they get as mad if you're riding a bike?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I do.
you speak from experience. You run from the Rangers much?
Everyone wear their hair like this. Now he.
Oh, so you decided to run instead of talking your way out of it, huh?
Callum, put your hair in hair tie.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Another one.
You do good work. I can feel it. I can't see it, but I know.
We fell at the villa.
I think the pain meds might have kicked in too. You know.
Oh God. Oh. Help.
You know,
Aye.
funnily enough, you're the closest one so far.
Oh my gosh. We're
know, right?
all Kaylin Hafford.
Yeah, we're real doctors now.
Uh-huh.
You wanna join in, Benji?
Oh, God.
Callum?
Who's the other person coming tonight?
Appreciate you.
Yeah, don't die.
Who's the other person coming to the education tonight? It was
Bill
Tiffany and
Clown.
actually not telling the overseer.
How do you even do that? Where did you find the extensions in the exact shade of your hair, Callum?
Bitch, don't worry about it. I'm fucking fabulous.
Wow. With great hair comes great responsibility, I guess.
You know what? Maybe I should get some insurance.
Oh, did you take a look at medical bill?
My God.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Well, yeah. Yep.
So what are we talking? What's my options here?
Silver, gold, and platinum. 50% coverage, 80% coverage, or 100% coverage.
Okay.
I'll drop my keys. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep.
What's the prices for each of
Oh,
those?
you want to know prices?
Well, I guess, you know, money.
Yeah, silver
That's what it's all
insurance
about.
is just below $4,000. Gold insurance is $5,200, and platinum insurance is $10,500.
The gold, how much you say that covered again? What percentage?
80% of all
Oh, that's-
medical fees.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. You get zero special treatment though. No champagne,
Oh.
no nice compliments, no comfortable bed with, nice bedside manners. You get same as everyone else, but just pay less.
Okay. I feel like I'm gonna be working hard this month, so Gotta get out there where there's murder kitties, packs of wild dogs. There's also some goons up in the woods I gotta take out with my gun, but you didn't hear that from me. You know? So maybe I should probably get the high-end insurance.
So
Might have a
gold or
dangerous
platinum?
month here. So the platinum's 10K, huh?
Yeah, and it's for 30 days.
3 days. All right, hit me up with that one.
All right.
Can you send me the bill, or do you need me to see my ID again, or
no,
how's that
no,
work?
it's good. I still have you, Mr. Thorn.
Yeah, okay. Well, send me the bill, and I don't need a special card or nothing. You got it on the computer
No,
system here or
yep,
something?
as long as you have identification on you, that is all we need.
Very good. All right, well, let's go get into trouble, I suppose, after I heal up. Appreciate you.
Of course, please stay safe, Platinum Insurance member. Your complimentary champagne will be waiting for you at your next earliest convenience when you get injured, or not. We love you.
Yeah, okay.
Say it
sounds
back.
Good. Love you too.
Thank you.
So now we're having. Oh. My bad. Oh, I got care. Oh, you're back.
I am a doctor, thank you. I am a doctor. thank you.
No. Callum! Kalen Doig. We summon you.
What the fuck? Oh. Oh wow.
Come on, Benji.
How do you do it?
It's just hair tie.
I just do.
Yeah,
you know, I just do it.
put it in hair
boom.
tie. Oh, come on. No, you need some bangs in front. Another hair tie.
It should be like, hair times one.
What? No.
Too much hair. You could give me a hair bun.
Mean?
It's just like one loads of hair ties.
Yeah.
Just use one band or like 2 bands.
Yeah.
For your
Just
hair.
like-
You need 2 bands for this one, I think. Callum. I'm gonna.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh,
We're real doctors.
Yeah.
I'm a real doctor, thank you.
I'm a real doctor, thank you.
This ponytail's iconic.
It is, yes.
If
This is the worst
Kaylin
fucking one.
Hafford's ponytail and Kitty Hilliard's ponytail got into a fight, who would come out on top?
Kitty.
I think
That is-
Kitty would stomp.
Yeah, there is difference
Kitty
between
would stomp.
being an actual doctor and just divine being, a god. No.
The white is special. Nope.
Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, I did read your secret.
What the fuck is that on your head?
I don't want to know.
Hey, get rid of that shit.
Oh, but you looked great.
Oh, it was too funny. Ugh, I hate this hair. Oh my gosh.
I think it's a good idea.
Tie your hair into that ponytail again. Tie it
Oh.
into yeah.
Yeah.
Why does it look like it's a really bad ponytail extension? You see the short bits at the top, and then like it just gets long. You know what I'm saying? You see like the short spiky bits at the top of the ponytail, and it's just like one blob. It
Blob.
looks like a really bad ponytail extension, and like the little short bits are your real hair.
Yeah, like you
Thank
haven't
you.
wrapped the extension around properly.
Thank you.
Yeah, trust I would know.
Ah.
Extension life. Everyone notices Britney's tracks. Oh, guys, please don't comment. I need to move up. I know. Oh, did anyone else see on Life Invader that the clown law is apparently being reconsidered?
Yeah, good.
That lasted
Really?
how
Why?
long? Scroll down, Governor. Amendments will be made to the clown rights order tonight. It is being completely misinterpreted and abused. This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, almost like the DOJ should write laws, not governor who
Governor?
wasn't even chosen.
Yeah, I agree.
Government drama.
Michael Grace is a fatty. I hate him.
Do we all unanimously agree that clowns don't deserve rights, but furries deserve even less?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. If I see Lucy walking around in cat ears in the foxtail all the time.
And Bunnytown.
I think I'm going to lose my shit.
Yes, that is him. Yep. you missed Caitlin Doik. We all put on a ponytail. You know, fuck it. I wanna be like this. That's weird.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say everything you just said again. I don't know. He's a director of, I think, Bishops. Is it Fourth and Beyond?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's the new director of Bishops. Apparently, Lana Winter stepped down.
Who?
And so, I'm a little bit confused.
Who's
They
the
have a medical
director?
license?
Torf and Beyond. Apparently, Lana Winter stepped down.
Why'd she step down?
To know. Just said she went out of state to study medicine. Or something like that. I don't fucking know.
So, does he have a medical license?
He does, but he needs to renew
Okay.
it. I actually need someone to be a very little gem, delightful gem for me. And
Yeah, sure. Do you need records? You need check payments?
Yeah, and I need to go revoke people and send out reminders. Gosh, I fucking hate doing it. It's fine. It's fine. Brittany, it's fine. It's not fine.
You
The
could
only
always
person.
I thought you hired Karen Gupta as your secretary. Can't she do it for you?
She's a receptionist.
There's no judges, so.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
The-
Like yeah.
Who's
The
Roxanne Frost?
The only person who has renewed her license is Kaylin.
No, there was someone
Who's-
else recently.
Oh,
Who's
really?
Roxanne Frost?
A doctor that we hired. Apparently, she got shot and robbed, and then she quit.
Oh.
Yeah, fair.
Who's Alana Reviews?
That's a singer.
Why is she? I was searching up Lana and I just see Alana Reviews.
Alana
and-
Review. She's a singer. I know who she is.
Yeah, she's on the
She
MV2.
was she was the she was meant to be in the Bimbos, but I think they replaced her
Yeah,
with
she's
Brittany
here.
Hendricks. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, out of curiosity, types in Lana Valentine. Hmm.
It is $2,000 per week or month.
Renewal. Per month. So to do it at the first of the month.
Yep. Yep, someone definitely did. I wonder, can police revoke licenses? They should be able to.
Yeah, I think they can actually.
Yeah, so you might not need the DA. But the issue is, police
'Cause,
will probably be scared to do so.
Yeah, because Brisket revoked, what's that bitch's name? She keeps harassing me in text messages.
Lyra?
Yeah, Brisket revoked Lyra's. And,
What's the thing with her?
okay, Lyra Bennett. She was, what was she? Director? medical
Embezzled
director?
money
she was
from
a medical
hospital,
director.
got
She
away
was-
with it, now she's opening clinic but wants donations.
Yeah,
There you
she
go.
was basically she was basically the Britney position.
Oh, can't you just deny her?
Oh yeah,
the
she.
license for
Oh
that?
no, I technically I am in her position.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, because I'm the underseer. She was a medical director, whatever that.
Yeah, but that's the time when they were split up into two things. Because obviously, I'm technically where Shaw was.
So you replaced. So the better Scott replaced the old Scott.
Pretty much.
I hate it. Oh
Wow.
my god, I hate. You know, I actually cannot fathom this enough. I hated all of the old Sam's Command. I only knew them for like 3-4 days. I hated every single one of them.
Alright, alright.
No, they were all so far up their own fucking asses.
Yeah,
So
we
it
are
was
totally
so-
not.
No, well, no.
No, I
because-
mean it. We are definitely not up our ass.
Well,
We
yeah,
don't-
but
we
like
don't-
we welcome everyone and we help everyone and we train everyone.
Not
Those
clowns.
bitches,
Except
well,
for
but
one, we're
those
giving one
bitches.
clown.
Let me tell you guys.
Or furries.
Let me tell you guys my first experience with
Because she's in a costume.
Those bitches, right? So I was an intern for like 2 or 3 days before the overseer took over, because I joined like mid-September, and I think the overseer took over on like the 19th. So my
No,
first
not-
2 days,
she does have
I sat
eyes, they're
in
just
this
black.
corner by myself, and nobody would talk to me. No one, not one person would even like attempt to make the effort to talk to me.
So you were Benji.
Wow.
Yeah, you
What?
know
But to be,
that's
I'll be honest.
People
I'll be
did
honest,
avoid
it
you
was-
in early days. You know that. For obvious
I
reasons.
mean, I had the issue. I had the issue of the fact of in the old hospital, if you weren't in the fucking corner talking to the people, you were not progressing for shit. It didn't matter how many hours you put in, how much work you did, how much
No,
your actual effort.
They were all lazy.
They were all lazy and just promoted their buddies. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into it too much, but there were so many people that got promoted up. I'm just like, all right, well, I guess fuck me then.
They were all very, very lazy. The only like 2 people who even spoke to me were Kaylin, because she trained me, and there was another one, I forgot his name.
It's been a while since we've seen Overseer walked off. Overseed walked off.
I don't remember his name. I really don't.
Wow, must have talked with you a lot. If you don't remember.
No, he did. Like, we spent like 3 days together. I forgot his
Oh.
name.
Oh. Did you sleep with him?
No. he's
that
gay.
explains it.
What do you mean he's gay? That's not stopped you from before.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, what was his name? Chase Marston. That's his name. Chase Marston. Yeah, they were the only 2 people that actually spoke to me. But that's only because they were training me. Oh, and Sunshine. How can I forget Sunshine? Oh my gosh.
I miss Sunshine so much.
I
She
miss
loved me so much.
Sunshine.
I miss just, standing side by side her, watching her beautifully smile, totally not nervous at all. Ah. I left a little smile on locker. I'm waiting for her to come back and see it.
Oh, I fired her.
Oh.
She was inactive. She didn't clock on in like a month.
Oh yeah,
She was
no,
no
that yeah,
LMA.
yeah. No, that's fine. If she comes back, she'll get hired back on then.
Yeah.
It's not like she got
100%.
fired for actual reason, right? So I'm hoping that she will return one day, perhaps.
I know, I love
I want
no,
her and
actually,
Kitty back, please.
I take everything I said back. Sunshine. She was the only person who I made a friend of. She was actually so nice.
She was
Such a
extremely nice.
sweetheart.
Was my
Very
favorite
good at her
doctor at
job.
start.
Very, very, very good at her job. So sweet. I miss her so
She
much.
treated my best friend Leo Escobar. How could I not love her?
And then she just vanished off the face of the
She
earth.
did just vanish. You think it's my fault?
No, I
No.
don't know. She actually really no, because she actually really liked like where Sam's was going.
I know.
She really did. And she was like, I'm warming up to it. And I was like, yeah, like it's actually great. She was just a bit iffy with the whole burn unit thing. And I was like, well, you don't have to be a part of it. We could just like train you up a little, just be a little bitchy. But yeah, she just vanished.
I think here's the thing. I'm willing to bet that a lot of our people that we did fire for an activity, they will come back sometime this month, especially if the housing market opens up.
Hmm. Well, they will definitely need job to afford house. And there's no better place to work at than Sam's, so. Why is no one getting hurt? We have police, just shoot someone already, Jesus Christ.
God.
We have, there's police at Sandy? That looks like traffic stop about to turn bad.
Felony, that looks like a felony stop. There's
Yeah.
3 of them.
Yeah.
Also, it's Gruber and the killer, so I mean, one of them will blow up.
Hopefully. Hopefully Gruber, he's been too safe recently.
The killer was like, I was only last week, but like the killer was in the happiest mood I've ever seen her.
Oh yeah,
It was
yeah,
unnerving.
she was, making it very obvious that she
God, I
was
can't
extremely
stand
happy
that
about
bitch.
something.
Yep, she got news which she was really happy about.
What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I replaced that picture of me of Lady Gaga on my MDT profile to a picture of me and Bertha. Oh, I love my husband so much. Messages him.
I love him as well. Where is the Castle Sud?
I have no idea what that is. I just saw it as well. That's a beautiful logo.
It's not logo, but yeah, sure. Also, it's not retrofitted for profile pictures, so it looks terrible.
I'm gonna be 10-7 for like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I know. Lazy ass.
What do you mean by you know?
So, what do you think of Juju and Juju? I miss Chanel.
Where is Chanel?
She's just been in her house.
Alright, she made a post that made me nervous. Looked like she was fleeing country.
No, she still lives here. She's just been in her house. I visit her every
Oh
night.
no, it was that going 1042 for the last time post.
Oh, did you see her other post that she deleted?
Which one?
Maybe it's best left unsaid.
Let me know.
It's bad.
Come on.
You sure?
Yeah.
Let me see if I have a screenshot of it somewhere. I think
I would
Jamal
hope you
sent it
do.
to me. Oh, here we go. I don't know about y'all, but me. I would never continue to hang out with a horrible person that laughs about people wishing people have. Also saying some girls have. But y'all stay safe.
I was not listening. And I do not regret it. Don't repeat that.
Told you it was bad, but you wanted to hear it.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Good.
I don't know. I actually wasn't listening. I didn't hear. You wanna swing by the bank? Check records.
Yeah, sure, let's go.
Alright. Be back, beautiful. And Tiffany.
Gag her.
How long do you think she'll make it in TACMED?
I think if she takes things a bit more seriously, and I think if she doesn't fuck up her shots or whatever, then I think she could make it, like, for Evs.
Yeah.
Maybe.
My bet was 24 hours. Callum said 3 days. Benjamin said a week.
What, before she switches back to TACMED?
Yeah, switches back, gets in trouble, gets fired,
fired,
suspended,
yeah.
anything like that. You know what? Let's see what's that about.
I think if she takes it seriously and she learns and she's very I told her she needs to be very careful of her gun, then I think she'll be fine.
Yeah, but the issue is everyone will make it in TACMED if they are that. The issue is, can she be that?
Maybe.
I guess we will see. I mean, she started off real nice and promising, but over time just started reminding me of someone else.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Really?
You don't even need to say the name.
Oh. Alright.
Oh my god.
Hello. New tow truck driver?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no.
I
Steals patient.
think that
puts in
car. I think
vehicle.
that car back there was. I think it was rigged.
Yeah, you think so? Let me take a look.
Stay right here.
Kicks patient out of car.
I'll protect you with my Barbie blaster.
Picks
Don't
patient
worry.
up.
Oh, Jez, you're very kind, you are.
Let's take a look at what we're looking at. Don't look up my skirt.
I can't see. Everything's blurry. I think I'm.
Alright, close your eyes.
Blind myself.
Close your eyes. Let me just slather you in burn gel.
Oh, Jesus. Does this happen a lot, like?
If you don't know what you're doing, yes. I suggest finding an experienced tow truck driver and being trained. Have you heard of Toho Misty?
Yeah. This is the first time this has ever happened to me, like.
Oh, well. Welcome to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Sure, like
It's time to try to find.
What's his name?
It was on the bed and it just blew up.
What's his
My
name?
name's Killian. My ID is in my front pocket there.
Yeah, no worry, I'll double check. Right. That cold burn gel should make things mild. For the meantime, the pain shouldn't be too overwhelming. We'll go ahead and get you to Eclipse and get you treated.
Jeez. So I think, do you know what? I think I need a new career. I don't think this is for me. Like, I don't think this is my way of life.
Is it not your right of way, honey?
No, are you from Ireland as well?
Yes, hon, I'm from Ireland.
Oh, that's granddad is there.
Yeah, I'm from
Oh, I
Dublin,
thought-
babe.
Oh, Jesus, same.
Yes, hon.
Oh, I could have sworn you weren't talking with that accent before. I must
Oh,
have not
honey,
heard
I'm
it.
from Ireland. I am Irish, babe.
That's fucking lethal.
I got a few things up my
this.
sleeve. Yes, honey.
Ah, jeez.
Alright. Dumps patient into trunk. Never mind, we'll put you in backseat.
Oh.
How dare you get hurt while we're on business trip?
Ah, we use on a business trip. What were you doing?
Paperwork. For hospital.
Ah, now that sounds a bit boring now, that does.
Yeah, well, someone needs to do the boring thing so everything can work properly.
Yeah.
Don't you have ChatGPT for that, like?
No.
No, hon, we don't.
Ah, Jesus, now what's the point of it then?
Don't fucking know, honey.
Ah, it's for
Couldn't tell you
doctors to
twice.
use during surgeries.
Right, hon.
Alright. You can wait here. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, we might be a while.
Yeah. See you in
No
an
worries.
hour or two. Oh yeah, he doesn't have insurance. Fuck him.
I still don't know how to go back at these.
You don't know how? Okay, I'll get it for you. How long do you want me to check? Like a week?
I guess
Last
just
week?
from the beginning of this month. I guess from the end of November to
I'll go a few
now.
days because some people pay, you know, before time.
In advance. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that works. I always encourage them to do it on the first because it's easier.
Alright, there we go.
Cool. Oh, that reminds me.
I should probably put some money away. Yep.
I'm making a deposit.
Not like $1 million. Expressly $1 million.
So a couple days ago, someone cut the seatbelts out of my command car.
How dare?
So I bought seatbelts. I wasn't sure if we were meant to use them or not.
No, no. You go to a mechanic shop and have them replace them.
Well, that's why I just put 1,000 back into the fund.
Yep, that's fine. Just...
I know we're not allowed to use government repair kits. I wasn't sure about the
Just
seatbelts.
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, don't care about anything in the armory that is not something we normally use. Just pretend that it's not even there.
Alright, well, I paid for them.
Yeah, might as well get paycheck as well. It's not like we have, you know, any reason to be in a hurry.
Yeah, no, sure, it's no worries at all now.
Now, if we had, I don't know,
You seem
an
very
insured
busy.
patient, it'll be different, but you know, it's just you. Yeah, attack my training. because you know the Rangers are struggling for money, and after we cross $2 million, we would be asked if we wanted to spare money anyway. So
Oh, it's a lot of money.
no, we don't get tax payouts, but it's fine. We make too much money. It's places like the Rangers that need tax payouts because they don't make enough out of arrests like PD does. Oh yeah, because I keep switching quote unquote personalities. I need to have a badge for all of them. I have like 12 badges in my locker room.
Good morning, officers. Good morning. Jeez, everyone's busy today,
Yeah,
aren't
looks
they?
like meeting.
Oh, we might as well stop by the bank to put our cash away.
Well, yeah, sure. I don't need to, but you can go ahead on ahead. Are you hungry, Brittany?
Ooh.
There is this new Italian place open.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go.
Although I am a bit peckish myself now.
Ah, there we go.
This is News.
Hello, this is TACnet Command calling. We are reaching out to inquire, do you possess a physical location for your restaurant? If so, we would like to swing by.
I do have a physical location of my restaurant
Oh, where would that be?
on Grove Street.
Alright, any specific address?
Next to the clubhouse there.
Ah, understood.
But it's,
yeah.
but if this is about the food, I'm afraid that right now I don't have anything cooked.
Ah, well, could you have something prepared? It's just two ladies looking for, we're just a bit peckish.
Just a bit peckish.
Yeah, it's not about a big order for organization. We literally just wish to attend
Oh,
nice
I mean,
restaurants.
it's not really a restaurant where you can go
You know how
and,
they
and
have,
eat.
the spice bags
It's-
around
it's-
and I'm
it's
sure
mostly
you're
like we're-
used to them.
Just
yes,
a
I love an
couch,
old
a couple
spice bag.
couches. It's
Alright, you have couch, that is good enough. Well, I guess we'll judge by ourselves. It's not like we
Okay.
visit a lot of, high-class restaurants often. Oh wait, no, we do.
All right. I mean, mine is not that high class, but
Well, we'll
Gosh,
see how
if-
good your food is, I guess, and if you are attractive. I'm sure, well,
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
alright, we'll be right there.
Right,
Gosh,
right
you should've
there. I
told
mean,
me. I would have gotten dressed up.
Yep.
I don't
30
have
seconds.
ingredients.
Alright. Grove Street restaurant, Italian one. Unexpected. I'm not judging though.
Where is this Italian restaurant?
Oh, he said right by clubhouse, and this is the clubhouse, I believe.
Is it the gas station?
Ah, yes. Yeah, look over here.
Oh. You doing
said-
alright back there?
Oh, I'm grand. Grand.
Won't be long.
Get out.
I don't think this is the restaurant.
No, it is.
Can't see a thing.
Yeah, it is just. All right, it is Ghost Kitchen, right? The restaurant operates out of Ghost Kitchen. Puts patient down on the couch softly. No, or not.
Hello and welcome. How can I
Hello.
help you? Did you just
We're
break that
so
man?
hungry.
We're hungry.
Yeah, did you just beat him?
No.
Oh.
No, I just can't
This
see
is
a
our
thing.
patient, and he doesn't have insurance, so we're, taking all of our stops on the way to hospital.
Oh yeah, as you should. All right, go ahead and take a seat. We're getting everything prepared right now.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, baby.
No problem. I don't know what y'all are into, but over here, we have
Men
a little. Sometimes
who knows how
we
to
have
cook.
people dancing.
Yes.
So we have a little stripper pole. We also have a little hot tub.
Yes.
Sometimes we have someone dancing. We have a hot tub.
Are you okay?
I'm being a bit better, but I guess this is what I get for not having insurance, right?
Yeah. You want to see show?
Sure know how to do. Oh, who's that?
Don't you dare.
Hi.
Hello.
That is
How's
the
it going?
chef.
Hello,
Welcome to my
chef.
humble
And the owner.
abode.
Please spit in my
is
food.
Appreciated.
She wants you to spit in her food?
Dance as well, patient. Good job. Hello, we're looking for
Hey.
something to snack on.
Hey, good job, motherfucker.
Absolutely. Would you like a drink before?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, here you go. A nice, beautiful thing.
Beautiful. I need to watch
There
my
we go,
weight.
perfect.
I'm
Yeah,
close,
yeah.
dangerously close to crossing 45 pounds.
Here you go. Here you go.
Oh god! Oh my goodness! Holy shit!
Oh, I'm so glad that y'all enjoyed that. Wow.
That was
quite,
I
yeah.
breathe it real quick.
I feel healthier
Holy
already.
shit.
My skin is glistening with smoothness.
Would you like another green tea?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm
okay.
getting my food to go.
033 going 42.
Oh,
I'll be
of
back for
course,
the
of course.
re-education later.
Here you go. I have some beautiful nachos for you today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Fresh as
look
well.
at this. Fresh
Give me that.
nachos. I mean, I had some lasagna otherwise, but these are almost going bad. So
Here you go, patient.
Oh, that looks fucking lovely.
So which one of you is gonna let me suck that dick first? Sorry, my intrusive thoughts got the best of me.
Uh-oh.
Apologies. She's like that all the time.
It's okay. It happens when you're in the south side. We're used to that.
Yeah. What's going on with this guy?
Burns.
This is
Oh,
our
it's actually a funny
patient.
story.
Does he need a drink and some food?
Nah, fuck
he
him.
got
He
food.
doesn't have premium insurance.
All right.
He got snack. He can get, I don't know, soda out of vending machine later.
Yeah,
There you
of
go.
course.
Yeah, Marie
There you
said this guy doesn't have premium, so we're gonna
He
take him
does
to all
not
of our
have-
stops.
Why does he not have premium?
Why
Even
did-
I
I
got
don't know.
premium.
He's a
10K.
tow truck driver and he blew up. Idiot.
And he couldn't spend the 10K?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Yeah, so we
goodness,
picked him
sir.
up,
I
we
made a
went to
mistake.
bank, we went to City Hall, we went back to bank, and now we came here. It's been like 15 minutes since we picked him up.
Good, good. Make him wait. He deserves that.
I mean, we're
Look,
busy.
sir, I'm a convicted terrorist and killer. I was
God.
300K in debt.
Damn
Then I
it,
became
ta-
300K positive.
That
And guess what
turns
I
me
got?
on so much.
Premium insurance, motherfucker. Thank you.
No, you
Yeah,
shouldn't tell.
I'm glad I
you
could
shouldn't
do
tell.
that for you.
You shouldn't tell me about your criminal record now. I'm gonna be an officer.
I swear to God,
alright.
it does not matter. Every cop knows me by name.
What's your name?
Switchblade Block. Hood terrorist.
I got your block.
I'm a block,
Yeah.
yo.
Oh, do
That's a
blocks
long
have-
name. I don't think I'll
Do
remember
blocks
it. Like,
have big cocks? Or is that
Block's
just a
always got
rumor?
big cocks, yo. And we were at war with the clowns and we fucked them up.
Thank God.
Yeah, and then they decided to talk shit 2 hours later. After we literally killed 3
They're
of them.
clowns.
Like, we shot them so many times in the head that their head decapitated.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. I shot 10 of them myself. In total, we fucked up all the clowns, but 3 of them died. They cannot shoot for shit.
Yeah, well.
Do you know what? I gained a bit of respect for you there now.
Yeah.
Fuck the clowns.
Yeah,
There you go.
precisely. Fuck the clowns.
What's good, motherfucker?
All right, Brittany.
So, what you
you
think
ready
of
to
the
go?
establishment?
Switchblade
It's
block. How
very
can I
nice,
help you?
Very nice.
Oh, thank you so much, so much.
Switchblade block.
You know,
It
the
really
floor,
turns
the
me
floor is
on.
very comfortable.
It looks comfortable, yeah. Yeah. Is it comfortable? Oh yeah, look at him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's so comfortable.
Wow, yeah. Alright, let's go to hospital.
Right, thanks, Blocks. You guys are so
Appreciate
fucking
Oh, I'm not a
hot.
block, but what about the payment?
Oh, of course. How
Yeah.
much?
It's just like $100. That's
Here,
fine.
take all my money.
Oh, that works. Oh yeah, that works. That works.
Make sure you split
Oh,
with
thank
that
you
guy
so
over
much.
there.
Yeah, I will. I will.
And then we had that conversation.
Blows him a kiss. Bye, baby.
Tosses back in ambulance.
Take care, guys. Enjoy your day.
We will.
Come back again.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Good job putting your top back on. Oh no, we were talking about some dumb shit. I had my I just ran from the cops.
There you go. You'll feel better. Hold that to your wee head.
I am. So how much is the insurance?
So it depends what package you're after, but I highly, highly recommend. There you go, you're all good.
I feel a lot better now, Jesus.
So we highly recommend Platinum Insurance. It's 10,000 a month. Can you afford that, big boy?
Oh, it's a bit embarrassing, but no. What's the cheapest?
So
Silver.
at that point.
And how much is that?
$4,000.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
Jesus, I can't even afford that.
Ugh. Ugh.
So have you seen the economy?
Yes.
Fucking $32
I'm doing
for a hot
relatively
dog.
well.
Well, I'm not.
I have
tow
a
trucks
Pista
blew up.
Neon. I have a Fista Neon.
Do you?
I do. I actually got one.
Then take down
I
the
got
fucking
one.
advertisement. It's still
Oh
up.
shit.
I was like, no fucking way, she's still looking to buy one.
No, I actually do have one.
Good.
Let me delete the ad. Someone sold me one for 90 grand.
What is that, a car?
A car?
Yeah, electric one.
Yes, an electric car.
Oh, I
Really
have a Fiat
fast.
500.
Yeah, only real doctors drive it though.
Oh yeah, true. I tried to buy hers and she was not having it.
Oh yeah, she needs to stay being a doctor. All real doctors have supercars.
So actually, it was a relatively quite a cheap car.
Well.
Right, come on, Piggy. Let's get you up. Only the best care for you.
Yep.
Kicks patient.
Oh.
Oh, he's kind of cute. I feel bad.
You
You're
should.
actually kind of hot.
If he wants to be police officer, he should work with us instead.
Yeah, I agree. You're actually kind of hot.
Do I get to shoot people?
Yeah.
Yes.
With these.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I sign?
Oh, alright. Well, we're not hiring right now.
Yeah.
Well, what did you offer then?
Well,
can't
you're
get
applying for
non-social.
PD, they're not hiring either, so, you know.
You could always be a doctor. You get to work with me.
Paperwork
You get
is
to
all
see
done.
G's 24/7.
I'm being honest, I'd be a straight doctor.
You be a what doctor? A shite
Shite.
doctor.
Yeah.
You be a shite doctor, hon.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, isn't that a damn shame? Cleans you, fixes you, treats you. Oh, fixes you up really good. How does this feel?
I feel oh jeez.
Do you have blue hair?
No.
Are you bald?
No.
Wait, let me rate the trim. How old are you?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it checks out. Okay, I don't see a receding
Let-
hairline
let me
just
check.
yet.
He is. Oh, gone.
Wow.
40 years old.
Jesus, bitch, you're old as fuck.
I know, I'm not that old now.
What do you mean? Yes, you are.
I'm seeing a 90-year-old man running around. You're saying I'm old?
Yeah, you're 40.
Yeah.
You know
Right,
how
your
old I am?
footstep.
I'm 18 years old.
Squeeze his blood bag.
You're talking shy.
Who the fuck are you talking to like that, hon? Better not be fucking me, I tell you what. That's her, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
it
a
looks
whole-
exactly
oh.
like me.
That's a whole different person.
No.
This is me.
No one saw that.
I'm blind.
Yeah, it
Right, go
like
on.
yeah, it's me. What are you confused about? It looks exactly like me.
Did you go through a goth phase or something?
Yeah, it's me. I look like this.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's me.
I think you should.
Like I don't know what you're confused about. Like I only have
I
one
think
look.
I should what?
I think they need treatment.
No, she's perfectly fine. You need to
I should-
GTFO.
What's that mean?
Get.
Did you
Yeah.
just insult the boss of hospital staff's auntie?
Who's who?
That's
Me.
my auntie.
Who's auntie?
My auntie. She's standing right behind you, and she's gonna beat your ass if you don't leave.
No, I will shoot.
Help.
Hello. Happened to this one.
Hello. You kind of got run over.
Did you run him over?
You kind of.
Good.
I need to go.
Oh my god, he's unconscious. Okay, we're gonna
And
hook him up to an
I think
EKG.
it's because of those genes. They're probably cutting off circulation in a lot of
Yeah,
places.
gee, they're tight as hell.
Yeah, they are.
Looks for injuries, is looking for injuries, is looking really hard.
Wow, so hard looking.
Hard bruising. Okay, nothing an ice pack can't fix. Slams ice pack on him. There you go. Oh, hold on. Let me clean these cuts off here.
Yeah, what did you hit? Did you hit Rock with that ice pack?
Yeah, I cracked it and just threw it on him.
No, I thought. Well, he sounds like Rock.
Here you go,
Look
baby.
at those
I'm gonna
abs,
clean you up
poke,
real
poke.
good.
So hard.
Right, let's bandage these up. Bandaging, bandaging, bandaging. And let's give him the classical Bobby Burner flavored breath smelling salts.
Pulls out ID from pocket.
Wafts Bobby Burner flavored breath smelling salts over his nose. Hello? Your mouth's doing a lot of moving, but I'm not hearing any words coming out of that mouth.
Hello.
Hey, sexy. What happened?
Oh.
What happened to you today?
I don't know. I was crossing the street in a crosswalk, and then I woke up here.
Oh, Sidney Brown, known terrorist, has run you over.
I remember the name, Drippy Vicky? I don't know, something like that.
Alright.
Drippy Vicky? I don't.
You don't? You know what you don't? You don't have insurance, so get out of bed. You've been
No.
treated.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, get up. Stop being lazy. Get a job
Oh.
and buy insurance.
I have a job.
Well, you don't have insurance, so you're clearly poor.
it's cheaper the amount of times I go to the hospital to just pay you than it is to buy
No,
insurance.
it's not. Breathes
Really?
down his
Because
neck.
it's like almost $11,000 a month, and I probably spend less than $4,000 a month.
Yeah, I'm
going to the
noticing that you
hospital.
are brought in by friends very often. Maybe that's the issue.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Once you
the
start-
ambulance ride. Yeah. Avoiding that is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
You are
If the
smart with
fee was
investment.
a little more reasonable, I'd be happy to buy insurance, but it's just it doesn't add up
Yeah.
for me right now.
I guess.
But I mean, I'm
Aw.
sure I can die more, or
Aw.
almost die more.
Thimble
I
Knight,
can
just
try
go
harder for
sleep.
you.
Okay, baby. I appreciate that.
How do you two get any work done being so hot all day? I'd just be making out with each other 24/7.
That's my auntie, you sicko.
I mean, it's still hot.
Gosh, man.
Yeah, you look okay.
Yeah.
The
crow's
pants, not
feet
so
were-
sure about it, but
The crow's feet were going hard on that one.
yeah,
Jesus.
they were.
Did you see those crow's feet?
I
They were like,
did
"Caw, caw,
see,
caw."
Yeah.
Who's that? I see another blip. Who is it?
Callum, probably?
It is Callum. Where the fuck is he?
I don't know, 10-7 for a few mics, as he always is. Early.
Being useless.
Yeah, what else is new? We prefer Callum to be useless than running me over with ambulance.
120, back to 8.
Speak of
We
devil.
spoke too soon. I would love for the docs to get some new stuff. I was thinking, like, what would we even...
Hello.
I was thinking, like, what would we even get? What could we even get?
I mean, I think lab coat.
Lab coat would be great.
Lab coat would be good.
Especially if it went over the scrubs. Maybe, like, some little, like, name tags or, like,
Yeah,
something.
just
Or,
have, like... Yeah.
multicolored stethoscopes.
What
would be-
if...
What?
Yeah, I guess white lab coat with red scrubs underneath.
Yeah.
And some black badges on it.
Yeah,
Because, like,
that
we're
would be
looking for
great.
something that will have, you know, a similar color scheme to this. But obviously, all the black in our uniform comes from vest, which doctors will not be wearing, so it should be mostly white.
A white lab coat with some black scrubs or red scrubs underneath would be amazing.
Maybe also, like, option between lab coat with scrubs and lab coat with dress shirt underneath.
Yes.
So if you want, you can be more formal.
And we could totally, like, wear the skirts as well with it, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I would really love that. I've always wanted a lab coat.
Alright, time to finance audit time. I will let you know who purchased or who paid for their license.
Весной голубоглазою, полуденный прибой, ты помнишь, как мы лазали на пристани с тобой, как дрались за бочонками, как ты гулял с девчонками, а я тебя ждала, любя, у будки портовой. Мальчишка беспризорный, парнишка в доску свой, веселый, задорный, с вихрастой головой, форсил татуировкою, нырял Прошла пора беспечная, настали дни забот, и вот однажды вечером отчалил пароход. Простились мы безжалостно, махнувшись с верхней палубы. С тех пор тебя я жду, любя, уже который год. Все жду, звенел бы смех задорный над водной синевой. Форсил татуировкою, нырял кино смотрела хронику, подводники в строю. И вдруг среди подводников тебя я узнаю. Стоишь в проходе путника, тобой картались
Alright, time for this. Google Sheets. Wants to watch me do Google Sheet stuff. Lol, no one.
звенел бы смех задорный над водной синевой. И я горжусь тобою, люблю еще сильней того, кто стал героем республики моей.
Был день осенний, и листья грустно подали. Последний
How's the shit going? It's well. As you can imagine, it's not too much happening right now.
тогда с тобою мы не знали, ведь мы любили, и для нас весна цвела. Ах, эти черные глаза.
Here we go.
Меня пленили, их позабыть нигде нельзя. Они горят передо мной. Ах, эти черные глаза.
Alright, it's only been Bjorn and Hathor.
Alright. I'll look into
Yeah, Hathor. Yeah,
reaching out to
Hathor
the
sent her
others.
like 5 days before the first, so that's why it's worth checking. And Bjorn was technically 1 day late, but oh well. So that everyone else, no.
Они горят передо мной. Ах, эти черные глаза. Кто вас полюбит, тот потеряет навсегда и сердце, и покой. Очи черные, очи страстные, очи милые и прекрасные. Как люблю я вас, как боюсь я вас. Знать увидел я вас не в добрый час. Ах, эти черные глаза. Кто вас полюбит, тот потеряет навсегда и сердце, и покой.
Callum, do you have my parachute?
I put it back inside the shared storage along with everything else.
I did not find parachute in storage.
I assumed you still had it on your stuff. There was a lot
I,
of stuff.
I see there was a lot of stuff in those, so that's why I put it inside the storage. Hang on. Hang on. Jump out so I can actually have a look.
Nope. You didn't put it in the bottom, did you? Nope. Oh no, I have 8 hours left until I have to reset the stream because Twitch can only support 48-hour streams. Ugh.
Why is there a crowbar in here?
Oh, I don't know. Ah.
There's Zed. Wow, we still got Sean McDonald double bag in here. Christ.
Ugh. Yeah, well, so I'll have to go get new one.
Alright, well, do you want to run up and grab the cloth just now?
No, I'll just take a ride myself.
No doubt.
Oh, I want to fucking... I so want to pull someone over. Make them think it's a fucking cop car. It'll be too fucking good. Wee wee. Wee wee. Hello, is that a problem, officer? Yes, they have insurance. Hello, organ donor. They have insurance today.
036 1075 mics.
Oh. Wow, someone has an ugly car. Jesus Christ. Oh, I guess this is someone's car as well. Why? 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 Hello.
Hello.
Greetings. I come here with question.
Okay.
How much would it cost for you to make a quite a useful black parachute for me if I provided materials needed for it?
Guys?
Or specifically cloth?
Yes,
That's all pretty much cloth, right?
It's
And
got
just a little bit of
suspended.
composite.
No, no. I would be more than happy to bring you 1,000 cloth if you just gave me a price for parachute. We have a mechanic shop that does it for us, but they're closed right now and it's an emergency, so.
I mean, I'm not sure. I've made my own, but I don't know what they go for. And if you have the materials, I don't know.
$1,000?
Like, yeah, that would work.
Yeah, alright. I'll be back with cloth. Thank you.
Let me just see what I need.
Dispatch 130, 176, util for cloth. Funnily enough, I should have taken the fucking helicopter or the ambulance. I've taken the slowest car. It's gonna take the longest to get there. Vacuum suck. They were close to getting fucking T-boned. Oh, the OJ announcement, is it about the clown rides being suspended? Statement from the governor's office. Let me see. Effective immediately, I am suspending executive order. Boring. Yep, clowns no longer have rights. Good. Flakecast. Aw, Cornflake is starting a podcast. That's cute.
Sophie 6 going 1042. I'll be back for re-education.
Good. Go to sleep. Well, first of all, the clown rides were added, you know, shortly. Plus, a lot of clowns are causing a lot of issues, not only these two. And literally every single law will always have their limits pushed. It's not like clowns will not get the law. It was just haphazardly written with a lot of loopholes. So, you know, they're just going to redo it. It was literally the same reason with TACMED and legislation being written, you know, quickly and not, you know, covering enough and being used for loopholes to get TACMED arrested, etc. Like, every single time anybody comes up with a law, it's always used like this.
You're going to buy something? Yes?
Okay? Thank you. Come back soon.
You gotta keep that in mind, right? It's not like the RP was ruined. It was just natural cause of action, right? A new law was introduced. It was immediately abused. So it was like, okay, we need to do a better job at implementing it. And you know, like don't look at it as, you know, RP being denied or yeah. Yeah, they tried, they fucked up, they need to try again. They'll do it again. And also you gotta remember that most clowns are fucking obnoxious criminal terrorists who cause a lot of chaos. Like yesterday was, you know, all of Chatterbox and all of that. Aw. Aw, you're very much welcome. Hi. Hi, Kratex. Sorry, you know, it's slow time, so I thought, I'm not just gonna take you to hospital. We're gonna give you some fun RP. We're gonna show you how, you know, how little we care for patients with no insurance. I was like, nah, you're fine. We're gonna bring you along for this little girl's trip. You got a free nacho bowl. There's nothing to complain. Thank you for the follow as well. Love your accent. Absolutely love it. I cannot tell if Brittany was lying or if she's actually fucking, I don't know. I cannot tell the fucking English accents apart. I can tell Europeans and Eastern Europeans accents apart, but not anything English. Yep. I want to pull someone over so bad. Imagine how much fucking trouble I would get if I pull someone over and they fucking snitch. No, not wellness check, insurance check. Gets out clipboard, walks out. Hello? Hello, organ donor. Would you perhaps happen to have an insurance? PD is having a meeting, oh boy. I went to the wrong place. Blah. Well, who's gonna pull me over? PD is in a meeting. What is a spy's bag? Teach me. I am an uncultured swine who has lived their life under a rock and has no idea about anything in life. This car is so shit, I love it. Hello. How's that deal looking? Is it doable? 1,000 cloth and $1,000 for a parachute?
Yeah, I'll do it for 500. I think
Ah.
that's a little bit too much.
No.
Yes.
All right. How about this? I will give you
I just need
$1,000,
the-
and you will also repair and clean car.
Okay,
There you
fine.
go.
And what color parachute would you like?
Black.
Black? Just
Only,
straight
yes,
black?
only
Sure.
black. It has to match uniform for TACMED, so it has to be black. It's crispy chicken chips, peppers and onions thrown into a big brown bag and shaken around. Eh. Yeah, it's not, but Auto Exotics is closed, and Callum lost my parachute. Someone stole it from. Someone stole my parachute from storage, so I'm just getting an extra one here. I don't care. Why not? Is this one called Why? No, it doesn't have a custom license plate. Oh, West Virginia, Mount Blue Mountain, Shenandoah River. Bow, 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 da 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 da. Country road. Also, I forgot to pin post about the subathon. No, no. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. There we go. Country road. Yeah, my eyes hurt a little itty bit. Ooh, in 3 hours we will be below week time in timer. It's been a few days since we've been below 7 days. My fucking drink looks absolutely fucking... oh my god. Poisonous. Because it is poison, it's an energy drink. It's pretty much fucking poison.
There's that.
Oh, thank you.
Are the keys in here?
Negative. Here they are.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like glove. Good. Good job.
Alright, step back a little bit. I want to hit you.
Hurts every time. I should get a walk-off cosplay.
People.
Huh. I want to get a walk-off cosplay.
Because we never had a pole in here before. We always had to kick or punch things, and now we have a pole, so we use it.
Good, good. Poles are useful. I mean, I have Maria cosplay that I made myself. Might as well do walk-off cosplay. Ah, god damn it! This is so beautiful, but it's expensive as fuck. It's like $100. I'm not getting that.
All right. Yep, the key is back in the ignition, and you are all set.
Good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Your assistance for the greater good is appreciated.
You're welcome.
This car is so beautiful once it is clean. Shame it doesn't stay clean for long. Where did these comps were going? No idea.
Hey! Oh yeah!
Hello, this is Darkmet. What is the nature of your emergency?
Oh my god, I need help, please. My friend is dying.
Alright, where? Why?
We're in the scrapyard
No.
up in Sandy, and he was bitten by a coyote.
Really?
Yes, he was bitten by a coyote.
Are you sure it was not a cat?
No,
It is
it was a
by-
coyote.
It is by a street called Cat Claw Avenue.
Yeah, but it wasn't a cat, you know? Usually I can meow at them and they'll be like meow back, but no, this time it was growling and shit, you know? Yeah, it was quite scary.
Yeah,
It was
and your
you know,
friend
very
is in a
scary.
lot of pain.
His pain is currently a 10 out of 10.
Oh. Oh, so he's
Yeah,
dying.
and
Alright, good.
yeah, and I tried relieving it by kicking him in the face, but it didn't work.
Oh, I guess he's not into that. Oh well. Yeah, we'll swing
No,
by.
he's not into that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
You ready to get shot? Yeah, I'm asking if you're ready to get shot.
I don't want to get shot.
Yeah, extremely suspicious call from Sandy Scrapyard. Someone got bitten by a coyote.
My vest is okay.
Valkyrie or?
Valkyrie for this.
Hey there. I'm with you.
We'll ask Ranger if he wants to swing by.
Sure will do.
Just for security.
Rangers from TACMED.
You're on our frequency still.
We just got a call over at the
never mind.
scrapyard in Sandy. It sounded very suspicious. Could maybe swing by just to make sure this is a trap that someone else gets shot? Good luck. Don't be this second away. They ain't coming, they ain't coming, they ain't coming.
Yep.
God damn it.
TACMED PD,
Send it.
can I get a unit over to that latest 13B
It's right on the train track.
Yep. 10-4, where are we? Let's not go for the obvious trap. Also, because the ranger is dealing with 3 people at Beaver Bush, and he's not able to go.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It's Gruber.
Yep, yep. It is that time.
It is that time of day.
Let's see
Oh
down.
god, how do we get to there?
That's fine.
Can.
Where is he exactly?
He's under here. You know what? Go up, go up. Yeah. So you have to go on the left hand side here.
Right under the bridges.
Yeah, right under the bridges. 10-4. You know, go up.
You'll have a better chance if you come from the canal side.
Yeah. Right, go for the
I will not take this risk. We can just park here, it's fine.
But it's way over there.
Where?
Also, these explode.
Okay, why would they explode?
Because they're gas canisters.
Yeah, but why would we hit it?
The blade would hit it.
I would have to hit it. You have no faith in me, Callum Doig.
I have no faith in the helicopter blades. That's all.
Have faith in me, idiot. Well.
Oh, the key's still in the ignition. Okay.
Yeah.
If it isn't the exploding German cop.
Is that what he is now? The exploding German?
Yeah,
He
always
is
has
quite
been.
notoriously bad for it.
That's true.
And considering the fact that we're here under the bridge, his cruiser upside down, wedged upwards, exploded, means that this was a pretty spectacular one.
Yeah, that, what is it, the propane tank over there? That blew up.
Yeah, you're not supposed to hit them.
Yeah, this would be good. Just got some first degree burns here. Yeah.
I splashed some saline on
Arms.
him already, but it's all up to you.
Yeah. We'll get the burn gel on his arms as well, and we'll get him out of here.
Yeah, we'll follow.
Ugh, and he's making noises, so ugh.
Sauerkraut.
Lucas Podolski kebab. Saying German things to get his attention.
Ham and potato salad.
Valkyrie 1, 7
Is that German? I don't
1,
know.
13 Bravo.
10-4, good copy. Ugh. Does he have insurance still? There we go. And the huh and all that.
There we go.
Just let me die.
Oh, we wish we could. Too profitable. You're like investment.
Just let me lay here. No, don't take me down. Let me
Hey! That's the
Hi, Gruber, wanna come to a obvious trap at Sandy with us?
Why? What's happening in Sandy?
Well, we just got very suspicious call and we expect to get shot when we arrive, so. Wanna come with?
Okay.
I mean, there are units coming here up too, so you should ask them as well.
Yeah, we
The
asked
more the
one
better.
ranger, but he doesn't want to come. Hello,
The
this is
line.
Takmet. What is the nature of your emergency?
Oh, hello. This is the medical services. Yes.
It is, yes.
Oh, hello. I have. There's this guy down here who's looking pretty pale. He looked like he got hit pretty hard, and he needs some assistance over here
Where?
at the end, at the scrapping.
Sandy.
At the scrapping. Where you can take apart the rusty
Alright,
cars.
do you see any bite marks on him?
I do not see bite marks. No.
Oh, that's
it
funny
looked like
because
he
we
got
got
hit
called a few minutes ago about the same place, person being bit down. And now they're beaten down with no bite marks? That's interesting.
I don't see any bite marks. He was
No,
just talking a minute ago,
that's
but I
fine.
think
We'll
he.
swing by, yeah, of course.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Right, you're all good to go, Gruber, and I
Hey,
am now going to
troopers,
quickly
are
check
you,
your
occupied?
insurance. Yep, you still have your platinum insurance. You will have it
Trooper.
until probably next week.
Cool.
Hello.
Howdy,
You look
how are
ridiculous, by the way.
Hello, sorry, I was asking question. We have received a second extremely suspicious call from Sandy Scrapyard about injured person, and we would request if a unit would like to come with us up to Sandy, just for safety.
Yeah, ask over PD radio. I gotta bring him back, and we're being called by some sergeants.
Oh, alright.
Otherwise, I'll come help you. But most likely, they're probably. It sounds like a setup.
It is a setup.
Oh,
yes, that's
it's
why I
a
want
setup.
cops.
It's a setup. It's a setup. Oh.
Did you just say fuck it and go alone? I've never been robbed.
Actually, really, to be fair, really good song.
What? It's a setup.
Yeah, it's go. It's a setup. It's a setup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's just take ambulance. Fuck it. Don't do that. Never do that again.
Hmm?
Do not park here.
There's a person in the car. I can't
Oh.
relay it.
Oh, that would do it then.
Yeah, park in the spot. Don't. We.
Anyway,
Yeah, this is for patients. Unloading.
Yeah.
Park in spot.
How's it going?
You thought you would be driving.
I didn't realize my mistake. Alright, what the hell about the PD radio?
I mean, I'm driving.
See if I can get a break in here. 1, 2, 3.
Good luck.
PD from TACMed. Could we get a unit or two to assist us up at this 47 on Sonora Way? It sounded incredibly suspicious, and we suspect it's potentially a trap. Ten for it's at the scrapyard. We'll switch back to channel 1. You're not gonna believe it.
They're coming.
No.
No.
No one responded.
Oh.
One person responded saying that I'm in the middle of a call, but if no one responds, I will come along.
Yeah, I know. No one will respond because one person is getting repair job at Hayes, and another one are having, meeting at RPD, so no one will come. I would complain if something actually happens to defund police, but it's not like they're getting paid anyway from government. Alright, we just roll in, scream at others to back off, load patient into ambulance, and drive off.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, make way.
Hello.
Hello, this is Stagman seeing what happened here.
Alright, so
Man
what
got
happened?
beaten down.
I got beat up by that lady.
Which lady?
Not this one, but the one behind the
He's
ambulance.
lying.
Well, we don't care. You got beaten down.
Alright.
I did.
Yeah.
Again, not what we're asking.
There you go. Right, let's have a look at you, buddy.
He's a bit bruised up, isn't he?
Alright, let's just
All
go bruise these here.
over.
Yeah, you got beat the fuck up, buddy.
Yerp.
Alright, let's load them up. Our
Hey,
doctors will
before
have a
we
field trade with
before we leave, could you lock my free collar?
Is one of these your friends who you trust to go through your pockets, or do you want me to do it?
If you can.
He doesn't trust me.
Well, you did beat him up.
I mean, you beat them up.
For no reason at all, to be honest.
Yes, there was, Sean.
Say it again.
I said yes, there was.
Is this
What was the reason?
domestic abuse situation?
You said I was rude and stuck
Is that
up.
Canis?
I said rude. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's Canis free crawler.
You sound annoyed.
I'm a little bit. I just woke up, and this is the first thing that happened.
Oh my god.
176 scrapyard.
What?
Would it
Can
make
you
make
blame
feel-
me?
Would it make you feel better if I picked you up?
Same
No,
code
dude.
We're transporting patient back. But thank you.
10-4, we'll move back.
See you in a minute, Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you?
No, she's
I am.
not.
I am.
Not
I
at
am.
all.
I am. I promise. I promise.
Oh well.
Bye, Sean.
Guys, can I trauma dump?
Yeah.
Sure.
She was very. How do I put this in words? She just okay. So I met her at the scrapyard, right? We were scrapping together for like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Didn't come together. I just met her there.
Yeah.
She started complaining about how the city is for a while. I got kind of annoyed because the gods are doing the best they can, right?
There's. Huh? How did it turn into a religion conversation?
What? You know what I mean?
No, I don't. -1. Did he literally just?
I don't know how to put that into words.
You don't know what to put what in words.
She was just very complaining about how.
What, the governor, the police?
Sure, the government of the city doesn't have some criminal things for her to do.
What? Oh,
And
what?
But why is that the job of the government to say, oh, you know what? We as a government need to ensure there's more crime in our city.
Well, yeah, please understand what I'm saying.
No, I will
We
not
know
understand.
not
The
understand, we
person
say
you
dumb.
met is absolutely batshit insane, and clearly he took more than a few IQ points off your list as well. But
Sorry,
thankfully,
I
at Eclipse Medical, we don't care about mental health issues, so he can be insane. We don't care. We'll just treat your bruises, and you'll be on your way.
Sorry, I just don't know how to put it into words.
Again. No, you do. You're just insane. And so
Yep,
is she.
I'm super insane. Yeah.
She's complaining. She's complaining about government that she doesn't have crime to do. What?
Yeah, she was complaining how there's no banks or anything, and she's
Of
just gonna
course
leave.
there are banks. What do you mean?
Well, banks to rob.
What do you mean
Which
there
makes
are
no
banks?
sense to me.
That's a
Yeah, I
that's a
know.
shitty bank. That is our business policy is to get robbed.
Yeah, and she was. It was just very irritating.
I mean, it sounds irritating. Yes, I'm very glad.
And then
Yeah.
she just beat me up out of nowhere.
Yeah, all right. Were you actually bitten by
So-
coyotes?
No, she lied on the phone.
All right.
I'm not totally sure what to do about all
Yeah,
this.
she wanted to rob us
Yeah.
because we have big guns.
Big gun.
Little did she know we're not idiots. And we have those big guns
One of
because we
us
know how
is,
to use them.
It was just a very stressful thing to wake up to.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, thank you guys
Ah, you're welcome.
for saving me from that place.
I
I gotta go
guess.
back and get my car, which kind of sucks.
Alright.
Or I guess I could leave it there.
You could, yeah. It's only a
But
scrapyard.
then-
You'll probably find it, missing everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I don't go to places like this. You just find.
Well, you guys
people who
having a
do
good
that.
day?
Yeah, of course. We always have a good day.
Good.
Oh god.
Nurse, help! This one has been beaten down by a psycho.
Freaking psycho.
Papers, please.
Did you know her name by chance?
I do not, but I want to know yours. Show your papers.
Oh, sorry. Here you go.
Thank you.
I'm like half off the bed. I just be chilling.
Well, you're not falling off, so good enough for us.
She called me fuck ugly though.
Well,
Would you call me fuck ugly?
I would not, but I would say your head looks like it's about to fall off your neck. Stickman, little stickman.
You call me a stick man?
Yeah.
You are very. You could do with eating some more meat or some carbs.
I only eat soup. Like canned chicken noodle. Or no, potato soup, real good. Do you guys hate me?
You've done nothing to really cause us to hate you.
No, I wouldn't
Sorry,
hate you.
you weren't talking.
Well, I'm doing paperwork. What do you want me to do? Sing you a song?
I'm talking to the other guy.
Oh, don't talk to other guy. He's weird.
You're weird?
Yeah.
What?
How weird? Scale to 1 to 10.
Well, he tries to kill me every week.
I don't mean
Dude.
to kill you.
Hey, Doc, do you think I could stand up?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, I think I can.
Can you?
Yeah, look at this.
All right, you're standing. Good. And you're rich. Nice. Ranch. No, what? R-A...
I'm rich?
I don't know. Your pant says something. Anyway, your paperwork is all done. Enjoy your medical bills and retrieving
What does
your
my
car.
pants say?
Like RAHCM. Rechts.
What?
Yeah. On your right
Must be
side, on your hip.
Russian.
No.
No,
I don't know
I
Russian.
remember.
Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Oh, this is a new look.
Yes, a little bit.
I like it.
You do?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh.
shit.
You look like a
The
lawyer.
heels go hard.
I know.
You're practicing law?
No, it is just makeover look. Brittany
Okay.
and the Barn Squad has made this.
Hi, that's fair enough.
Okay, well, thank you guys. I gotta go get my car.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Bye. I'm probably gonna go and leave. I just woke up. Let's just see
Sounds good.
who's around.
You feeling rested?
Uh,
Feeling rested? You feeling energetic?
yeah, I guess. Oh god.
What?
Feeling energetic and ready to go. You gotta think about it and do you gotta do. Ouch!
Oh, he trying. I'm just stand next to you for no reason.
Do I need to check out of here?
Those doors are supposed to be locked. Did you lock them?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. All right. You do not need to. It would be appreciated if you do not want to have a medical checkup. Just let me know and I'll discharge you.
I don't mind doing, a checkup.
All right, Callum, take a look.
Oh, sounds about right. I only brought him in yesterday. Let's see how that GSW is doing.
Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's doing really good.
Yeah, my word, that's some fucking perfection stitching right there. Honestly,
Yeah.
it looks like it hasn't hit a damn thing. Barely anything's wrong. You can come right back on duty.
You'd have no idea because it did hit an artery yesterday, but now, look at it.
Yeah, you could never tell. Never
You look
tell.
horrible, Callum, though.
Alright, well,
6 out
thanks.
of 10.
6 out of 10.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah, he's like a 6
Well,
out
that's
of
a
10.
passing mark. I'll take it.
No,
How
it's
much
not.
longer do I got on my
Insurance? I'll check.
insurance?
If unless you're ready there.
I'll be right down. I'm just getting a quick checkup. Oh, Quirk's here. Thank you.
Yeah, you have like over a week left.
Over a week. Can I just
Yeah.
can you pop another one
you
in
can.
there?
You can, yeah. You will
All right,
have...
pop me another one.
Yep, you will have until 20th of next month.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. It's January 20th.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. All right, well, I'm going to stand up here and, get out there for a little bit. Thank you, doctors.
Anyways, keep yourself safe out there. Don't get shot by more old men.
KYS. Keep yourself safe. I like that.
Alrighty. I love nicotine. There's a TV show about nicotine. So that's why there was police officer at the hospital. Thought he was fired or something.
Well, apparently it was, I don't know, like, apparently he became a lawyer, now he's back on PD.
Ah, well. I miss having embezzlement at hospital. There's nothing to... Our employees are doing too good of a job, not, doing anything bad. Other than committing crime, but that's mostly doctors. Yeah, keep yourself safe. Hi, Margo. Morning. Mattress comfy. Yeah, mattress comfy. My lips are always so fucking dry after shaving.
But I like my baby face.
Hey, hi Margo. How are you doing? Normie crimes.
One 75 1041.
And for welcome on the shift. Yep, good. Good. If you're getting
Hi-yo.
character feedback, that means you're good.
Are you sitting? Oh, I thought you were sitting on Callum's face for a second.
No, I'm behind.
No.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Nope. Still behind.
Right? Oh.
How you doing?
Now. Nope, still behind.
I don't know. I don't know if I should look
Yeah,
that. There we go.
no. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Nope. New glasses. They look cute on you.
I went back to my old ones.
Alright.
I don't know. I'm gonna put my new ones back on.
You can't?
I don't know. I just trying out different looks. Oh.
And there's some more stuff. We'll be rewriting this order tonight. So just wait a few hours, Clouds. It was a bit too vague and was taken advantage of immediately.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
I'll be
I'd seen it last
hosting
time,
a
right?
clown hall meeting tonight to address concerns and reveal the new order.
Oh, I might go there and ask for fairy rights.
No.
Why? Why not?
Because one of the tenements of that would be I proclaim that all furries may be allowed to yiff in public places.
No, that's just fucking perverted. That is perverted.
Yeah, that's all furries are, perverts.
No.
Yes.
A fair chunk of them are. A fair
No,
chunk of them
all
are.
of them. All of them.
You think I'm a pervert? What
Yes,
the fuck?
absolutely.
You work in a hospital. You
You
work in
want
a
me to
hospital.
pull
Then
your
you're the
tail out
anyone that works in a
again?
hospital is a pervert.
Yeah. Have you? I mean, nah. Have you?
Yeah, let's take a look at Lucy Webb
Have you
post,
seen most
shall
of the
we?
doctors?
I said.
I
most
will
of who
show
work in a
my
hospital
tits
are
to
perverts.
anyone who gets platinum insurance at Sam's.
I literally saw that was a joke, but I literally saw Brittany fucking woohoo someone in that room last night.
Again, my point. Again, you're proving my point that 90% of the people who work in this hospital are perverts.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Tagbed is very non-perverted. Except for Tazi, she apparently sleeps with a lot of people.
She does?
She slept with Shepard. Well, to be fair, it was only blowjob
Wait.
in bar. And it was sad.
Wait, which? Wait, I'm trying to remember.
I mean, I think that's still.
Oh, the guy shepherd. I was very confused.
Oh, yeah, I guess that could be confusing.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
No, I would not judge what Lady Shepard enjoys.
Listen, I'm sure she was just giving a good oral examination of a wound.
No.
I don't think that was it.
No. Although I would not be surprised if one could mistake that dick for an injury.
Probably, to be honest. It's probably got more than one hole in it.
He really wants to train Sam's.
It's probably the only way he gets a job back.
I told him our employees are extremely good at shooting innocent people already.
I don't want to spend money. I don't want to spend money. Stop trying to make me spend money. Vatos Autos.
Spend money, spend money, spend
No,
money.
they've got sport brakes. They've got sport brakes available for 25k. But I must hold. I must hold. I am at $326,000. I must hold.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
I have worked many hours.
I'm just gonna save up for like a fucking supercar, and I'm just gonna get a supercar, and they'll be like, "How the fuck do you get that?" I'm like, "I'm tackman."
Well, the way how to earn money is tackman. Do lots of hours and never spend a fucking penny of it.
That's basically it.
Yeah, that's why police officers still make more money than us, because they're on duty more and just don't do anything. We actually force people to work for that money.
Yeah.
Well, I guess unless you're Lucy early in the morning and you're zoning out every minute. It only hurts when it's true.
It is true.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I have my reasons for doing that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if it gets worse, we'll just tell you to go off duty until you're ready to be on duty.
Yeah.
But for now, you're good.
Yeah, because that's like, at that point, there would be an order. So I'd be like, yeah, okay, I have to comply. I still have my fingerprints in an evidence bag.
Alright.
But after you took my
Hello, this is
fingerprints...
Darkmat. What is nature of your emergency?
Hi, we're up near the camp in Mount Chiliad, and one of my friends slipped on a rock, and he needs help.
Oh yeah, he just pressed his little emergency button.
Good,
We will
okay.
be on the
Yeah.
way.
Thank you so much.
Actually, why
Of
don't you two
course.
go?
Okie
Bye.
dokie.
What was that, Callum?
I said you and Lucy could go, so Lucy's give me Jay was plus it up a bit.
Oh,
Since you'll be
alright,
going
I
with.
thought you and Lucy would go, but fine.
You like flying?
No, too late. Fuck off. What? What's so funny?
It's just when you were like, no, fuck off, and you went. Oh, Valkyrie time.
Yes, it does.
Meow.
Dispatch 131 plus 1. Transitioning Valkyrie 176, latest 47 at Naked Camp.
But I'd be cool and parachute in.
You wanna be cool parachuting?
Yeah.
Are you going to do a good job? Because lately everyone I let parachute in absolutely fucking embarrasses themselves and I feel bad.
No.
Can you
good
actually
job.
parachute, you know, at the
Yes.
patient's feet so it's like cool and all?
Oh, I can try.
Alright. I will drop you
I will try my
specifically so I can do it. Do you know how to fly in parachute?
New government order. Smoking is now authorized in all government buildings.
Wait, what did he say?
I don't care.
I know, but just like, man, the governor's on a power trip today.
What is a government building?
Us, PD, Rangers, City Hall.
Isn't every building government building? They're all
Not the
owned
repair
by
shops.
government.
Not the repair shops. Not the,
No, they
not
are.
the
They
restaurants.
are leased out to people. They're not purchased.
I don't think that's true.
No, it is true. That was a big thing.
They had to seize the building, the tuna shop.
What?
It's a tuna shop, so how can they seize something that they already leased?
Because they're idiots, but the official order was that all buildings are leased. That's why you cannot park unless you are, you know, actually.
It's probably not a conversation. This is not probably a massive legal conversation you're having with the radio.
Lucy, you didn't even check where the patient is.
It's fine. I think I could see him.
She just jumped, didn't she?
Yes, but she was supposed to jump tactically and smart. Instead, she's just.
Is
she's
she
just
gonna
going.
eat shit?
Looks like it. She's going nowhere near patient.
I'm going near the patient. Okay.
You are nowhere near.
I found over right here. Oh, it's a local.
That's why you're to wait until the patient's located.
Go down. Hello, this is Takmet. Do not worry. An operator is on their way to you. She just doesn't know how to parachute properly, I guess.
No, man, no.
It was an impressive landing, ma'am.
Which one?
To sailing.
The way you just hovered down like a butterfly. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I have perfect score in Valkyrie Rescue for a reason. This one, though, disappointed me. She was supposed to be all cool and parachute towards patient. You could have looked through camera, locate patient, and parachute exactly where they were. You decided to be impatient cat. Takmet, what is nature of your emergency?
There's no emergency,
Right, I'm
Tuckman.
gonna give
It's
you a shot of
me.
morphine.
Where
is you?
where
Make
did
you a
you?
little bit light in
Oh,
the
you know,
head.
I'm the one who
It'll
bet
numb a
up
lot
the
of the
guy.
pain.
Where did you drop him off?
Where do you
may have
think we
broken
drop
some
injured
ribs.
person?
No shit, Sherlock. I mean, which hospital?
If you cannot figure out which hospital we operate out of, there's not much I can help you with.
I checked Sandy.
gonna
Okay,
face.
which is
Sandy
the
is
closest
closed.
one.
It's gonna
What
hurt.
the fuck? Okay,
but
so
don't worry.
you brought
There's
him
giant
to
sign
in the
next to the
city.
door saying it's closed. Can you read?
Okay. Now
we
you know
go.
what? I
So
can read. Okay.
All right,
I'm
I
just
don't think you
asking.
can. What about? How about you check?
Okay, okay,
have you
okay.
checked? All right,
Okey-dokey.
have you checked Polito?
Oh, hey.
Did you bring him all
Alright.
the way up to the Toledo?
Let's get you to
Great
Eclipse.
question. There is no hospital up at Polito.
I haven't
idiot.
ever been up in fucking Polito, so you brought him
Go,
to the
don't
city
go
one.
there. It's a clown clinic.
Listen.
Don't go there.
Thank you guys.
Oh, the clown clinic.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So you brought him to a
You
city.
seem to be slurring your words a bit.
Again,
are you okay,
just
sir?
use
I can hear
common
you.
sense.
Okay, shut up. Oh, listen.
I'm on
Okay,
call.
and,
What do you want?
Okay, how is he getting back?
None of my fucking problem.
Oh my god, I hate you. Okay, bye.
Okie dokie. We'll get you to Eclipse as soon as we can.
Oh my darling. Oh my god.
Dispatch, Valkyrie, 76 Black Eclipse, 147, non-critical.
Oh, man.
That's why I'm split, because, like, clearly she's a good role player, but from what I've heard she was talking about, yeah, it's not really... Maybe the guy was the horrible, like, her complaining makes sense, and it's his that was the -1, you know? Thinking it's all, like, OOC, etc. Fucking calling gods, complaining about gods. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about now? -1 machine. So misty.
Yeah.
Maybe snow is coming.
Hopefully.
Why, you want
It
to do a
snows-
little snow angel?
Yes.
Alright.
It snows for like 5 minutes and it always melts like for about 3 hours.
It's not even... December just started. What do you expect? No. Wait, hold on. Let me turn on text-to-speech, because something's happening with patient, but I have no idea what.
Yeah.
I don't think it's working today.
Yeah.
Ready.
Oh, man.
Well.
Alright, I'm not taking you in Valkyrie again. How do you fail at getting out of the helicopter twice in one flight?
I have no idea.
Oi! Oi!
23 Eclipse. I need a drink.
Is Lucy dead?
I wish.
What do you mean?
She failed to parachute properly, and then she proceeded to jump out of helicopter before she landed.
Oi, man, what are you
Lucy,
doing?
remember the talk we had yesterday?
Oh, what talk did you have yesterday?
About being calm. Behaving.
I love Lucy. I love Lucy. Being both extremely stern and extremely supportive is my like favorite bit on Maria Wakatov.
Dispatch 014 going 1041.
And far welcome on shift.
Sweet. Can we still hire that clown?
Yeah, why not?
Because the thing just got
And
pulled back.
what? He's not wearing mask. He doesn't have fake ID.
Oh, does he have face paint?
Yeah. What's wrong with face paint?
Fair.
Yeah. Like makeup. Hello, doctor.
Hello, hello. How you doing, brother?
Throws fish at cat.
No complaints just yet?
Oh. Where's the fish?
Down. You're standing on it.
Oh. No.
I like the new haircut.
It is wig. It is for makeover day. Brittany and the barn unit made this look.
Oh, do you like it? I like it too.
They did something.
Помнишь трепет первой встречи, милый мой дружок? На дорожках дремлют тени, шелестит листва, и звучат среди сирени нежные слова. И жизнь моя, судьба моя, любимая, желанная, родная, долгожданная, хорошая моя. Нас с тобой не тронет осень, милый мой дружок.
We have got picture of Eclipse.
Not a good one.
I'll just post overseer picture. There we go. Like it.
Thank you, man. Gracias, man.
You're welcome.
So, Lucy.
Yeah, what? Huh?
What have
did
you
I do?
learned?
I'm impatient.
Yes. But this time, wait for your spirit to say, okay, jump out of the helicopter now, and now we know where the patient is.
It was quite funny because Maria was like, "Don't make an ass of yourself," and I made
And
an
what did
ass
you
of
do?
myself.
Exactly.
I love that sound when the MDT first opens up.
Just a boom.
Oh, so inviting and nice.
Fucking hell, you know, it's December. I'm getting recommended Michael Bubble.
Bublé. It's Michael Bublé.
It's
You call him. You
Mr.
can't. You
Bubble.
call him Michael Bubble again. I am going to fire you.
Okay.
That
Why did you
actually
get
infuriated.
fired?
That actually fucking infuriated me.
Someone pick
Why,
up this
why did
call?
you get fired? I
I
called
didn't.
Michael Bublé Michael Bubble.
Someone pick up.
You call him Michael Bubble again. You're getting a strike point.
Do you think he goes
Hello,
when he
this
takes
is
a
Darknet.
bath?
Did you intend to
he
call
takes a
this number?
Bublé bath?
Oh no, me meant it is called the DOJ number, which
Yeah, fair enough. All right. How do? It's like
which
others.
one is this?
Well, this is TACMED medicine.
Me so sorry. Me so sorry.
It's like completely opposite. Our is nothing like DOJ. What do you want from DOJ anyway?
I mean, it's too okay to defer a case because me being taken by ICE.
Yeah, you sure you definitely need lawyer if you don't know how to even call a number correctly. All right, good luck.
Jama.
How do you call 811 when you mean to call 666? Like it's what? Huh?
People are stupid.
That's like physically impossible to mistake. I get like 9 and 811 mistake, yes, but like, how do you mistake 811 for 666? I don't know.
Engineers spend millions of dollars so that user interfaces are easy, so people like them can use them.
And yet they still fuck it up.
And yet. Well, I think I should get some red scrubs, right, for the holiday season.
I mean, we always encourage doctors to wear black and red scrubs to, match the color scheme of TACMED stuff.
If only Brittany let you allow to change the colors of them. So you could have green pants
Mix,
on, but then
yeah.
red. Yeah, mix them. So it's green and red.
I don't think so. I can try though. I mean,
yeah,
it's in storage. We can
I
see
think-
how it looks. It's not allowed to, to have as uniform. I will ask Overseer if she'll
Yeah.
be okay with making hospital staff into Christmas trees.
Yeah. Well, why don't I go get one and show you guys what it looks like, and we can decide
sure.
from there.
Yeah. Well, we will not decide. We don't make decisions, but we will see.
I do think though, black pants and red top should always be allowed as scrubs, because I feel like that's kind of normal Sam's colors.
Well, technically, it would be white top with black pants, and then
yeah,
perhaps
true.
red stethoscope or something,
Hmm.
or black. It would be very good to get a lab coat for doctors because they have absolutely nothing. Obviously, TACMED has been spoiled because it's Overseer's favorite baby, but doctors deserve some love as well.
Yeah.
Actually, we'll look into what kind of lab coat we could get for doctors.
Maybe the one that's similar to how Ronaldo has.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it could come in 3 variants. You can have you could have a version of lab coat with scrubs beneath, a dress shirt beneath if you want to be, more classy, or perhaps one with nothing
Yeah.
beneath so you can be slutty.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Callum and Maria are like parents to a lot of people, not only Lucy, like Chloe as well. Callum is basically Chloe's dad. Maria Wachthoff is basically her mom. I love it as well. I love it. Also, hi, darling. How are you doing? And hi, Sunan. Hello. Hey, how's it going? I'm back to being baby face, finally shaved. Not the best, but oh well. No, my poor skin is so sensitive. I hate shaving. Absolutely hate shaving. Oh yeah, we love Bertha so much. Yeah, we miss you as well. Oh well, that won't be possible, because the way tops work, that wouldn't be really possible. Lucy is a wild card. I love it. Jesus Christ.
Merry Christmas, children.
I
Oh,
don't.
lordy.
I mean,
I
you were
thought
supposed
Santa
to.
was here
You
for a
were
second.
supposed to show us something not allowed. What you're wearing right now is 100% allowed.
Or what about green pants? And then red top. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and then stethoscope instead of the scarf.
Do you have black trousers?
Stethoscope
'Cause I
instead
feel
of
like
scarf.
yeah.
And I'll put on black pants
Yeah.
I don't have black pants.
and black gloves.
Yeah, black pants and black gloves. I feel like that might be allowed, like in general, because
Yeah,
it's
we'll ask.
yeah, it's similar.
Hmm?
Black gloves. Should I change my hair to green?
I don't care.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
It's hair. Doesn't matter. We used to wear that thing that kind of looked like a Christmas ornament.
The star on top.
Yeah. Lucy is lovable and about 90. She's just a fucking cat, and I hate it, and I love it as well. I'm very tempted to make a furry character. It's like Lucy, but amped up to 11. But I guess I already have Bunny, that's a furry, and I have Annabelle, who's also a furry, and I have Annabelle's child, who's also a furry.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. May your heart something. And may your... I can't remember the rest. Sorry.
Let's find something. That was fucking funny.
Ho ho ho, motherfucker.
Fucking Mariah Carey has an actual song called Music Box. How am I going to belong together? Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, I'm getting this. I'm fucking getting this. This is perfect. I miss Sunshine the most because she used to be actually fucking terrified of Maria. And that was fun. No one's scared of Maria anymore. The days of scary Maria are long past.
I think that music will trigger the most people.
All I want for Christmas is a bunch of presents. Yeah.
It's not furry, it's tactical light.
There's no difference between wearing reindeer antlers and cat ears.
Yes, there is. One is bone,
Okay.
another one is ear.
So?
Yeah. I'm wearing bone attachment with tactical light for, you know, tactical needs in case of dark calls.
Hmm.
You're fired.
Wow.
What? Oh no, not you. Skazi for taking picture.
I was just getting some, just in case I needed it for later.
Blackmail. I love it. I'm glad we have you here.
Oh, fuck it, I'll change my hair as well, because this is just not fitting.
No, absolutely not. Oh, my eyes. Flashbang. Ah, maybe I'm so white. Snow White, boo-boo. Ugh. What are you doing? And why don't I hate it?
Huh?
No, nothing, nothing.
I'm gonna go and go get my paycheck. Anybody else want to come?
No.
Yeah. No, it's not big enough yet either. Yeah.
Nah,
That's what she said.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit, my bunny tail's on again. Whoopsies. It always happens when I take off my scarf.
You look. Oh, it's the belt. Yeah, that makes sense.
You better say I look fat.
Thick.
How is that attached to you?
Which?
Oh, you want about my bun?
Do I?
No, don't worry. That's not the butt plug one.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Yeah, that's
tail
the
is.
Fox one.
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Take those off.
You were just wearing them.
Yeah, for I was trying them on.
Mm-hmm. Sure. What?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You better get them off.
I like this hair.
Don't
It
fire
looks
me.
nice. Alright,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
consider it.
Huh? Change my glasses. Yeah.
What's wrong with glasses?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why am I wearing glasses? Throws fish.
Oh. Where did my glasses go? No, there they go. Where's the fish? Where did it go?
Oh, it's just a one vote. It's open
If you
court
have
right
a
now
mate-
at the City Hall, so, you
Ooh.
know, there's a judge like getting shot in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, we know.
Is Judge there or is the governor there?
Governor, no idea. Judge, kind of needs to be there for open court.
Who is that? Who's what? Oh, that's
I don't know.
antlers.
What?
Antlers.
Okay, Brittany was wearing them last night.
Yeah. Remind me, who's Brittany?
I also
I'll give you 5
hats are
seconds to
okay.
I'll give you 5 seconds to consider complaining before complying, and then I'll fire you. There you go. Good job. Oh, idea. Oh, this is Overseer after the Burn Squad makeover. we're doing a special today. This is how the Overseer. What next? You wanna wear this? Because I'm wearing this.
Yeah, I will.
No, you won't.
Yeah, you're right. I won't.
You could not pull these heels off.
I can't even stand in heels.
Now there you go. This is what the overseer looked like after a makeover. Before Chanel came in and turned her into a bimbo, and it got even worse.
Sometimes people... Nah, it's gonna be cringe if I say that.
Yeah, say that.
Huh? Say it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes people copy other people's styles or interpret from other people's styles because they like how they look.
There's nothing cringe with that. I think it was a pretty nice compliment.
Oh no, it's very cringe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. What is happening? I don't know. Crimsy. Whimsy. Nah, she just, I guess she wanted to try the antlers on, so she put on brown wig. Because I put on antlers for a second. Crimsy. Christmas whimsy. Crimsy. Ugh. What? Oh, she's in the locker room changing. Oh no, Walkatoff wouldn't have much of an issue with that. Like I would just come up to Walkatoff and sell the idea of the scarf and she would be fine. But to be fair, I'm kind of cheating. I can make Walkatoff agree with anything. Oh, thank you. Enjoy playing, honey. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate it. Ah, I missed having a baby face. Ooh. Which is why I'm going to I'm probably gonna have Maria ask to be officially adopted by the overseer. Or not adopted, maybe like marriage? Question mark? Yeah, well, Maria would probably ask for Walkatoff's hand in marriage. Over Gary Smod. The day that Smod loses election is the day that Maria will I mean, to be fair, Maria would probably kill Smod. If he actually got to marry Walkatoff. But she's convinced that he will not win the election. I will not run. I don't have a platform to win on. I have Maria's platform. I don't... Wait, can Maria even run?
I love you. Everyone is my friend.
Oh yeah, that's kind of the issue. Maria cannot run for governor because she's not 21. She's 18 years old. I just realized I cannot run for governor. That's a shame. Kinda ruins my plans.
You're not 21?
I am not 21, no. I know! I was planning on running for governor, Maria. Fuck! I didn't think about it. God damn it.
That was an interesting chat.
I want
Just
to run for governor.
You're too young.
I will call judge and governor and ask if they will let me.
Well, I actually, speaking of that, I did just have a lovely chat with Mr. Penfold.
Ah, Oscar?
Oscar Penfold, yes. He wants to have a sit down with all the government departments and ask them what they would like in order to secure their votes.
All right.
So she wanted to have a sit down with us. He seemed absolutely keen on penal code changes for hospital stuff, including making medical insurance fraud of crime.
All right. Well, I have one point to make. If a government candidate comes and asks me what he wants, what I want him to run with, that makes me think that he cannot be governor because.
At the same time, here's the thing, right? Right now, I think a lot of our hospital staff are kind of leaning towards SMOD. However, Penfold was the one who got the overseer off all those corruption charges.
Yeah, it was not difficult.
I know it
Anyone
wasn't
could
difficult,
have
but he
done
still did it.
Yeah, because he was the only one who basically did anything. I could have done it. I'm going to run. Was hospital staff leaning towards mother? I mean, Brittany is his stepdaughter, conditional stepdaughter, and even she said she's gonna just run herself.
I don't think anyone's got. That kind of dilutes the feud quite a bit if we got everyone running. When do we even need? Because also, so not only do you need to
So many
pay
people
the fee,
announced they're running yesterday.
well, yeah, but then when's the deadline for it again? Is it the 16th?
I don't know. Yeah, if I'm not able to run on Maria, I'll run on Annabelle. But only then. But I'm gonna try running on Maria.
A week on Saturday. A week on Saturday, people have to register by.
Yep. Alright. Quick ambulance ride. Happen. Both of you. Going down. Is Lucy coming?
How's it going?
Lucy.
No doubt.
Hey. She actually was coming before I made the message.
Yep, good. I know, I saw it.
Taxi 176, latest 47 on Buenveno Road. Actually, better go up the Great Ocean Highway.
Yeah, I know.
Making sure.
Because,
Why
like,
is it being so... Oh, go on. Fine.
Realistically, what's the reason that you have to be 21 to run?
Legal age.
All right,
legal
what am I not?
adult.
Yeah, what am I? Am I not adult once I'm 19 years old? I have driver's license. I have rights.
You have driver's license, but you can't drink.
All right, does being governor means I have to drink?
No.
Yes, honestly, probably.
Well,
another thing as well is like Maria is trusted with firearms.
Yeah.
But is not allowed to drink. Now
Well,
that
that is
makes
more like
0 sense.
That is more so like states overall, right? Issue.
Yeah, I know,
Not
but it
specifically
makes no
our
sense.
state. Yeah, it makes no sense, but like, I will argue that the rule of 21 years for running for governor is idiotic because it's an election anyway, so people have to trust who they vote for. If they choose to vote someone who's not 21, you know, they... So we literally allowed people to, you know, trust a fucking criminal to run the state before. But oh no, not 18-year-old. To be fair, Oscar is an actor, not a monkey. Calling him a monkey is very fucked up. He's just a normal human being. Yeah, Spot would be real fun too. I mean, I don't think Maria would be a good governor either. I think Maria would be a funny governor. I think so far, as funny as it sounds, I think no, not as funny, as egotistical as it sounds. I think Annabelle is still one of the best candidates ever, like from a wellness perspective, because she's got business look and is very looking forward to just, you know, outsourcing, just finding talented people in each field and just letting them do the work that is needed instead of just doing it all himself. Yeah. Also, hi, Katie. How are you doing? Welcome.
And they're down here somewhere. There they are.
Well, Lucy.
I'm good. I'm good.
Where are they?
Over that way, I think.
Where?
The fucking noise! That noise she made when she fell out!
I'm never taking her in an ambulance again. Hello, injured individual. How are we doing? Oh.
Oh, they're there. Hello.
Yeah.
Let me poke them. Oh, they're conkers.
Oh, man. Hello?
Howdy doody.
Oh, my God.
Judging.
How is you?
I was running on the side of this road here because my car broke down. And I think somebody threw a beer bottle out their window, man. And knocked me out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You got hit over the head with a beer bottle?
Rangers.
Hello.
Would you happen to have any water on hand to spray dumb kitten with?
Water? No, I have empanada.
I'm not looking to treat a cat, I'm looking to punish it.
Oh, okay.
This way.
Do you have any water?
If you have any trauma to your head, sometimes you can develop headaches.
Always take it down to,
This cat requires punishment.
What?
Man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
That's a cat.
Yeah. I know. We hired exactly one furry and we regretted deeply.
Oh, goodness.
You're stepping on me.
None of us are near you.
Oh, the cat is stepping on you.
Wait, where's
I
the...
was trying to warm him up. I was trying to warm him up.
Is he okay?
Well, he's patient, so...
Yeah, he got donked on the head with a bottle.
Did you let dispatch know you were 23?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Did you?
Gave me sent in for.
Oh, God.
So, how are you feeling, sure?
I have dispatch now.
Alright.
A little, actually pretty.
No.
Yeah. Did you know that police has dispatch?
Whenever it's a shame they never answer their phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have a look at your head again.
Oh, God.
I can go to the
Alright.
lago and get a cup of water.
Get some out of the
Let's have a look.
out of the riverbed down there.
Yeah. Straight in hands.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be too cold, right? You can. Yeah, just. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's a cup in the couple seconds.
This is a big cut on your forehead.
Use your hands, be big boy.
We'll definitely leave a scar.
Don't spill it.
Gotta get the key out anyway.
Don't spill it. You better not spill it.
Okay, I'll use my hand.
What the hell?
What
You
the
just broke
hell?
My door. My shoulder's very strong.
It is. Wow.
Very, very strong. Damn it, I just got this thing fixed. What the hell? Where did it go?
No, Walktoff did it for a day, so Maria is doing it for a day. Maria never had this look before.
Close the door. Man, I can't see it. Oh well.
How's patient?
Hi, they're doing fine. You just got a
Alright,
bit
good.
of a...
Stand right here.
Here he
okay.
comes with the water.
Okay.
Slowly. Slowly.
Fire in the
Where's
hole.
cat? Oh. Are you cat?
I am Kippy.
Okay. Splash some water.
What? What?
1 second. Crap, there's no water. I'll be back. I didn't grab a handful of water again.
What's going on?
Well, you were supposed to be splashed with cold water as punishment, but he failed, so we'll be on our way. Thank you, Ranger. You have a lovely day. Stay safe.
Oh, okay. Why have I been a bad kid?
If you jump out of moving ambulance again, you're going off duty for 24 hours.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Get out of way!
I won't lie, I thought Lucy had just been hit by the ambulance. I'm not real.
Help!
Dispatch stacking 176 packet clips, 147 non-critical.
Oh, sorry.
10-4.
Okay, my dog, Kitty. Let's have a look. See your head's over here.
Anyway,
okay.
Maria about to fucking
You
burn
legit
down
20
the
painkillers?
government. She's gonna beg Graves and
Okay,
judges
but
to let her
which one
run,
do you
even though
allergic
she's
to?
below 21. Because, like, come on, that's such a superficial limit. Why do you gotta be 21 to run for governor?
Okay.
Literal criminals can
Oh.
run for governorship.
Uh-oh.
What?
So, what year is it?
I don't know.
It's the year of
One of them.
Bush. What do
It's
you
one of
mean?
them.
The year of Bush?
Yeah, our great President Bush.
Sorry, it's not 2001 anymore.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's not like 2001 to 2004
No,
anymore.
There was 2001?
What do you mean?
Bush.
Wait,
He's
no.
president
What?
then.
Yes,
First of all,
but still some criminals. I mean, look at fucking
that's just
Tony.
silly.
Okay, right.
You can
Who
commit
is the
terrorism,
pre-
have it
who is the
expunged, and
president
run
of
for
the United
government.
States
Run
right
for
now?
governor. But you cannot run for governor if you're not. If you're 20
George
years
Bush,
old.
I
That's
mean.
fucked up.
I feel like
Uh-oh.
this is kind of a stupid question. Our great leader George Bush.
Okay, let me ask you again. What year do you think it is?
When is Hope Doll? Hope Doll is not happening. Hope Doll is
2004.
cursed. I'm never doing Hope Doll again. Get out of the way. Yeah,
so you're
Maria is
about
gonna
20
beg
years
on her knees to be allowed to
behind.
run for governor.
It's 2024.
That's silly. Oh, you're funny.
I have done Hope
Okay,
Doll.
what
yes,
day of the
it was
week is it?
a few days ago, a few weeks ago. Sorry.
Oh, it's what's that word? Boar's Day. I think it was.
I'm nearly there, back of the clip.
Yeah, Forest Day.
Tuesday.
Yeah,
It's Tuesday, not Thursday.
Tuesday.
Oh,
You
he
said
was,
Tuesday?
oh, that must have been one hell of a bottle.
Yeah.
You said, sorry, what day? Tuesday? Doomsday? Wait, it's Doomsday! Wait!
No,
Doomsday!
no.
Y2K! Y2K! It's
No.
Doomsday! Y2K! Everybody run!
Uh-oh.
I did not expect any route for Maria to take because I didn't.
Uh-oh.
How's it going?
Shut up.
I said Tuesday.
Shut up.
Tuesday.
Throws
Tuesday,
patient
not
up on the
Tuesday.
shoulder.
You said it's not Doomsday?
No, it's Tuesday.
Oh my god. You really scared me there for a minute.
Concussion. Bad.
Oh.
Bad. Bad concussion. The worst kind of concussion.
Oh man. You guys really
Concussion
scared
from
me there.
bottle and not the fun way.
He thinks it's the year 2004. He thinks George Bush is
Hello,
the
are you
president.
doctor?
And
It's
uh,
not really. It's not
thinks
really.
It's Thursday.
It's not
Do you have
really a
platinum
thought.
insurance?
Sorry.
He
Do you have
is
platinum
hard.
insurance?
I think
There's some
yeah,
Tylenol.
Oh, well then.
And we're
there's
gonna
a
get
couch
you
for
some
you to wait.
hydration going here.
Oh, cool.
Make yourself
Thank you.
comfortable.
I'm
So
not
do you
gonna lie,
know-
I'm pretty thirsty.
So do you know who Barack Obama is?
Oh my damn.
Do you know who Joe Biden is? Joe Biden?
Was that good?
Very good.
I've-
Yeah.
Oh,
Acceptable.
Sounded like it. Oh, okay.
We fell out.
As good as George Bush.
I don't know, but it was. I think it was related to Britney. Ah.
Joe Biden's president.
That's so silly. I feel like is this a prank at this point? Because I feel like you got George Bush is president.
I don't plan anything with any of my characters. I always make them on a whim, and whatever happens, happens. Maria was not supposed to be MS. Maria was not supposed to dress up as people. Maria was not supposed to be, you know, the housekeeping. Maria was not supposed to be walked off, you know, right hand. Maria was not supposed to be wanting to run for governor. Maria was not supposed to anything. It's all just naturally came through RP, as all of my characters do. I do not plan anything. I didn't plan on shooting someone in the hospital on Bunny on my first day. The opportunity just came, so I took it. Stanley walked in and was like, "Help! He's trying to kill me!" So I pulled out a gun and did bang, and he died. And I was like, "Oh, I'm protecting the patient." I don't know. Probably, maybe, we'll see.
I'll be honest with you, I think it was a Maker Mark bottle. It was pretty big. It was nice.
Oh, I love Maker's Mark. That's good brand.
Yeah, I think I took a swig of it too while I was on the ground. I think that's how I passed out. But
It left its mark, right?
We do have Callum Mask now. I have to go and grab his skin from him.
Yeah.
Literally. Grab a knife and just skin him alive. Ooh.
Maker's Mark, we really... Thank God I was knocked out, because I didn't feel a goddamn thing, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, alright, so you're telling me it's not
That was a great year, though. Before cell phones, really.
Maria doesn't want to be second in command unless she would be a shadow leader. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine. Maria will endorse whatchamacallit? Maria will endorse Smod if she will have lieutenant governor position. And then Smod mysteriously goes missing, so Maria takes over as governor in absence. And once the turn ends, Smod is miraculously found with no memories as to what could have happened to him.
Yeah.
And funny how things work.
Oh, wow.
No, I will actually look for him. Maria will actually beg and ask for an exception to be able to run for governor. Because I feel like, you know, it's possible. It's like, it's just age. Like, she has the money, she has the clean criminal record, she has the recognition to actually have some votes. Unlike, you know, Annabelle. I mean, Annabelle had a little bit of recognition. It was mostly I wasn't campaigning enough. Like, Annabelle was already known pretty much throughout most of the state as, you know, the goth mommy of stroke masters.
Holy shit, how do I get one of those?
Amazon delivers more than
That is the biggest fucking... We need to hire like a fucking private investigator to find that out, because holy shit, I need to know who got an expungement pretending to be Maria. And why was that expungement hearing more fucking fun than anything that happened to me on actual Marionette? What the fuck? I want to have... I want to have fucking cursed cats coming around. Also, I need to reach out to Debs and ask if I would be, maybe allowed to play an animal pet. I want to play a Black Panther or something like that.
They also deliver
Imagine Takmir K9 just fucking follow Hope all the time, just barking obnoxiously loud. I want to play a cougar and voice the cougar myself. I really like making cat noises. Just make the cougar sound like the fucking... Yeah, I love it. Like, that's why I hope that Riv will get Fish approved on Purple. It would be great. Fish was great on Onyx. Fucking cursed pug that cannot die and fucking is basically a spawn of Satan, but the hell doesn't want him, so he cannot die. Every time someone or he himself tries to kill itself, it just survives and just kills other people. Yeah, I want to play a cougar or a Black Panther who's just basically a giant cat. You know, fucking steals shit, acts like a big asshole, you know, throws fucking shit off the tables and all of that.
Whoops, I think that person might be over the other way here.
What?
We got a call 3 minutes ago.
Oh.
Whoops. They'll already be here because no one responded.
Four minutes ago.
How do I get one of those?
You can't.
There is.
What?
Yeah, it's you get given one at birth, and since you don't have one, you're just screwed.
What the?
No, I'm kidding. They're at the electronics store.
Electronic, like. Okay.
This looks so cursed. That does not look like walked up
there was
at all.
malls since the 80s.
Yeah.
And because it's just makeup and hair. Everything is the same. It's just makeup and hair.
The one down the road.
I didn't even do the lip filler. I guess
Okay.
lipstick works as a lip filler.
That sounds pretty nice. You know what? I'm gonna. Excuse me.
Oh my god.
Walk it off has always been attractive. This is less
Oh, a
attractive
cat
than normal
mask.
walk.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I just want
Do
to
you
play an
really?
animal,
Like an actual cat
and I would
mask,
just
or
spend
like one of the
most
ones
time
that's, like, weird looking?
harassing, hunters and stuff,
Yeah, no, I want this one actually is
creating
an
some
actual
RP
cat
for rangers and people who like to go out into the
No, get away!
wilderness
It's
and
my
stuff.
cat mask.
Whew, I need a smoke after that one. Alright.
Yep. Normal walk-off is hotter than this. I will stand by it. Come on, we have exploded tow driver again.
10-4, I'm waiting.
I was getting a drink so I could run.
Yep, right in the man. They didn't even make it out of the goddamn yard.
Yep.
Right. And then. Oh dear.
How the fuck is it upside down? Oh, it's got a motorbike on the back of it.
Dispatch Tacti 123 latest 47. Yes, for good measure. Oh, this one is very quiet. What happened? Speak up! Nobody can hear you. If you are injured, make yourself known. Oh yeah, I
looks
cannot.
like it's comatose.
I cannot hear this
Where
one.
am I?
Oh,
there he is.
still. Yeah, there you go.
Where am I?
Toll lot next to exploded tow truck. Any of that clue you in as to what might have happened?
No. No, I don't know.
Oh, you're not a tow truck driver?
I am tow truck driver.
Oh.
I
What
don't
kind
know
of
what
tow
happened.
truck do you drive?
One that's got 4 wheels.
Oh. Rented one?
Rented one, yeah.
Yeah, alright. Alright, well, you're a shit tow truck driver. It just exploded.
That could be the case.
No, it is case. Like even with the new system of what I'm not. It's too early for me to be a smartass on it. How badly are we hurting?
Well, let's get him going.
I'm a little bit crispy.
Only a little, but that's not too bad. You're always supposed to be a little bit crispy. Yeah, alright. Flash you off with sailing. Do you remember your name?
I'm big.
Yeah, good. Do you remember where you are and who's president and that is not Bush?
Yeah.
Alright, good.
Trump.
Well, as long as you don't think it's Bush, that's good. Because like last guy thought
That's
it was
good,
Bush,
yeah.
so that was concerning. Callum. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Did you enjoy a little power nap?
Yeah. I feel a bit better.
I wasn't asking you.
Alright, over we go.
Get out of way.
Oh boy.
Oh.
I know how to handle bikes.
I was recovering a bike and it
71, 7
exploded.
back to medical with 147. Remain on Luke crispy.
Is that Mariah Carey on you?
It was just my music box. What do you want?
Yeah. No, sounds like Mariah Carey on your music
Alright.
box this time. Are you feeling more
This be
festive?
classed as an injury at work.
I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Bum ba-dum, na 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 na.
Crispy.
He's crispy.
Crispy little towman. Doesn't know how to tow motorbike.
You never pull the bike all the way up to the tippity tip. You wait and then you attach it halfway.
It was already on. I was literally putting it into the yard and it blew up.
Oh shit. Yep, nothing you can do about that, IED. Luckily, you were wearing this jacket pant combo. And that chrome dome there's not too damaged.
I had a full head of hair when I left.
Oh my god. Well, it'll grow back, brother. I'm just gonna slather up more burn cream.
Alright, I'm probably gonna do the same thing and go 42 after the storm. Got a few things to do and then yep.
128, also going 42 till after storm.
There you go, brother. Lather it up.
Could we see some
wrap it up.
identification, patient?
Yeah, I think I've got some on me. It ain't too crispy.
Good.
There you go.
And big. All right. And I'm just gonna leave a slot for your mouth, your nose, and your eyes. There you go. And you are fully mummied up, brah.
Thank you very much.
I wish I had. You are very welcome. Take all the time you need to recover.
Is this going to cost me a fortune?
Oh yeah.
No,
You got
no, it's
insurance?
not helicopter. No, he doesn't.
I've got insurance, yeah.
Oh yeah, silver.
You want to buy it?
Yeah,
You
600
wanna buy-
bucks.
That's not bad. It's not bad.
What's it?
Not bad at all. For having your life saved, yeah, not bad at all. Could have died.
For real.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Good luck with the IED explosives.
Yeah, I've got to tow it again. Thank you very much.
Oh, snack time. I'm gonna have a snack.
All right. Oh, no. Outfit. Fix it.
Oh, yes. It was nice while it lasted.
It was. Perhaps it will be again.
Hooray.
Ah. I'm looking up. Yeah, well. How's that fucking Christmas song? I don't know. Give me a little break. Give me some time to think. Ugh. My eyes. It's funny, when my eyes hurt, I turn off my webcam as if that's gonna help. Oh wow, I've been already awake. 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Jesus Christ, it doesn't feel that way. Hi, Lily. Hello, hello, hello. Ah, come here. I do not know. I totally forgot. I feel like I recognize the nickname, but I cannot attach it to a name. So no idea. Hi. You do? Really? I'm disappointed in myself because I fucking I thought I follow you and like saw your streams and stuff. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, I'm fucking dumb. How did I? Yeah. Yeah. Hi. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I was like, I must have just remembered the name wrong because I was like convinced that it was a different nickname that you personally had. Hi, honey. How are you doing? You having a good day? I hope so. I'm tired. And this, and this. What is this? All right. Well, no, absolutely not. What is this?
Finish formulating this.
I'll do the paperwork for you.
Fine, I'll do the paperwork. It's okay.
But if I said I didn't want to do it, you would have told me to do it.
Yeah.
Hey Hope, since you're so straight, and I don't have to worry about any of these like working on you, can I test some lines?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. If I were paid, hold on, I gotta finish formulating this one because I just thought of it. But it's like, Hey girl, if you were paperwork, I'd do you. Is that good?
What happened?
She jumped out. She really didn't like that one, I guess.
I'll get in. Wow.
I'll get her. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, you will get.
Alright, how about this? How about this for a line, right? If I wrote you a symphony, would you be my conductor?
Not the C word.
Hope? You okay? Was it that bad?
Not the C
Oh
word.
no, 13 alpha, 13 alpha! She's not breathing!
Mouth
Alright,
to mouth.
How about this for a line, right? If I wrote you a symphony, would you be my conductor?
Oh wow, are we getting an update? No, never mind. I don't think we are. I saw the queue and I was update? Ah, I don't know.
Toe_ho would like to say penis.
Penis. Anyway, what would be Hope's opinion on the overseers? Nope. That's not real. Didn't see that. But what would be Hope's opinion on walk it off now? Hmm? Ready to get demoted again, Hope? Yeah, she will. We're going to the open court. Fuck it. I can get a new badge as well. I mean, it's the same as Overseer's normal hair color. It's just her normal hair is vanilla, so it's a lot shittier and darker. Oh yeah. Guess we're renting a car. Ooh, perfect. Yeah, that looks alright. A little bit bougie. That didn't happen. Clown rights. Yeah, alright. Oh yeah, I fucking hate that there's like that the rent option is so close to pulling out a car and it's so easy to accidentally click. I hate it. It's not the money, it's just fucking having to deal with, you know, putting it away. Ugh. Perfect. Alright, let's take a picture here.
Let's continue. Do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
I would like to go for Papua.
Kapua? Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah. Alright, come on down, Kapua. Please swear in the truth.
Nope. Perfect.
Why don't you go ahead and tell me what the fuck happened?
Yep, she's looking good.
Southbound in the wrong lane of travel, swerving all over the road.
Good.
Multiple red lights, and then once it got there and popped up,
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
it's still in his possession.
Your Honor, objection. The reference fact's not in evidence.
One second.
It's in the statement.
It's not listed as evidence.
Is that your rebuttal, Freddie?
Yes, it's in the statement. She's about to state it in the statement that she's giving a statement to understand, you wanna.
Okay, but she said that.
171 going 41.
She said that the turtle mask is something that he still has on him.
Welcome
I
on
don't
the
see
shift.
anything about his possessions, so we're gonna strike that last bit, and then we're gonna keep going.
Alright, Papa. And when he arrived at the fucking mall parking lot, what did you do next?
I informed him to stay where he was,
He's already gotten out of the vehicle,
Oh,
and
we're
to
supporting
identify
mom.
him and show me
Wait, no, this is
registration
not
for the
mom. This is
vehicle.
Judy's mom, not Maria's mom.
Identified
I'm
himself
mistaking
with
characters.
his face
Oh,
and
no.
his
Fuck
ID.
me.
As I spoke to him about the reason I was pulling him over.
Alright, now I see here in your statement that the driver was wearing a turtle mask.
Turtle mask.
Did you ever gain possession of this turtle mask?
I didn't confiscate the mask itself, no.
Alright, and did the defendant who you pulled over and was at the mall and stuff, did he have a turtle mask on before he identified himself?
Yes, I specifically asked him to take the mask off so I could prove the identification he showed me was valid and himself.
Alright, then what did he do with that turtle mask once he'd taken it off?
I believe he popped it in his pocket somewhere. It's one of his many pockets he's got on that checkered shirt.
Your Honor, I would like to motion to strike any reference to this here mask. If it's such a critical part of the state's evidence, we must ask the question, why is it not seized nor part of the prosecutorial evidence?
I would put it to Your Honor that the statements given from the trooper here is given enough foundation to exactly how the turtle mask is affecting the entire thing here, and that in fact that the statements given will in fact prove that the guy still has the mask, basically.
Okay, so earlier I struck it because the statement was he still has the mask in his possessions when there's no evidence of the suspect's possessions. This is just the trooper saying I saw him take the mask off. That's completely different. I'm not going to strike anything. So I don't even know if that was an objection, but if it was, overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alright, and you mentioned while he was driving, he crossed into oncoming traffic. How many times would you say he did that?
It was at least once when he turned the corner when I first saw him, and he did cut the corner a little on San Andreas, but I don't know how far across he cut. That was the bit where I was trying not to fall off my motorbike.
Alright, and you also mentioned he ran red whites. Do you know exactly how many red whites he went for?
Let me just check my GPS real quick just to see the road so I can check my eyes. So I witnessed 2 red lights run myself.
Alright, and when you finally identified him and got him out of the car and stuff, you checked to see if he owned and or rented this car, correct?
Yes, I ran the license plate while I was speaking to him in front of the car.
Alright, and who did this license come back to?
The vehicle itself came back not on file.
Alright. Thank you very much, Trooper.
Cross.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Trooper.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Trooper, so I'd just like to recount some of your evidence from your investigation, your report.
Yep.
So you state the primary suspect was wearing a turtle mask. Is that correct?
Yes, they were wearing a turtle mask.
Okay. And I can see that one of the charges was driving while obstructed. Was that also for the turtle mask?
That was for the mask, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the suspect you were looking for at all times, you could identify him by the turtle mask?
Yes, I could identify him by the turtle mask at the time.
I see. Why was the turtle mask not seized as evidence?
Because I wanted to give the individual a chance to learn from his mistake by not confiscating the mask, as I did whilst it was used to drive while obstructed. He didn't use it. He didn't try and obstruct his identity using the mask when I asked him to ID himself.
Is it a fair assumption that many people in the state wear masks?
That's a fair assumption, yeah.
Excellent. Now, in your report, you state that the plaintiff over there, Mr. Miller, fled from the vehicle on foot. That's why he was charged with resisting arrest. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. He's already pleaded guilty to resisting arrest.
It's not an objection.
Objection. Nothing standing.
Still not an objection.
It basically is, right?
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna overrule the fake objection.
Alright, I would like to move that all questioning on the resisting arrest is stricken as he's already pleaded guilty to it.
Are you saying that it's irrelevant?
Irrelevant to this entire freaking bench trial, that's correct.
Okay, what's your rebuttal to relevance?
Your Honor, I'm trying to establish the relevance of this here mask. I need to understand if there was any possibility that my client could have dumped it or the officer in question could have mistook this person for someone else. I need to reference resisting because I need to understand whether she actually had eyes on the plaintiff at all times.
Good rebuttal.
Sounds like he shouldn't have pled guilty to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled. Continue.
So, back to where we were. You state that you chased a suspect on foot in your report. Is that correct?
After identifying him, yes.
Excellent. And where did the foot pursuit end?
It ended at the front of the mall.
The front of the mall. I see. Did you lose sight of my defendant at any time during that foot pursuit?
Not for more than a handful of seconds at a time, and I always knew where he was, just lost sight because of the bushes and trees and the nature of the mall.
So, if you had to estimate, how many times would you say you lost visual on my client?
As a time or a number of
Mr.
times?
Base Valkyrie 1, responding to Lady
If you could just estimate the number of times you estimate that you lost eyes on him via bushes or trees or around corners, things like that.
Maybe 2-3 times.
2-3 times. Is it fair to say that the mall is an extremely busy place?
Yeah, the mall is an extremely busy place.
Were there other people at the mall at the time of the arrest on my client?
There was 2 people not far from where the attempted traffic stop was.
I see. Now, these 2 individuals, can I ask why you didn't see fit to get their witness as to confirm during the few times that you lost sight of the individual that it was definitely the same person?
Because those 2 people that were there whilst I could see the client.
I see.
Plaintiff.
And could you see those other 2 witnesses' faces at all time?
Yes, I could see their faces the whole time.
Were any
They
of
were
them
in
wearing
completely
masks?
different outfits.
I see. Were any of them wearing masks, the 2 witnesses?
Nope.
I see. So, moving back slightly over again. You claim in your report, sorry, let me just reference the exact part. So, as you stated to me, Trooper, you lost visual of the client on multiple occasions, or sorry, 2 occasions, I should state.
Hi, officer.
Is there
How are
any
you doing?
possibility in your mind
Mom's on judge. Oh yeah, I saw that
could have
Nicotine's on
accidentally
Doris.
lost sight
but
on
She's
someone new
having some fun, I guess. She's not
rather
here.
than rather than my client?
No.
Why are you so sure about that?
Because I identified him via his ID before the foot pursuit even happened.
I see. Can I ask why the identification isn't in your investigation, your Trooper? Read your narrative, and just for reference, there is no statement whatsoever here that says that you identified that individual with their state
Objection,
ID.
Your Honor. Relevance. If this is in fact Bryce Miller, why would his ID hold any relevance to whether or not it holds up the arrest or whatever?
Oh my god, I forgot. I already forgot. Yesterday was such a long day.
Your Honor,
What?
And
Can
I
you
had
say
a very
that
good
again?
sleep.
If this is Bryce Miller, why would the freaking ID matter whether or not it's in the report or not? It's
Yeah,
not
rebuttal?
relevant to the charges.
Rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor. It's been mentioned multiple times that they know it's my client based on the fact that they ID'd them, but when I look into the narrative, I see no such reference to an IDing ever occurring.
I'm gonna sustain. If your only rebuttal is that you're using this idea as in towards your defense in that way, I don't see it. I don't see how having a documented identification is going to change anything in terms of the ID being documented. So sustained.
Your Honor.
No.
Okay. Let's have a look here. Are you aware, Trooper, that to prove charges such as driving whilst obstructed, one normally seizes the evidence in which that charge stems from, in this case, this so-called turtle mask?
Yes, I am aware that most people would do that.
Most people would do that, but not
Yeah.
yourself?
I was given, as I stated earlier, giving him a chance to learn from his mistake. I believe in second chances.
I see. Is that something you would do often, Trooper?
Objection. Werewolves.
Rebuttal.
Well, or not. Avoid.
I'm trying to figure out whether this officer is simply covering for the fact that they neglected to put a key piece of evidence into the report, or whether this is something they actually do commonly.
I see where you're going,
but
Doctor 1,
is
76
this
back
going
to
to
quick medical,
affect
one patient non-critical.
the actual charge. I'll let one question slide through, but you got one question on this. One more question. Overruled.
I've now forgotten my initial question, Your Honor. Do we have a stenographer who can repeat it back for me?
Kuze! Wait, where the? Oh, all right. Kuze got deported. It was,
Work.
I believe, the question. Your question was, do
Oh,
you
no.
often do this? And related to give people second chances or something along those lines?
Yeah, so I'll probably slightly rephrase that question, Your Honor, since you've let it slide for me.
Sure.
Trooper, is it your common practice to neglect to seize evidence?
Whilst, and there's going to be a line in this one, so I just warn you, Your Honor. Whilst it was the part of the traffic stop portion of the charge.
Hold on. Killian, I can't let this slide, even though the state is that was not even close to being the same question that you asked. That was pretty egregious.
Sorry, Your Honor. Would you like me to rephrase again?
Yes.
Fuck it, you
Excellent.
lost your chance.
Trooper,
Oh, look at that.
is it common that you wouldn't seize masks from individuals who are accused of committing crimes whilst wearing that mask for the purposes of second chances?
If the mask was used in a commission of a crime, I would. I did not consider the negligent driving. I consider it more of a traffic offence than a full-on violent crime or any other type of crime.
Doctor 1, touchdown at quick
So if
medical.
it's normally used in the commission of a crime, you would seize the mask.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I think you went a bit too hard and not the correct place, but hey, we're all
Any redirect?
Oh, let me think.
I have some clarifying questions because I got very confused.
Why is he missing
Trooper,
an arm?
when did
Why is
you
he
see
missing
this
an arm?
individual take off the turtle mask?
As soon as he was pulled over, and I asked him to identify himself with his ID. I asked him to take off the mask so I could see that the ID matched the person.
Okay. State, you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor. Alright, let me ask you. So when you pulled him over, he showed you his ID, correct?
Show you his ID, correct?
Yes,
And what did that ID say?
And what did that ID say?
Bryce Miller.
Alright, and when you arrested him, he still had that ID on him, correct?
Still had the ID on his person, yes.
Alright, so is there any doubt in your mind that it's the same person who was driving that black car?
No doubt in my mind.
Alright, thank you, Your Honor.
171 headed back up to the roof.
Step down. Any other witnesses state?
We would like to call Bryce Miller. Unless he's been called for the
Are you
defense, then
testifying
we'll wait.
today? Mr.
Your
Miller, are you
Honor,
going to...
It's my recommendation to my client that he does not take the stand.
Okay, if he's not going to testify today, then I'm going to say no, state.
What?
He doesn't have to.
Oh, okay.
Are you not going to testify today? I need confirmation on that.
on Catfish View, Mount Gordo.
Okay, then, yeah, not happening. Any other witnesses? State?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, would you look who's that? That's
do
the
you
ranger
rest?
that Bunny is flirting with heavily. Although,
The state
to be
rests.
fair, Bunny is flirting with
Okay,
a lot
and
of people.
defense, do you have any witnesses?
Your Honor, I'm going to do something highly unusual here. I would like to call the bailiff.
Why?
Just want some clarifications on normal evidence processing procedures in the state police.
Ah, interesting. Very interesting.
State? Anything at all?
If he would like to call the bailiff, I would like to call Killian.
Spicy.
All right, I'm just going to say no. I'm just going to say no to both. I don't see a reason why this would
We
help
can do a
any-
tit for tat, Your Honor. You know, if I get to
No,
call the
I'm just
bailiff,
going to
he can
say
call me.
no. I know the state doesn't want to object to anything, but I don't think this is. I don't like this. Any other witnesses?
Not from defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I call the honor to the stand?
Shut up. Shut up, Freddy. You rest defense.
The rest of this time, Your Honor.
Perfect. Okay, closings. Let's get to it.
Freddy.
Alright, Your Honor.
Alright,
This is
Your
pretty
Honor.
simple.
This is pretty simple.
And I think you know this is pretty simple
This is
too.
pretty simple too.
This guy right here,
This guy right
who
here.
claims to be Bryce Miller
claims to be Bryce Miller
and Holmes,
and Holmes.
the defense counsel
The
also
defense
believes him
counsel
to be
also
Bryce
believes to
Miller.
be Bryce Miller.
Alright.
Alright.
Was pulled over today wearing a turtle mask by the trooper here. And he identified himself as Bryce Miller.
Bryce Miller.
And it was testified in court today
was
many
testified
times
in
and
court
questioned
many
about
times and questioned about
that he is in fact
that he
Bryce
is in fact
Miller.
Bryce Miller. We love Freddy. We love Freddy.
Bryce Miller was wearing
Bryce
a turtle mask
Miller-
when he was pulled
Bryce
over.
Miller was wearing a turtle mask.
And then he took it off
And
to
then he took
identify
it off
himself
to
as
identify
Bryce
himself
Miller.
as Bryce Miller.
Now, Bryce
Now,
Miller then
Bryce
took
Miller
it upon himself
took
to
it
flee
upon
from the
himself
trooper
to flee
here,
from the trooper here.
resisting arrest, which he's already
Resisting
pled
arrest,
guilty
which he's
to.
already pled guilty to.
Pretty strange if you ask me, Your Honor.
Pretty strange if you ask me.
Now this
Your Honor.
Bryce Miller guy, he
Now,
was
this
driving a
Bryce
black
Miller
car.
guy, he was driving a black
And Bryce
car.
Miller drove that
And
car
Bryce
very
Miller drove that car
negligently.
very negligently.
Running for many red lights and driving on the opposite side of
Driving
traffic.
on the opposite line of traffic.
Pretty negligent if you ask me.
Not as negligent if you
And
ask me.
because he was wearing that
And
freaking
because
turtle
he
mask,
was wearing that freaking
Bryce
turtle
Miller
mask.
was in fact obstructed
Bryce
while he
Miller
was
was in
driving.
fact obstructed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense.
Maria bought a
Thank you, Your
bike
Honor.
for $10,000 from this guy, a mountain
Your Honor,
bike.
as we've heard, the state's primary facie evidence is that a man who is wearing a turtle mask committed these crimes. It is implied the probable cause, the catalyst, if you will, from which they know they've got the right person. And yet, Your Honor, this mask is nowhere to be found in the state's own evidence. By the state's own admission, this was a foot
I mean,
chase.
the trial
I
lawyer, but I don't
contend that the
think
officer
the
lost
judge
sight of
will
the actual suspect
come
and
even
either through
close to
incompetence
humoring
or
that.
error arrested my client. They would have searched Mr. Miller. They would have checked his pocket. If this mask, which they used in their own testimony to prove it was the same individual
10K for a mountain
exists,
bike, yeah.
then when?
It was because Kyle Cactus
The
was
state
there.
must prove to you, Your Honor, and
Kyle
to the rest
Cactus
of
was
this
there and
court
saying it's a nice
beyond
bike
a
and he wants to
reasonable
drive it,
doubt
and
of
Fred
my
was like,
client's guilt.
no, you
If
could
they
not
had done
drive
their
my
job,
bike.
we'd have this evidence
So
available to
then
review. The state
Kyle
says
was like,
themselves
can I buy it?
that they would
I
normally
think
seize
that's
this
how it went. He
mask.
was like, can I buy it? And Fred
They
was like,
didn't.
yeah.
They state they ID'd someone,
$10,000.
and yet it does not form part
Maria
of the
was like,
state's own
I want to
narrative.
buy it.
The state must
Oh,
prove beyond
what? Let's
reasonable
have a
doubt.
betting
And if they
war.
wanted to do so, they
Maria
would
was
have
like,
seized this key piece of evidence.
$10,001.
The officer themselves has confirmed that they lost a visual of my client on no
And
less
Kyle was
than
like,
2 occasions.
Right, yeah, back out.
Your Honor, this was in a busy
So Maria
mall,
bought a mountain
and
bike
this was
for
by the arresting
$10,001
officer's
for
own admission.
Objection,
that they
Your
lost
Honor.
it.
20. Best
No
DM,
objection
best
during
DM.
Stating facts and evidence.
Don't care.
Alright. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this was the mall. There is witnesses. I must ask, Your Honor, where are they? The arresting officer admitted losing visual sight of the suspect. The officer admits seeing them disappearing behind trees on 2 occasions. And yet, despite the fact that the officer themselves confirms that witnesses were present, they were neglected. Their statements were not taken. Something that could have bolstered the state's own case, that this indeed was my client who fled the scene. Therefore, I must contest that he was not the same person. Your Honor, I ask you on this day to find my client not guilty, for the exact reason that there is no evidence available to even confirm they have the right person at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm gonna go deliberate.
Oh my god, is that
Bailiff, you can be
Daisy?
in
I don't think
charge.
so, but
Shouldn't
nah,
take
that's not
long.
Daisy. That's
Just remember, Kui surrender out, okay?
You didn't tell me, did you?
I'm back.
wow.
You didn't say that they'd ID'd you.
Court's back in session.
Okay, so before we start with my verdict, I'd like to say the defense, I think, actually did a pretty good job here.
Yeah, they did.
Didn't have a lot to go on.
Yeah, that was a
but,
difficult case.
Convinced me of a couple things. But let's talk about this mask situation. So the mask is not in evidence, and it was only testified that it was a turtle mask. I don't know what the mask looks like. I don't know how much of the face it covers. All I know is it's a mask of a turtle. However, the trooper testified that Mr. Miller took off the mask and then was identified by his face and ID. Now, his ID is not in evidence. I don't think that's reasonable. I don't really care. I'm going to trust the trooper that this happened. So the fact that they lost sight during the foot chase doesn't need witnesses to attest to anything. The trooper can see the guy at this point, no mask, and was properly identified running around the mall. And the vehicle coming back unregistered, it seems like it wasn't his car. And driving on the wrong side of the road and going through many red lights seems negligent. However, I don't feel comfortable with the driving while obstructed charge. By the trooper's own testimony, they apparently they do this. They document the mask if that is the evidence that is being used to push this charge. I don't. Now that we use beyond reasonable doubt, I don't feel comfortable with the driving while obstructed charge. However,
Nice.
I don't agree with the defense of because of the mask not being in evidence, there was no proof that Miller was identified. I believe he absolutely was. For negligent driving and Grand Theft Auto, I'm going to be finding you guilty, but driving while obstructed, not guilty.
Thank you, Your
Dropping
Honor.
driving while obstructed. Thank you. That's my verdict.
And justice
Thank
was
you, Your
served.
Honor.
Wait, who said that?
Wait.
And he pled guilty to resisting.
Who the fuck said that? Which one of you has a voice like this? I cannot.
Awesome.
I know
Take
the
him
voice.
away.
Who the fuck said that?
What now?
Throw him in the slammer,
Ah,
boys.
there you
No,
are.
I
I
can't
forgot.
go to jail.
You have.
Take him
no, we could do,
away.
Can't go to
It's
jail.
really getting
we
long.
could do time served here. We could do time served here.
Your Honor, the state pleads that you give him at least 5 months for his.
No.
Your Honor,
No.
trust
fair.
me.
I'm too fair. I won't last in there, Your Honor.
No.
He has got a pretty face.
Your Honor, please.
You're gonna bash my
You
teeth
wanna
out.
please?
Because he pled guilty
What do you
to at
mean?
least 1 charge.
What is that? How is okay? And
I don't fucking know. Just
I
give him
don't
some time,
fucking
please.
know.
I don't see a reason to.
I mean, by the time he got the chance to get a trial, he'd basically served all the time anyway. Just to make you aware as well, Your Honor.
It's fine. Just yeah,
Okay.
just time served. What?
Miller, it's gonna be. It would have been 15 months. It's been taken off. Obviously, you got time served.
What?
$2,682 fine.
What?
Okay.
You're talking to... Why are you telling me this now?
Because there was no evidence before.
There we go. If you
What?
want to come with me, I can give you.
I
the
don't
other one
fucking
in the back.
know.
Oh, okay.
I'll just do it.
Why are you
Fucking
just
away.
telling me this now?
All right. Hey, you did a good job up there, man.
Because I didn't believe it was relevant in court. I thought he was going to testify.
You don't think
Your
it's
Honor.
relevant that you think that this isn't
All right.
Bryce Miller?
Hey,
That's
you
correct.
didn't have to yell or be loud.
You should have said that almost immediately.
That was really good.
man.
There was no photographs of him in his fucking profile or nothing.
But why do you think it's not Bryce Miller?
I'm pretty sure I've seen him in the courtroom before, and
Is
he's been
open call
arrested
still a thing?
before.
What? Yeah,
Bryce
okay, he
Miller
looks
guy.
familiar.
This Bryce Miller guy has no arrest record.
Why are you bringing this up now? This should have been the first thing you brought up to me.
Have a good day.
Flex, sorry, Your Honor.
You fucked up.
Sorry,
If
Your
he's
Honor.
not Bryce Miller, you fucked up. Where's the trooper?
Right over there.
Kapua, I didn't see you in my office. You too, Freddy.
Yep.
Freddy.
Interesting.
Hey there.
Can you ask
Oh,
him
well,
to
wait,
come in, 'cause I'm technically her supervisor.
Can the bailiff come in, please?
No? Is there a reason he wants in on this? I don't understand.
He's a supervisor.
I don't care. I'm talking to you and I'm talking to the arresting
Sorry,
officer.
bailiff.
No problem.
Okay, Freddy has informed me of something quite alarming. Does Kapua know?
Okay.
Officer,
he
are they
was
still
thinking.
doing open court after this? Do you know?
Yeah, they are. If you want to take a seat, boss.
Oh,
Huh.
easy.
Yeah, we have something we'd like to bring before the judge too.
Okay, yep.
Okay. So you want to talk? You want to tell the trooper now what your theory is? Where do you think? What picture? Oh.
Yeah, I can. I can do 5 stars. Okay. There's that.
I don't know why.
Uh,
Now he thinks that isn't Bryce Miller because he recognizes this person and knows he's been arrested before. Yet Bryce Miller has no mugshot.
so you gotta use italic for it to be italic. Okay, good to know. Wait, what the? No, I was just double checking if I can do this.
What about you, other handsome mustache man in front in the blue jacket?
Yeah, there's no reason.
I can do italic now. Yay! I've learned something new. And also wanted start. Hello. And I also learned what's the pink and orange code. I didn't know. This.
Yeah.
You type italic.
It goes 70.
What do you mean?
It's 70 miles an hour.
Ow.
Ugh.
Wait, what the
Oh.
hell?
Alright.
You're hurting me. That's
What the
emotional
hell?
spot Kermit. Why the fuck?
Well,
What the hell?
Why the fuck are you got a PDW? That's
why
illegal.
wouldn't I?
That's illegal.
Overseer?
Is it? Hello.
Maria. Hey,
Are you on duty?
No.
Alright, that's. I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
I don't
Or
think
I'm
they'll catch
lying to you. Huh? Mm.
Yeah, if they don't catch her, it's not illegal.
Well, actually,
Literally law.
Actually, as my duty, I think I have to sit as a Lester.
No.
Stop right there.
Down-
Are you on
down
duty?
on doll violence? What the hell?
What do you mean, doll?
Isn't Maria a doll?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Alright. Hey, congratulations on losing laws in extreme
Now we're getting
time.
a new law, a better
Yeah.
law.
Okay, no. It'll be worse.
Yeah.
Only good law is
because of-
smoking in government buildings, and we had that before it was cool.
Damn. She got your ass.
But Gloria, what's the charges for kidnapping?
I don't know.
Let me check.
I'll check. Kid. There's no kidnapping. It's hostage taking or abduction. You're talking about abduction or hostage taking?
It's
Why
my
don't
car.
we have a kidnapping charge? What the hell?
Because it's abduction.
What's your name again?
Krunko?
Oh, Krunko. Yeah, I got one too.
It's 7 months and basically
Alright.
1.5k in fine.
Yeah.
I like your
Just a
style.
felony.
Yeah. Just a felony.
Just
Should
a
be apt.
felony?
Just
Yeah.
a felony.
Why?
Crunk, don't
You
become
wanna
a felon.
kidnap someone?
I'm already a felon.
I'm walking
Can't-
away.
I can't already be a felon if I am.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Get out of the way.
What do you mean get out of the way? I'm in my parking spot.
Yeah, get out of the way.
Learn how to drive.
Get out of the way.
No.
Well, you should.
No.
You should.
Alright, you hit my car. I've got a witness.
I was going to hit it harder, but oh well. Down. Down. Is it your SOP to be on duty at the courthouse? What do you care about our SOPs? Wow, that's one hell of a car. Dispatch 131, back tonight.
Welcome back to the shift.
Oh no, SOPs are fine to be referred in character. It's just not relevant to, you know, breaking the law, because SOPs are not the law, so if I don't... Don't bite me. Yeah, so if he's like, well, were you on duty while you were at the courthouse? Yeah, I was. Yeah, but isn't it your SOP to not be on duty when you're at courthouse? It's like, why do you care about our SOPs? I was on duty while in courthouse.
Touchdown,
Cry about it. Hold on, is the car even on? That truck is made out of concrete, yeah. Ah! Oh well. fuck off. That's better. And just like that. Hello, this is TACnet. What is nature of your emergency?
Hello, I'm locked in my hotel. I need help.
Alright, well, do you have keycard to that hotel?
But I can't get out, you know. I can't work the elevator. I need help.
What do you mean you cannot work elevator?
I don't know how it works. I've never rode
on
an
button.
elevator before.
Click on button.
I'm clicking on button.
Yeah, there's a huge purple button. Click it.
Huge purple button?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, I will call back if it doesn't work. And if it does work, thank you.
You're welcome. We will not pick up.
Okay, bye.
10-9. What?
Was his name Terry?
What the
and was
fuck?
In the parking lot.
I'm assuming it's Brittany.
Hello.
Or
Was
Bobby.
it? Yeah, I was about to say that was not Brittany, that was Bobby.
That was Bobby.
Stop laughing like gremlin.
While I've distracted
The fuck?
What do you mean, what the fuck?
Stop it, Gremlin.
This is glow up.
And I've started
Oh.
stitching it closed.
What, you've never seen the glow up before?
I
Come
know.
on,
Damn,
watch
I
the movie.
mean,
I
Damn.
distracted the heck out of
who gave you that hair?
I'm almost
Where'd you get that
done with
hair?
this traditional
Oh, that's, well, Brittany and Barn Squad, like a month ago? Something?
Oh.
Yeah. It was for
Oh,
special
when they gave
occasion.
the overseer a makeover?
Yeah.
That's #1 thing you do for glow.
Uh,
Take off glasses and remove your hat. Everybody know that.
Yeah, yeah. That's like she's all that, you know, on those type of movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you
You
have
know.
insurance? Because I can give you food if you have insurance.
What the fuck?
Oh,
What are
you
you
look
doing
stunning.
over radio?
Oh, if you get injured a lot, because you know how like we charge you for getting treatment.
No, I need to save money. I need to save money. I don't need a racing engine. I don't need a racing engine.
I do.
There's one for one. Oh, you only have one in stock. Available
You
for
need to
restock,
stop
stock.
abusing
No.
radio before you get fired. You're about to not make it. Did it wasn't? Weren't you just promoted to scrub?
Wait, what?
Are you still receptionist?
Yeah,
I think so.
Oh,
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ!
I
How
think
long
so.
will you be receptionist?
What?
With those comms? Forever.
So today,
I think quite honestly, the only person that's going to put you back to scrub is the overseer. So whenever the overseer
Yeah.
next talks in,
and insurance is.
I think she hates me, so I think I'll be waiting a
So
while.
if you go
But-
down,
But what do you think is the better? What do you think is the better chance of happening? The overseer promoting you or Brittany?
you know, you get it's free, and then anything after that,
Me
you
quitting and
save
throwing myself off the
money.
roof.
True.
Hello, who's
There's
this?
some
Can we
good
help you?
freelancing jobs you
It's
can
me,
do, and
Terry.
you'll get the money.
You look worse.
I got you all bandaged up now, and you
hello.
are free
Hi.
to go.
I didn't recognize you.
If you need any tips,
What do you mean? I look exactly the same.
Advice on good jobs.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
let me
yeah.
know.
You look.
Show papers.
Here's papers.
Have you cleaned the pool over
No, I did not see that. You're horrible
kinda
at showing
funny.
papers.
That's like $3,500.
That's pretty funny. Honestly, that is a pretty funny thing.
Yeah.
I can't wait to put it under the name of
Hello,
Leo Escobar.
brother. What happened?
Oh my
Help!
god. I am.
Somebody do something.
Well, you're
Somebody
doing
do
something.
something.
Drop patient now.
No, Mama deserves the
Drop
best
patient.
treatment.
Well, yeah, it's not from you, idiot. It's from us.
Best.
Oh, Andrew, you owe me money.
No, you owe me money.
You owe me money.
You owe me money. You shot my car yesterday and you ran me over and exploded it.
Did not shoot your car.
Yes, you did. You shot my car.
Poorly. I don't.
Really?
I wouldn't waste
Did
a
you
bullet.
miss me? I
honestly.
missed you, Mama.
Oh, hey,
I can't believe I can't. Ooh,
Hey,
I like the new badge.
Chad.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Andy be
softest in Los
bully too big.
Santos.
That is fine. He's being bullied to everyone. Hold your breath.
Where's my fucking?
Hey, does anybody want some of my
Okay.
brown?
Let me just.
Yeah,
Let me
take
just.
some.
You'll get
Have some
there.
free
You'll
brown.
get
It's
there.
going. It's starting to melt. So.
Oh.
Appreciate
Oh,
the
I
free
feel
brown.
so bad.
Here you go. It's all the flavors. We mix all the flavors together.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, he's got a gun out.
There you go.
Alright.
Here,
I
let
should
me
do
take
it.
a selfie.
I feel so much better.
What flavors
now.
you get?
I know you.
I'm getting a
Think
phone
that
call.
was
Hang on.
raspberry.
You got Andy.
Hello. I'm here now. I am machine.
Who is this? Amy, are you working right now?
Oh, that was a perfect thumbs up. Oh my god. No way. Oh, I didn't get it in the picture. I thought I did. Alright, here, I'm gonna post it on Life Invader. Make sure you like it.
Help. Help. Help.
Oh Jesus.
Help.
Uh-oh.
Help. Help.
Like that we told you, stop
Ugh.
climbing behind the machine. You can't do that.
The fuck?
I am here now. Hello. Mama
I was-
rescued me, unlike
I
you,
feel
Callum, you
better
useless,
now.
I was getting to
you
you.
useless
Callum.
Scot. Get out of my sight.
Hey, do you guys know clownfish can change gender?
You
So
saved my
technically, Nemo
life.
could have been his own mother.
I owe
It's
you
posted.
everything.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Everything's so
Spits on
blurry.
Andy. How
Yeah,
dare you
spits
hurt
on
mother?
Andy.
Eat spit. Catch a spit in mouth. Oh.
Spits crunchy spit.
Oh.
I love
Juice.
it.
Spit is spit.
Hope. Mmm.
Spits chocolate spit.
Legendary Terry.
Oh.
Andy, are you allergic to anything?
Bees and fire. I get rashes from fire and blisters.
Everybody gets rashes from fire.
Yeah, it's an allergy.
120, 76 to the courthouse.
Oh.
Latest 52 request.
Mmm. Well, no, fact, I'm actually a dead
Are you going,
werewolf.
Dimitri? Oh, never mind, they're gone.
Hey, Bobby.
Hold on, let me
Hey.
do this.
Hey, Mama.
Oh, Mama, we gotta go get snakes and come back and throw them
How
on
you
Bobby,
doing,
by the
baby?
way.
We're gonna get washed.
You come back with snakes, you get shot in face.
You're not gonna shoot me in the face.
I
for
will
throwing
shoot you.
snakes at
I have
Bobby.
shot
No, you
Leo in the
won't.
face multiple
Let's
times,
shoot
and he's my
Andy
best
in the
friend.
Yeah,
face.
but the
Don't
difference
bring
is
no
you're
snakes
a
in here.
coward.
Don't bring no damn snakes.
Everyone fears me.
Listen, you can bring
shoot
snakes on the
people in
plane
the
if you want,
face.
but don't bring them in the hospital, all right?
I'm throwing more snakes in the hospital.
No, you're not.
You can't.
Yeah, well.
I'm gonna stop you. I'll steal your hat. I'll steal your hat if you bring
Did you shoot him?
Why? No.
She for real?
What is with furries? Why?
Oh.
No
Oh, I was
furries at
waiting for a
hospital.
second.
No furries at hospital.
He's trying to figure out where he's set. Okay, you need to check.
Listen, we're okay with clowns, but no fuzzies in the
We are not
hospital.
okay with clowns either.
No
This
fuzzies.
is a special hire
Yeah.
to show that we are quote unquote inclusive.
Oh, he's our diversity hire.
Yep.
Yes.
We have one
Okay.
furry and one clown in total, and if they
We
fuck
gotta
up,
meet our
they
quota.
will regret it.
I'm not gonna fuck it up.
Well, we will see.
Uh,
Show papers.
Okay, I gave you my paper.
I did not see. Oh, you give me paper. I'm looking for your identification, you silly human.
Oh, I know exactly what you're doing.
To have a good day. 120,
Oh,
76 to
you
Medical,
sneaky son of a
147,
bitch.
non-critical.
She didn't ask for paper. Oh yeah, I need to go down to take new picture with the nose and with a different face because I used to do my makeup otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Why did you change
Yeah.
makeup?
Because I couldn't. It got too dark.
How fucking old are you?
Never mind.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Age is just a number.
Are you like 70?
Yes.
God damn, nice hair for your age.
Yeah, the thing is that, if you laugh, you live longer. And I've laughed a lot.
Yeah.
So that's why. By the way, Miss, I have made something today.
Did you get
Check
that?
this out.
I'm not checking it out.
Oh, come on, just check it
Yes,
out.
Please give it back if you're not checking it out. Yes, I got it.
I will. What did you? Terry's excuses. Page 1.
Yes. Just pick a page.
I was rushing to a pieting contest. My pet hamster escaped in the car. I was practicing my honking horn routine. I was late for magic show. I was evading a banana peel on the road. I was rushing to a unicycle race. My red nose fell off and I was looking for it. I was trying to catch up with the circus parade. I was late for a juggling class. I was practicing my tightrope walking. I was evading a pie throwing contest. I was rushing to a balloon animal workshop. I got in my eyes. I was late for a makeup tutorial. I was trying to catch a flying trapeze artist. Oh,
yes.
are you intent on getting pulled over?
No, but just in case.
Well,
It's gonna be
you
funny.
might give it to patient as explanation as to why you were late for their injury.
Treatment, yes. it
Oh,
works
hey,
for
by the way,
everything.
Callum.
Okay, well, I probably. Okay, so I got I got the tag.
Andrew Fisher is threatening to fill
Yeah,
up the hospital with
that's good. We
snakes.
got you in books already. Don't
Again?
worry. Just-
Yeah.
I'll get you all ready in training. Nothing for you to worry about.
Yeah, he said he's gonna go grab some snakes.
You better
and
not
release them in the
disappoint. You
hospital.
are given a
And they had
lot
some redheaded lady
of
with him.
trust here.
I'm gonna try my
I don't
best.
know
We would not hire
you
the
will
likes
need
of
to
you
be-
under normal
Yeah.
circumstances.
Short lady, a little bit heavy set.
Oh my god.
Miss Marionette called her mother.
Yeah, no, it's Mama.
It's her
Yeah,
name.
That's the whole thing.
It's her name.
I didn't know her name.
Yeah.
Not Gloria Timmons. You are a
She has mother.
Well,
Yeah, you're generally.
like I said, it was
genuinely not.
Andy
I'm
and
just wondering
her
if Space's voice
threatening
is,
to come back, fill it
really,
up
if
with
I haven't
snakes.
seen you in like 2 days.
But just remember, he's got really soft bones, so if you got a baseball, just throw it as hard as you can at his knee. It'll make his leg fold backwards.
I have baseballs. I was
Hey,
out
so-
picking garbage all day today.
Okay, so if he comes in here trying to release some snakes, I want you to just start throwing baseballs at him. Okay?
Yeah. I also
Right
have
in his
base.
damn head.
Yeah.
She got stabbed in the side, but it's not too bad.
Does his way of speaking remind you of someone?
Super duper bad.
Who?
I ended up
Him?
Him.
Or me? What do you mean?
Right? He reminds me of
Oh,
our
really?
ADHD machine. She talks very similarly.
I got ADHD.
The way she goes high and down.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's yeah.
What do you mean? I am speaking normally.
They sound exactly the same. Maybe there are siblings and they don't know it.
Yeah, probably, maybe.
Do you have any
My dad-
children, Clown?
Not that I.
You might have daughter. I'm
Currently
just
paying
saying.
for. Thank you very much.
Might have daughter from overseas.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah, I've been. I'm very slutty.
Oh, really? Where were you born?
Yeah. A little bit of everywhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
because she's European.
Yeah.
What
Same
is she
here.
like? What is she like? Dutch or something?
I'm-
She is something.
I'm Hollandaise.
Yeah, you are holidays. Christmas?
Oh my god, we've met like 5 times.
No, Hollandaise. I'm from
Yeah,
Holland.
Easter?
What do you mean about that?
You said you're from holidays. Which one?
No, Hollandaise.
Yeah. Yeah, which day? Christmas?
No, not. I'm Holland.
You can take Uwu out of the boy, but you can't take the boy out of
Boy
Uwu.
out of
You know what I
Uwu.
mean?
What are you doing here?
Or wait, I fucked that up actually.
My friends here.
Yeah. What about your car?
But yeah,
Yeah, you hit my car. I'm
I
fine.
have you duct taped
Alright,
up
good
so
luck.
your stitches
I have
don't
witnesses.
pop
Okay.
Just don't do any crazy activities
I
like
have the
getting
best
punched
lawyers
in
of
the
the city.
face or
All right. No, you don't.
punch. You know.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Which one?
Yeah. Can you
Which
try and
one?
avoid getting punched
I
in the
have
face?
several. That's how good I am.
Yeah, that's how you know they're bad. You need multiple.
2 days in a row.
No, it's called a
Just
team.
in a row, because I also
It's
got
like
to
the
jail like
Avengers.
today.
Yeah. You know who
When
doesn't
they go
need
to
a
punch
team?
your face, weave.
Someone who's strong enough to win on their own.
That's and then counter it. You know, hit him with the pop pop.
Are you strong enough to win on your own?
All right, let's go.
Is she a bike? Oh my god, you. Damn, she fell.
Yeah, I throw it over the outfit.
How's it going? No doubt.
Both of you, close your eyes.
I'm closing my eyes.
Dimitri?
Yeah, I'm closing my eyes.
Fuck! I ran into the.
Alright, open up, get an ambulance, and close eyes.
Okay.
Alright, closing eyes.
Okay, eyes are closed.
Ah, what did he hit?
The hell is that? Whoa! Whoa!
Alright, you can open eyes.
Seatbelt.
Alan? Thank you.
Yes.
Taxing 1, 76 minutes 47 on Elgin Avenue.
Dispatch 196 is 1041.
Hi, Chloe.
Hello.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to go talk to Chloe about something that me and Rich discussed last night.
No?
Yeah, the whole no dating in TACMED thing.
Yeah? Who's she dating?
I've got an idea who she's got her eye on, but in this case, it has been asked about whether. So basically, it's a question of TACMED saying, "Wait, are we allowed to date people? Are we not allowed to date people?" And the answer is, we will not officially allow it, but we'll also not disallow it. But if it interferes in your job, you fucked up.
I guess
Oh,
it's
buddy.
a draw.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, we'll let you have that much. Hello, patient.
Oh,
what
yeah,
happened?
What happened, buddy?
I don't remember how he got here.
Oh, yeah.
Did you fly here by any chance?
I
Is
have
there
no
a plane
idea.
crash somewhere?
I just woke up
I don't
here.
know.
Oh yeah, he's superhero. He flies, yeah.
I cannot fly.
Oh, why the fuck do you wear a cape?
By any chance, do you have any idea you can flash us?
Yes, you can check my pockets.
Okay, did you think you could fly?
I did not think I could fly. I am Metro Man. I cannot fly.
Why is your
what can you
logo IR?
That's a good point.
That is a long story.
Well, we have time. It's not like you're going anywhere.
Okay. So there was this man called Impotent Rage. And he killed my father in a battle. So I found Impotent Rage.
Who the fuck's finding me?
What the fuck?
I killed Impotent Rage and took his costume.
So
I'll have to phone that person back.
Are your friends okay? They seem to have fallen over.
They appear to have been
Ah,
defeated by your. speech
you
power.
are so not generic at all. Great backstory.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
it sounds so you murdered someone.
Yes, I killed the superhero that killed my dad.
Was it perhaps beyond statute of limitations?
Yes.
Smart.
I suppose.
Oh yeah,
any
I killed a lot of
superhero
people as well.
war is,
My father may have been a villain, but he did not deserve to die.
So
Well,
are you a villain?
I disagree.
Am I a villain? I'll leave that for you to determine.
I'll just put it that way. Your father put up a good fight.
You do, my father.
So let's first question, right? How long do you think you've been sat out here in the field for?
About 2 months, maybe. Like this guy kept coming over and feeding me. I've been here a long time.
2 months.
I think I drove over him like 6 times.
Yeah. What the fuck happened to you?
I think he's just been sat out here for 2 months, so he's just suffering from some malnutrition. So I'm gonna hang up a bag.
I had some expired food.
What? You
That
doing like a
doesn't
hunger
it.
protest or something? What is this?
Don't worry, buddy. We're gonna get you right as rain.
Thank you, citizen. I will bring justice to the city.
Hey, I'm not a citizen.
I think the police's
okay?
job is for that. Alright,
I'm not a
take it
citizen.
out there, okay?
I'm tech med.
Thank you, doctors.
We're not doctors, we're tac
My
men.
good friend.
We're not doctors.
I'm figuring out who the hell phone met.
We're not doctors.
Where are we going?
When will people learn we're not fucking
Dispatch
doctors?
acting 1, latest 47. Code 4, patient treated on scene, 76 back eclipse, now 47s.
Fucking hate it, man. We're not doctors and we're not fucking EMS.
Sorry, what's going on, sorry?
Nothing.
The guy pissed me off. He called me a doctor.
Okay, how'd you lose your
Oh,
vehicle?
yeah, he's on the phone.
Oh.
Welcome back, Lily.
I thought you were talking to me.
No.
Gotcha. Also, unfortunately, I don't appear to have a name associated with the number. Who is this?
Oh.
Andrew Anderson. Alright, gotcha. Oh, but alright. Well, yeah, so what can I help you with? Sorry, I'm just in the middle of a call. That's why I'm kind of all over the place, really. Alright, sounds good. I have no idea who that is.
Anderson?
Andrew Anderson.
Nah, I think I treated him like yesterday or something.
I don't know, but why is he phoning me? Like, why is he talking about the
I
picking up
don't-
his vehicle? I'm like,
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Hold up.
When the hell did we get to that voice activated?
We always
thing?
have.
I need to
It's
get
not
the-
voice activated. It's just, you know,
Oh. I didn't know we had this.
typical elevator noise.
I always heard the ding, but I never heard that before.
Yeah. What happened?
Bobby punched me.
How dare you,
Yeah.
Bobby?
Bobby.
I just started beating her up.
All right. Did you deserve it?
Why do you look like that?
What do you mean?
Why do you look like that?
What do you think? She looks normal. This
You
is how she
don't.
always
You
looks.
don't enjoy Brittany Helton's and Barn Squad work?
No.
Wow.
Oh no. Okay. I didn't know it was their work. It does look good. I didn't know.
Yeah,
Where's
I
your
think
scarf?
What badges do you have?
Yeah. Well, scarf gets tied up in the vest when I take it off. because,
Yeah.
you know.
That's true.
I remember that day.
I remember that day as well.
You look very professional.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I always do.
That's true. You look like a receptionist.
Chloe, write yourself another. I'm just kidding. There is nothing wrong with looking like a receptionist.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being one.
There is a lot of wrong with
Yeah.
being one and not doing your job.
Invoices.
Alright, is beating Chloe up your job?
Still wanted to get that
Yeah.
thing taken care of.
Really?
I was supposed to have been dismissed, and I don't know why
Yeah.
it wasn't.
Well,
Alright.
open course right now, I think.
Yeah, I know. But I don't have a ride
What do
over
you
there,
feel
so.
like? Chloe's
What's going on?
hard. Bobby's
Oh,
going
no.
on.
Sorry,
What else
what?
is new?
I'm going on. I'm going on LOA. Oh,
No,
by the
he
way.
said what is going on, and I
Oh,
said
hi.
Bobby is going on.
Oh.
Because you are always in center of attention, where you want to be.
Okay, bitch.
Hey, doctor.
Fucking being a bitch to Bobby's. I love.
last night because obviously
Blue Boy, I think.
it came up. So effectively, the official stance on TACMed and dating rules is quite simple. There is no official stance. We will
Oh, yeah,
neither.
he told
we will
everyone
neither.
on the radio.
Alright, okay, well, alright, but would have been nice to know the fucking text. I didn't put your side. Yeah, pretty much. We will not condone it, but we will not approve any. If you fuck up in a relationship and it starts affecting your job, you're both getting your fucking arses fired.
Absolutely.
So, who are you dating?
And
I'm not dating anyone.
Oh.
well, I believe that is a lie. I believe you've got your eye on somebody, and you are.
I
what
haven't
this
gone on a
word-
date with anyone.
That's not the question.
Yeah, me neither.
Are you planning a date with anyone?
Okay, well that's different.
Are you planning a date with somebody in TACMed?
What?
Are you planning a date with anyone?
Alright, Callum,
within
get
the
out.
hospital?
Get out of what?
Might
Get out
be
of
one,
waiting room.
Going 1041.
I know the answer already.
That's right, get out of room.
10-4, welcome aboard.
You too, Dimitri.
Damn it. Damn it.
Come on, sit down.
Hi.
Pat's chair next to her. So,
Mm-hmm.
no, I don't, but I want to.
I have been tentatively planning a date with Charlotte since she asked me out.
No.
A
Is
while
it because
ago.
of hair color?
I don't know. I guess she's also charming, so there's that too.
Oh, alright. Do you
Let's see. I
like
think she.
Charlotte?
What?
Do you like Charlotte?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy being in Charlotte's company?
Yeah.
Do you want to be in Charlotte's company more often, not only on duty?
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's been so long since I went off duty at all. I don't know that I
Good. You don't need to go off duty.
would enjoy it.
Your
yeah,
house
exactly.
is here.
Yeah.
People who go off duty do so because they are tired of work. Are you tired of Hackman?
No, ma'am.
Good. Because we are not tired of you.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, very good. We love to have you around. And
Thank you.
I'm not the biggest fan of someone stealing you away.
Oh well, don't worry. I don't think anyone could steal me away from this place for long, ma'am.
Well, perhaps. I would hope so. I will make sure it stays so.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm 100% committed for the greater good.
I know. I know. That is why you are my favorite.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Do not thank me. It was not my choice to choose you. It was your commitment that made me choose you. I do not give you
All
many
part of the job.
compliments. I do not want you to get too big of an ego. But you are leagues above those idiots.
Yeah, I
And you
mean
have a long way
that's to be
go
expected for a
ahead as
vanguard.
well. No, I'm talking about everyone.
Oh. Thank you.
Again.
But
do not
like you
thank
said, it's just part of the job.
It is, yes. And you've been doing such a good job on it.
Thank you, ma'am.
So do not leave me. Alright, Chloe?
Okay.
I want you by my side.
Okay.
Forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's I'm right here.
Good. Then you will stay here.
Did you say forever?
Alright. Good talk.
Good talk.
Show me, show me.
Yeah, it's
Hello, darling.
Hello, Marionette. How are you,
How are
darling?
you doing? Quite well.
I'm
quite
wonderful.
well. I suppose
You
today
look
is.
gorgeous.
Thank you. It is Brittany Hilton and the
Bertha.
Barn Squad who
Bertha,
has
you're-
made
My
this
God.
look.
Fucking hell, she did a
Well,
good
they did
job.
it for the real.
Bertha.
Great for taking pictures.
Yes.
You sound like you are You sound like you're talking to us from downstairs in the kitchen.
Yeah, you sound like you're talking to us
Yeah.
through the air conditioner.
I wasn't going to say that. You don't
Well, I
just
mean, I was.
point
Yeah, that
out
sounds-
people
that's pretty
have a deep
insensitive.
throat.
No. There's
I
deep
have-
throat. There's deep throated throat, and then there's.
I've heard deeper
I
throats.
am a bottomless echo.
Yeah, I've heard
I
deeper
think that's
throats.
Marionette when she opens her legs.
Oof. Oof.
Roasted. Absolutely dragged.
Hello, better or no?
No.
You do know I am
I know.
virgin, yes, Bobby?
Virgin Mary. I don't know what that meant.
I know.
0, 1, 2.
Hey, Murray.
Yeah.
Murray,
Pureness
I got
is
one for you.
alien to you.
Murray, I got one for you. Come here.
You're goddamn.
You gotta be like,
All
you
the
gotta be
doors
like this.
open.
Listen.
What?
You gotta be like, yeah, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby. Well, when you open your legs, it's like when Kirby opens his mouth, just sucks
I
everything
don't know what
in
that
around
means.
it.
What is Kirby?
Novel of an update.
Just say
uh,
it. It's good.
Harmony.
I said I also
Hey,
forgot it.
Bobby,
What is what?
do you know what is Kirby?
We got materials
Kirby?
for when to get a
Yeah,
parachute,
Kirby.
But the auto exotic wasn't.
Look it up on my phone.
For Corbin.
Little pink
The,
guy.
the little thing that
Alright,
sucks
well,
up things.
Just ready for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ready
yeah.
for the
Little pink
ingredients.
guy.
Oh.
He's like, ooh, and he sucks everything in.
Yeah, could you just
Yep.
open up your
Yeah,
legs
those
so I
usually
can
go
have an
first
image
round.
to reference?
Yeah, it's in progress. So
Alright.
next time
Ah.
you go around and auto exotic,
My hole's a lot
if
tighter.
that's taken care of.
Oh, that's the other thing. I spoke with
Alright.
last night.
You're not a good liar
Sam
either.
and Chad can be promoted to specialists the next time we're found on duty.
Hell yeah.
If we're not around, if me or Rich aren't around, then do it
I can
yourself or
verify.
Marionette.
What?
It's
I really
it's like
need to give the other two that we talked about more time. They've only
Good.
just been operated for like a week or two.
Like good? Okay, thanks, honey.
Bobby,
If they keep up, they won't be long.
if I were to use my fist, I would have to not roll up my sleeve to, you know,
No, I'll make sure
have
that
any
it's
hope
fully
to be
ready
useful.
when the time comes.
that's not true.
Well,
Deal.
what are you wearing? Like, I get Christmas colors, but at least make it look good.
All right now, we can put the claws away.
Oh.
Maybe there's no one in city.
Oh, did fun. Did you
It's all right.
did you
She
talk to
changed her
Tiffany
clothes.
yet?
There's nothing wrong
Has
with
she
it.
been on
Changing
duty?
her clothes.
She was around earlier on and haven't had a chance to talk to her about the thing that you told me about last night. But she
Mhm.
will be attending the re-education as well. So it's by
Okay.
all means kind of bring up at that point that in order for Tiffany to be really treated and you
Yeah.
know not get fired immediately, she kind of needs to
Right.
take things a bit more seriously.
Absolutely, will do.
Oh, hey, by the way, I need to
Who's
know
running
what,
re-education?
what they've been signed off on so far.
Dimitri, you have been signed off on.
Everybody knows.
Don't say that word.
Turkey and some mistletoe.
You've been signed off on radio.
Is it?
Yeah.
Your comms
Well-
sometimes can be fine, but then there's other times where.
Cherry said the Q word.
But to be fair, we need to. So sometimes
I
your
was whispering,
comms
so you
do
didn't
still
hear
come
it.
through very garbled. Sometimes you're still forgetting your 10
You
codes.
want a cigarette?
Hmm?
In terms of your medical knowledge, I'm more than fine with that.
Hell yeah.
Maybe just a little bit tweaks here and there.
Okay.
And generally, your C management's fine. But yeah, right now I'd say focus on your radio clarity when you're all doing medical stuff.
Okay, so you want me to use American accent on the radio?
I gave it.
I don't think that's the
That's not
problem.
the issue, because obviously everyone can understand my comms.
Try my best to try my best.
Yeah.
You're a good man.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's about
Do you know how to
efficiency
spell
on how to
D-
use them. You just have to,
Do I know how
keep
to spell
using them
what?
and you'll get quicker.
Do you know how to spell Valkyrie?
No.
I don't know.
It's VALKYRIE.
So
Was that close?
What kind of perk?
Kind
does
of.
that matter?
Hospital get a free.
You spelled it wrong twice on an invoice.
Right, for 2 months straight, I kept calling it Eclipse with an Y instead of an I.
Oh.
Volume?
Is that standard spelling of that word in Virginia?
Oh my god, yeah, there we go.
No.
Smoothie and silk. Silk and silky and silk.
I don't know how to spell
Not
Valkyrie.
smoothie and
Okay,
silk.
I'm sorry. It's one I'm gonna
Frank
forget.
knows what you're on about, Bobby, but I just listen and accept it.
It's like a couple words that just get me, you know?
Yeah, no, that's so fair.
Don't stay.
Like, kind of like, unconquist. Can't spell that either.
Like what you see, Tip Munch?
Oh, that's for Tip Munch? I thought it was for Jerry.
No, it was for Jerry, but
He definitely felt my schmeat just then.
Uh-oh.
yeah, you feel to
Let's
grow
go.
and everything.
Is that Valkyrie? Or is that...
That's all of us.
Because I have
It
better
is
tickets.
a
all
hostile,
of
so you
us.
could use all four.
Okay. Tech-Med rollout.
Alright, Callum.
So this goes
want to
better.
have
This goes better than my one yesterday.
You'd better. You wanna redeem yourself?
Well, let's just say, right? It was me by myself.
Granted,
I called PD to come over and help. One of them did. And then after we cleared out the group, we were escorting the person out. And then suddenly the entire fucking group came back around, full deep, and completely rinsed us in the middle of a crossfire.
where was that?
Where we're going to.
Oh.
Dispatch Tactic 176, latest 47, Palomino Highlands.
Everyone respond on dispatch.
Damn. Who didn't? Who didn't respond?
No, who's not responding?
I did.
Dimitri, did you click and hold?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Who's not responding? Callum. Callum doesn't respond. There you go.
See? I just
If you ask who responded, because we have 4 people in ambulance and 3 people say I did, probably the person who's not speaking didn't.
Fair enough.
And you would be correct.
I know. I'm always correct.
I had to double check. I was like, I thought I did, but better safe than sorry. These roads, I always get so confused on. I don't know how the hell you guys figure out which road the right road is.
You get
out
used
here.
with it.
Also GPS.
No. You get used to the road.
No?
Even with that don't
I mean,
come-
like a combination of both, though, is what I'm saying.
You often look at GPS to know which way not to go.
Yeah?
Yep. Oh well. They better be platinum insured. Yeah, whenever we are able to check insurance level as the call comes in, I think we'll get into a habit of ignoring, dangerous calls if they are
Yeah.
no insurance level.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
Alright, let's get going.
Alright, Callum, you're up.
What's right?
You're up. Order people around.
Let's roll, let's roll, let's roll. Come on.
Alright, well, I hate it already.
Yeah.
Callum, can I ask, what are you doing?
What? We're pushing up. We're waiting for you to get closer, then we'll have to figure out where the guy actually is. Isn't he right here?
I'm sorry.
He's
Repeat
south.
that. 9, I meant. Apology.
We're on scene. We're coordinating on radio.
Oh, sorry, Temple.
Hello, if you are here in Ninja. Yep, he's south. Right here. Everyone behind the ambulance.
That man came and hear us. Please shut up.
To the right, behind bush.
Hello.
Alright.
Alright, up we go. We're just gonna get you behind the ambulance here. Ooh, okay.
Yep, alright.
There we go. Okay, let's take a look at you. Checks injuries. Could you flash an ID when you have a second?
I love how you ran in but didn't check on GPS where the call came from. So it went completely wrong direction.
I can't right now.
Okay. No worries. It's actually been a while. It's Roxy something, right?
Roxana
Kennedy. Ambulance.
Kennedy, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You got shot by locals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit in the leg.
Gotcha. Well, let me just check for an exit wound real quick. Oop. Come back here. All right. Looks like you got a exit wound. So we'll just get you inside the ambulance. Get that packed on the way back to Eclipse.
Now, miss, I have a question. Were you here by yourself?
Yeah, it was just me out here. I'm pretty sure, anyway.
Just wanted to make sure that you didn't have no friends with you that might be out here.
Come on, get in and start packing the wound.
Why the fuck can I not open the back door?
Just.
Here you go.
Thank you.
There you go. Gosh.
Dispatch, stack team 1, 76 latest. Sorry, 76 back at clips 147.
I got shot.
Yep.
How do you spell your name again?
ROHX Anna.
Gotcha, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you get shot?
Where?
Like-
My leg.
No, I'm asking Tackman.
Oh, I think I got shot through the side window.
Yeah, no, where you got hit?
In the body.
Oh my God.
Somewhere in the general location of his body.
Jesus.
Hey, shoulder.
Now, of course it's shoulder, I guess. Everyone has same aim.
Well, it's either shoulder, neck, or head. It's the only thing that you can see through the window.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Paperwork's done.
Actually, one might have hit the back of my helmet, too.
Yep.
I have to check my helmet out when I get back to the hospital.
Well, I'm glad you're not terribly hurt. You're being very brave about taking it in shoulder and not complaining too much. You'll get lollipop at Eclipse.
Hey, listen.
Dimitri, do you have platinum?
No, I got gold.
Wow.
But I think my gold
That's
might
still
be
pretty
running
good, at
out
least.
soon.
At least you're not broke like some TAC-Med. High tower.
Funny, because he's poor.
Dispatch TAC team 123 Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
Why?
I just tripped a little bit.
Alright, why?
Hey, do I have a shot in the back of my head?
Hold on. Turn around.
There we go.
Let's get
Check
you.
back of head.
Waiting for you.
There we are.
Stop moving.
Throws patient onto shoulder, all cool like.
Oh my goodness.
Minute, you're gonna be going the next like 15 minutes.
Yep.
3 letters.
A, B, C?
Alright, you made 2 animals.
Ah, for fuck.
And what year is it?
Callum.
It was
2024.
Alright,
Don't worry, I brought her up the other for you.
I know, I saw. Oh, well, we didn't bring her far.
Oh my god.
It's always Callum. Whenever he's in elevator with me, he fucks everything up.
There you go.
You look great, Bertha.
Hi,
Fine, I'm driving.
Do we have insurance?
That's my mama right there.
Me no.
Oh, well.
Bye, guys.
I love you, mama.
We'll see you later.
I'm still
See,
feeling.
I would if I got hurt more often, but I don't.
Damn snakes
Yeah,
in here.
understandable. There you are. Well, you know, we soon might consider saving people from getting shot. Yeah.
What?
Isn't this the one that threw snakes at us?
No, not this
No.
one. Go ahead and treat this one. The one
That
who
was
threw
Andrew
snakes
Fisher.
left.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
This one got shot. Paperwork done.
Well, it's not
Yeah,
good,
see.
obviously, when people come to the hospital, but it is good
That's
for
true.
us.
Yeah, exactly. It's good for us and for the greater good, you know?
For the greater good, always for the greater good.
It's true. I like your elf ears.
Thank you, darling. Brittany would probably tell. Well, actually, I don't think she would tell me off, but Overseer would tell me off.
That's
for
absolutely
sure.
true, yeah.
But
It's
but
very
look how
whimsical.
quick. Look, see,
Yeah.
back to normal.
Yeah,
Oh my god,
exactly.
No, nobody saw what I.
Saw it. I seen it. I seen it.
What?
I don't know.
What did you see?
Explosion in your clips.
Oh, I have no idea. I just want to fuck with him.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think it was probably a motorcycle explosion. I'll check first floor.
Oh, god damn it.
Yep, looks like it's gonna live. All right. Okay, it's gonna lower leg. Nice.
Definitely wasn't missing my gloves.
You didn't see that.
Lower leg. Looks like no tissue damage. So.
TACMed PD.
Go for TACMed.
1 Crispy 95 on Normandy Drive. You could send a unit.
Yeah, well, 76 now. Thank you.
Very much.
That's the sheet just above the hospital.
I think that may have been one of the nicest interactions I've ever had with Angel. Dimitri.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
120 should be 10-10 for about 5 mics.
10-4. Seatbelt.
Get out of way, it's emergency.
Your emergency.
Our emergency, that's true.
Why did you unmark it?
Where was it?
Where the cluster of
There it is.
PDS.
There it goes.
There you go, thank you.
Yeah.
1 Crispy 95. Good.
Yeah.
A crispy boy.
Dimitri, do the paperwork.
Oh, what the hell?
Well, we have
Yeah,
to
you're
check
not
how
signed
good you
off on
are at
MDT.
paperwork so we can sign it
Yeah.
off.
Oh, damn it.
You don't like doing paperwork?
I don't.
Oh, that's not good. You're supposed to like it.
Help me, please.
Yeah, it's
Hello.
for the greater good.
Tacmed
Oh,
on
no, I do
scene.
it. I do
Why
it.
are you crispy? Hello.
Hi,
The
Indy.
car blew up. Hello.
Oh, why did it blow up? You're a bad driver?
Because I haven't been arrested in 7 days, so I did some stealing.
Alright, can you
Oh,
guys see if you can find an ID for me?
it's Indy Rose.
That's my name.
Yep.
I
All
thought-
right, just gonna
I
get
thought
some
today was a
burn
good
cream on
day
you
to
here.
go to prison.
Yeah. Did you miss it in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have like a cell in prison, like a
How you spell first
dedicated
name?
one, like you do in INDIE? Yeah. Like you do in the hospital. Do you have like a dedicated room?
Yes. Me and Bell
Hell
share.
yeah.
Andy, how badly are you burned? You don't look too bad. You don't sound too bad.
It's
Yeah,
second degree
nah,
at
never
least.
mind. Yeah, never mind.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All
I
right.
don't know.
There we go. I got that all creamed up and packed. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, officers.
Yep.
Oh,
Hey,
check,
Trooper.
make sure she's cuffed.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's cuffed, right?
Yes, she
I'm
is.
always cuffed.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're good to take her.
Yeah, just let us load up.
Okay.
You should have seen it. The car exploded and then everything set on fire. It spreaded like a
Ooh,
Molotov.
You
that's
motherfucker! Learn to
Yeah, you should've
drive.
just killed him.
I should. I hate people. I
Cool.
hate people. I hate people. I hate people.
The officers did ask that
Me
we wait
too.
until they were loaded up. Okay, now it looks like they're good.
Yeah, he's good.
Also hate people.
Anytime I deal with Angel, I'm like,
Put your seatbelt on.
extra. Not me.
Alright, yells
Jason
about
B.
seatbelt, drives car into explosion.
I had my seatbelt on though when it
Excuse
exploded.
me, my bad.
Yeah. Dumb.
Yeah.
You would have been less hurt if you flew out of windshield.
Hey, think about that.
But the beeping is it
Seatbelts
drives me
kill.
Team
Seatbelts kill more
76
people
and
each
23
year than
are,
they
just
do
saying.
147 non-critical is a 95.
10-4.
Did someone have their seatbelt off the entire way
No,
here?
I took it
bet
off right now because
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm a
anybody saw
bitch
that
today.
Paperwork's done.
Good
Why
job,
are you in a bad
Dimitri.
mood?
I am not in bad mood. I am in bitchy mood. Who says bitchy mood is
Oh.
bad? I like being bitch.
No, I like bitch mood.
Hey,
Alright.
she's in her
Motivated
bitchy
Someone
boss.
put you in a
She's
bitch
bitchy
mood.
boss
Burn.
mode.
Alright, you wanna go with them? You
I'll
too.
come with you.
You too.
Let me
Go
go with
with
them too? Okay.
Go.
Okay, I'm going, I'm going.
Thank you. Throws on the shoulder. Ugh.
You're so strong. Oh, I'm here.
And you are fucking slippery.
Dispatch TAC Team 1,
Stop being
76
slippery.
latest 47, 8
It's
Milton
because they
Parkway.
lubed me up with the burn gel.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know.
Middle one.
Doctor! Which is middle one? We have 5. There's no middle. Oh wait, no, there is
No,
middle one.
the,
Yeah,
the
this
one by the couch is my one. No.
Alright, but it's not middle one. It's 2 out of
mi-
6.
middle
It's
window.
not middle.
What'd you do?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
look, it
got
says on the window, money.
Yeah, but it.
Your hair?
No, where? Where?
Oh wow.
Dispatch
I
TAC
scratched it on
Team
the window.
123,
That's window, not wall.
47 on 8
It
Milton.
said window.
Second degree burn, slathered in burn gel, also dropped in elevator shaft for fun.
Oh my
Yeah.
fucking hell! All right.
Did it on
okay.
purpose.
I did it on purpose, yeah.
From that one.
Fuck is that?
My halo. Let me see your halo, halo.
Right, it is looking like that drop from the elevator didn't really do much, so I'm gonna just focus on the burn. Oh wait, hang on, I've just spotted a little bruise.
No, you
Right, I'm
didn't.
gonna shove the ice pack on there first. Yes, I
She's
did.
criminal. I'm sure she has bruises from before. How can you prove it was from elevator? You cannot.
I
Only
always have bruises.
as medical professional, you can say that bruise exists. You cannot say how it happened.
Where did he go?
Right, okay, the bruise exists, and
There
it
you go.
wasn't from the elevator. Oops.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it showed up that fast, right? Do bruises come up that quick?
Yeah,
it's over.
Even
Yeah,
though
it's
I'm a
done.
doctor,
You guys
I
are
should
done.
probably know,
Yeah,
but
you guys are
God
done. It's
knows.
over.
No masks at hospital.
You should keep wearing the mask.
Here.
No mask at hospital. Does monkey talk?
Oh,
alright.
why would you say that like that?
You had monkey mask and you were silent. It is normal question to ask if a person who is silent talks, because there are some people who do not talk and we don't like these people here. We
But
ask
you would
them to leave.
assume that I was a
Right,
monkey
I'm just
in
gonna
general.
wrap it in a little
No.
burn bandage.
What
You
is
have a
what is
favourite
mask
colour,
off?
darling?
Pink.
With what?
What is mask off?
A chimpanzee.
You
Monkey?
guys are very festive. I like it.
Chimpanzees are
I
real.
wish
thank
I could
you.
buy a Christmas tree.
It's a
and put it right
chimpanzee.
I don't give fuck about animals. I'm not park ranger.
There's still pumpkins all over.
Why are you so
It's
angry?
Christmas.
I am not angry. I am in bitch mood today. I am bitch.
Yeah, you should see my
Oh,
house.
blame Bobby.
My house
Has
was
to be-
like
Always
best
blame Bobby. It's a
decorated
good
house.
rule
Oh,
of
your
thumb.
fault.
Blame
Blame
Bobby.
me. Wow.
Blame your
Decoration.
blame your
Oh,
Did you do the trick?
it's all your fault. Wait.
Oh, mine's on Kindle.
I wonder if I've hit the 200,000 yet. I feel like I'm close.
Wonder, have you?
Oh, stop hitting me.
Oh, sorry. You know,
Hello.
I just,
Hello.
you owe us so much
Why are you
money,
not
I just
dead
have to,
I owe the hospital so much money that I'm
No,
never
you
gonna
don't.
pay.
No, you don't.
I
You
do.
owe state money. We get the money.
Although
It's
some
the
people
bank you
don't
Oh,
owe.
that's true. We do get the
That's
money.
good.
Yo, the bank's
Yeah,
so
it's
much
like
fun.
infinite money glitch in real life. Very fun.
Alright.
There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah, until State wakes up and is like, oh yes, Stanley, you owe us this money.
Callum, I got the paperwork. Callum, I got
State
it. I got
wakes
it.
up, they're gonna see a minus $209,000 in
Well,
debt.
okay, we have a lot of terrorists, $1 million in
was so
that, so
crazy,
you're not
Oh,
up
that's
there
good.
yet.
What happened to you, Corn?
Surprisingly, considering your post on Life Invader.
Yes, no, I've never been charged with terrorism or chaos yet.
Fix it.
I'm just gonna get
I'm
an
trying.
X-ray of
I
the
keep
we'll
asking.
find
If you ask for charges, they won't give you them.
Oh, that's good. If I ever.
Let's see.
Alright,
What are the results
I'll
here?
keep that in mind.
Oh, you're fine.
Yes, if you ever do want to get a charge from the police, just ask for that charge and they'll give you something different.
Yeah.
I'm
so
proud of
you
for making sure my brother's
Good point.
Well, I'll
You're a
probably
very
be back
smart
You know
man.
why you were okay? Because you
Hospital
had a heart
drama.
attack.
You were back.
That's true. That's true.
Alright, I'm off to
had a
train
heart
some
attack.
idiots.
Yeah, me too. Oh wait,
Thank you, everybody.
You're
for your
welcome.
healthcare.
Goodbye.
They have a platinum waiting area now. It's kind of
I
cool.
know, I sit on that, but I don't have insurance.
Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Hello.
TACMED the PD.
Who is this?
Go for TACMED.
I've got an individual on San Andreas Avenue behind the liquor store
Who is this?
near the canals
I'm
that apparently drank
Anais.
glue and is feeling
Yeah.
very sick.
Hello. Doctor?
76.
No,
Thank you.
I'm a receptionist.
Ah, well, you want to be doctor.
You need to go out there and tell the doctor.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, alright, well, good luck. I'm off to
10-9?
train some people.
You two go.
Thank you
I
so
will
much. I've never met
help
you
handle things
before.
over here.
Who are you? Oh. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Dum, dum. Ba-ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. Blah. Hospital drama. Here we go.